Good morning, and welcome to the annual statutory spring town meeting, convened to address fiscal requirements, including the town's budget, along with all other matters included in the warrant. I note for the record, a quorum being present, this meeting is called to order. On the dais to my right are our town clerk, Melanie Waddell, and assistant town clerk, Courtney Buchanan. To my left, town council, Lauren Goldberg, and town administrator, Mitch Vieira. Sitting in convened session today are the select board to my right, facing the audience, the finance committee to my left, facing the audience, the planning board, the school committee, the historical commission, and the zoning board, or the planning board. Please stand, attend the nation's flag, and kindly recite with me the Pledge of Allegiance, and remain standing for the invocation and some further ceremonies. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the invocation to be delivered by the Reverend Nathan Ives of St. Peter's San Pedro Episcopal Church in Salem, Massachusetts, and a member of the Rockport Board of Fire Engineers and an assistant chief of the fire department.
Good morning. Please join me in prayer. O God of all love, we come before you this morning to ask for your blessing upon this assembly as we prepare to take up the work of government at its most fundamental level. Give us grace, O God, to discern wisely, to debate respectfully, and to always remember that we are each made in your image. Most wholeheartedly, though, O God, accept our unending thanks for the gift of life, for the beauty and privilege to live on Cape Ann, and to behold the majesty of your rock, glade, and sea, and make us ever mindful of the needs of others, most especially the most vulnerable among us here on this island and elsewhere, that we might not rest until justice, peace, equality is rendered to all without exception. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father Ives. If you can continue to stand, I will ask Town Clerk Melanie Waddell to read the names of friends and neighbors who have passed away during the course of the past year, so that we may together observe a moment of silence in their memory.
Kenneth E. Bannon, Darlene A. Spittle, Lilia Orozco, Mary L. Witham, Roger E. Perkins, Mary Ruth Soule, Edward C. Amazine, Barbara B. Day, Carol Sophia Marie Gray, Grant E. Newman, Jacqueline Nancy Hansberry, Frank C. Gray. We are grateful for the years of faithful service to the town of Rockport.
Thank you, Ms. Waddell. Before we begin, you may be seated. Thank you so much. Before we begin our work together, the good news is Rockport now has a poet laureate. I will ask our poet laureate, Mr. Bob Whalen, to start us all off on a literary note. So I'm pleased to introduce Bob Whalen, Rockport's poet laureate.
Thank you. I'm Bob Whalen, poet laureate. I don't have a rhyming poem for you today. It's free verse, and this is a civic occasion, so it's called A Poem for a Town Meeting. One could believe that Rockport's beauty is verdant landscape and rugged seacoast. Genuine splendor is people and their history. Today we hold a ritual of direct democracy, every voice heard, every raised hand included in the vote. These meetings began in 1840 Captain Davis was the moderator, a man who adopted a boy whose father had drowned at sea, sought to provide him sustenance and to live with his family. At that first town meeting were immigrant stonecutters, quarrying by muscle and iron. Later, they'd unionize and strike for 35 cents an hour and an 8-hour day. Hear the old sloop's steeple, chimes on the hour, a lodged cannonball testifies to the warnings that saved young men from being snatched in the street. We're home to Hannah Jumper and her mob, demanding better conditions for women and children, with protesting axes destroying stores and property. Our volunteer firemen come from throughout the town to save your house from conflagration. Those EMTs save your life from an accident or illness. We're the sound of snowplows scraping asphalt through frozen winter nights as the DPW clears the streets while the town sleeps warmly in their beds. Or a woman like Laura Phillips granting Millbrook Meadow for us all to enjoy, including ladders for eels, helping wanderers survive their journey home. Or a man like Jack Lane, working a lifetime in the schools, saving for Rockport students on his educator's salary, a legacy of $1 million and a scholarship trust. In a small town, everyone is a neighbor. You recognize folks and say hello to them on the street, each safe and held as part of a community. What exists here today is the result of others. They understood the need to care, that wealth is cooperation and compassion. You cannot buy community or own it. You can only be it. Please be it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. And then before we begin, I do want to take a moment to thank Select Woman Denise Donnelly for 6 years of service on the Board of Selectmen, 3 years of service on the Planning Board. Ms. Donnelly has elected to go back to the private sector full-time, and I want to take a moment to thank her for her service. She's certainly been an enormous support for me over the last 2 years. All right, the first order of business is the reading of the warrant. God help us all. The chair will entertain a motion to omit the reading of the warrant. Anybody want to make that motion? Is there a second? Second. All right, the question before you is whether to omit a verbatim reading of the warrant and requires a majority vote to pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. That motion carries. The second order of business is reading the return of service on the warrant. That one we have to do. I'll ask the town clerk to read the return of service on the warrant.
I, Gregory A. George, Constable of the Town of Rockport, have on this date, March 21st, 2025, posted the annual town meeting warrant for the annual town meeting to be held Saturday, April 5th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. at the high school, in the 2 post offices, the town website, the town bulletin board, and 17 other public places throughout the town, including 3 in Precinct 1, 3 in Precinct 2, and 3 in Precinct 3. Signed, Gregory A. George, Constable of the Town of Rockport. Received Friday, March 21st, 2025 at 3:12 p.m. Signed, Melanie J. Waddell, Town Clerk.
Thank you again, Ms. Waddell. Just some general announcements. The restrooms are out in the lobby. There's no smoking anywhere in the building or on the premises. We're all guests of the school department, so let's please keep the premises clean. And finally, please silence any cell phones, pagers, Apple Watches, etc. The meeting will be conducted in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order as adapted to town meeting by the laws of the Commonwealth, Rockport's bylaws, and our custom and practice. First principle, let's be civil to one another. Let's listen to one another and consider carefully our decisions. I'll briefly summarize our expected procedure and refer you to the guide for voters participating in town meeting, which is contained in your voters' booklet. We presume everyone has read the warrant. Warrant articles give notice to the town of the issues to be addressed at the meeting. They are not self-executing. Once the meeting starts, the meeting deals with motions made during the meeting, technically not the warrant articles in and of themselves, except as referenced by the motion made on the floor. Motions will be made based on the warrant articles as main motions, which require a second. Most motions will be announced by the town administrator, along with the recommendations of town meeting of any cognizant boards and committees. Once a motion has been made, if there is a second to the motion and it is in order, I will then restate the question, and that motion is then before the meeting, and the floor is open to discussion if the motion is a debatable motion. The chair will ordinarily first recognize the sponsor, who will typically be afforded up to 10 minutes to speak to the merits of the motion, followed by a spokesperson for any town boards or committees with a responsibility to advise town meeting on the issue. The Finance Committee on matters impacting town finances, for example. After the sponsor and cognizant town boards, any town meeting member, i.e. any registered voter in attendance, may be recognized and ordinarily provided up to 5 minutes to speak on the pending motion. If you want to speak, please gain my attention by raising your hand or otherwise. After I call on you, please state your name and residential address for the record and make your remarks. All comments and remarks are addressed to the chair and should relate to the immediate question on the floor, not something previously decided or yet to be discussed. Remarks should focus on the question before the meeting, its merit or lack of merit in the voter's judgment, not on personalities or perceived motives of other voters or town boards and officers. The motion, not the person, is the subject of the discussion. I will warn you if you are approaching your limit so that you may focus your argument and conclude your remarks. We cannot have conversations, back and forth questions, and answers are technically not in order in so-called debate in a deliberative body like town meeting. I will, however, on specific discrete questions that may come up, try to obtain focused, specific answers from the proper party, a petitioner or a town board, for example. The goal is to hear from all members wishing to speak, but also to effectively and fairly make rational, informed decisions. Per the town's bylaws, to promote full and robust discussion, the preference will be to recognize members who have not yet spoken on an issue. A voter, will not ordinarily be recognized more than twice to speak on a particular debatable issue during the meeting. One exception to that is my effort to get focused answers to discrete questions as I just reviewed. With that in mind, I intend to return to the sponsor on a main motion toward the end of discussion if that's feasible. I would ask all sponsors of all motions to pay close attention to the discussion so matters which require clarification can be specifically and clearly spoken to if we get back to the sponsor. Discussion must only address the pending motion. So, for example, if a main motion is being discussed and there's a motion to amend that main motion, the motion to amend the pending motion is the focus of the discussion. The discussion's on the proposed amendment until we vote on that, and then we would return to the main motion. I hope that makes sense. There are other matters which can displace the main motion. However, it's not realistic to recite all of the procedural details, but I will try to ensure that the meeting understands the pending question at all times. When discussion on a debatable motion is done, we will proceed to vote. Once we make that transition, further discussion is not in order and won't be recognized. I'll say that again. Once discussion is closed, further discussion on the pending motion is not in order. That happens when either the moderator senses the meeting is ready to vote, or a member with the floor makes a motion to move the previous question, which is commonly called a motion to end debate or discussion. The first path: if I sense that you as a group are ready to vote, I will state this, and I will then restate the motion. I won't state this unless I really believe you are as a group ready to vote, and no one is actively trying to gain the floor. I will provide fair notice and warning so no one is surprised. The second path, a motion to move the previous question, there are a few simple but important points. First, you can't just yell it out. That's not in order and will not be acted on. You must have the floor. So I must first recognize you to speak, you state your name and address, and then you state you're moving the question or you're moving to end debate. Once made by a member and seconded and in order, it itself is not debatable. So if there's a motion to end debate or to move the previous question and it's in order and I restate it, we will move immediately to voting. I'll restate the motion to move the previous question or end debate, and we will vote likely by electronic means, by the clickers. Third, you can argue support or opposition to whatever we're talking about, or you can move the question. You cannot do both. Please don't try to push the envelope on that. That's been an issue. So if you are going to move the question, please keep it simple. Name and address, I move the question or I move to end debate. If you've got a good pithy remark, save it for something else, because if you add it in, I'm not going to take it up. Fourth, such a motion requires a 2/3 vote. The principle is no matter how strong people's views are on the issue, if 2/3 of the people in the room want to end discussion and vote, it's time to end discussion and vote. And fifth, with this in mind, I ask any member to consider, before moving the question, whether there have been issues raised by your fellow citizens during discussion that we have not yet had clarified. I can't and won't stop you from bringing the motion, but I do ask that you remain mindful of this point before making it. As for voting, we will use electronic voting frequently. I expect on any motion to move the previous question and on any motion which I sense is likely to be close. In the interest of respecting your time and promoting an efficient meeting, I will from time to time, however, use voice or hand votes for matters which I believe are not close votes, but which legally require a vote. For example, as we just did with waiving reading the warrant. These procedures are not meant to cause frustration or to hide the ball, but rather to promote clarity, fairness, and efficiency. I would like to thank our microphone runner, Aiden DeLeon Job, if Aiden's here, so we can see where you are, there in the back. Aiden can run a microphone to you if you can't get up to either use the center microphone or this one down here. Somebody asked me if this is reserved. It's not. If anybody wants to use the podium in the front, have at it. That one might be a little bit more efficient for time, but they're both open to you, or Aiden can bring you a microphone. For today's meeting, I have determined that certain articles are related. Do you have that handy, Mitch? Do you have that handy, the related articles? Yeah, that's right. And once we get, I'm going to talk about the first motions, but at some point we'll be transitioning to a lottery system. I'm going to let Ms. Waddell describe how it is that the lottery is done, how she selects the lettered articles randomly.
Thank you. So, as we've always done historically and as described at the last fall town meeting, In front of me, I have the Scrabble letters A through Q, which represent the alpha articles. They're all going to go inside this purple bag. We will choose 3 at a time when we get to that part, and I will let the moderator know what 3 I've chosen. If a letter has a related article, we will take in turn A, and Q, for example. So every time we get through 3 Scrabble letters, we'll move on to another 3, just so that you know in advance what will be coming.
Thank you, Ms. Waddell. By our bylaws for the annual Springtown meeting, after the first group of articles which concern the budget and finances, the remaining articles, the lettered articles, are drawn by the town clerk, as Ms. Waddell just described. I have determined the following articles are related, and I believe this is contained in your voters' booklet on page 5, A and O, B, C, D, and E. And again, this is on page 5 in the voters' booklet. A and Q, I'm so sorry. Thank you. G, I, K, Golf India Kilo, L and M, and N, O, P, fortuitously. All right, we will now do a QA check on the clickers. Let me take a minute to describe that. I recognize most of you, so I know you're familiar with it. If your clicker is transmitting, it should show a green light. If it's not transmitting, it will show red. You're not going to be able to vote until it's up on the screen, and I'm going to go through a motion in a minute to demonstrate that. The Q, will be 2 things. I will say the words "vote now," and on the screen will be a 12-second clock. So even if you miss it, you got plenty of time. You can vote as many times as you want. It's only going to register once per clicker. Any questions on what I said so far? All right, so to demonstrate it, to see if your clickers are working, I hope I haven't used this one before. We've hotly debated a motion to correct the historical injustice where Gloucester snookered the last 10% of Long Beach from Rockport in 1840. The motion is to annex the last 10% of Long Beach. You will have 12 seconds from when I say the words "vote now." You will press 1 or A for aye if you support that motion. You will press 2 or B for no if you oppose the motion. The question is on whether to annex the western 10% of Long Beach by force if necessary. This is a non-binding motion and likely illegal. Is everyone clear on the question before you? All right. All those in favor press 1 or A for aye. All those opposed press 2 or B for no. Ready? Vote now. Now. You're looking for a green light. And that passed overwhelmingly, no surprise. If someone's trying to get my attention, I couldn't hear you. Oh, is that a point of order, Mr. Arsenian? Yours is red? All right, let's try it again. All right, so you're not gonna hit that button, Mr. Arsenian, until I say the words "vote now," and there's a 12-second clock running on the screen. All right. All those in favor press 1 or A for aye. All those opposed press 2 or B for no. Ready? Vote now. Now. You got a green light, Mr. Arsenian? Then you need a new clicker. Okay. Just going to wait for a moment to get Mr. Arsenian a new clicker. I take it that no one else had the same problem, so I'm going to assume everyone else has worked. What do you want? Anybody other than Mr. Arsenian not get a green light? I've got 1. How many others? If you didn't get a green light, raise your hand nice and high so I can see it. I see you in the back, ma'am. Anyone else? So I've got two. I've got this woman in the back and Mr. Arsenian. I'm only aware of two. Is someone raising their hand saying it didn't work? Don't be shy, nice and loud.
Tell them they're going to get a red light right now.
Yeah, again, you're only going to get a green light when that clock is ticking. So if you press it now, it's going to be red. It's only green when we're doing the test. I'm going to wait for this to get straightened out. We're going to try it again. I don't know. Has everybody obtained a new clicker who felt they did not transmit, that they had a problem? Well, let me try it the other way. Has anybody who had a problem not gotten a new clicker? Hearing no response, I'm going to proceed assuming everyone who wanted a new clicker got one. We're going to try it again. You're going to look for a green light. When I say the words vote now, more importantly, when you see a 12-second clock running on the screen, because that's where the electrons are talking to each other. All right. All those in favor, press 1 or A for aye. All those opposed, press 2 or B for no. Ready, vote now, 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 now. And it's 8, 7, going down. All right. Okay. Anybody have a problem that time? You got two bad clickers in a row? Okay. Mr. Battistelli? I think it's the only place that lights up. Thank you. So it's upper right of your clicker. All right, so we've only got one voter who had a problem, 2 in a row. We're going to get her a third clicker. We're going to try it again. Don't buy any lottery tickets today, whoever you are. Is she back in? Wait, is she back in the room? I don't see her. Is our remaining voter who had two bad clickers, are you back here by a show? Oh, you are. Terrific. Thank you. I just didn't see you. All right. We're going to try it again. All those in favor, press 1 or A for aye. All those opposed, press 2 or B for no. Vote now, 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 now. You can see it counting down. Okay. Awesome. Did somebody say something? Did somebody call out? Okay. All right. Okay, with that, Mr. Vieira, we are prepared to proceed. Are we all set? Malin, do we still have a problem? We're good. Okay. Yeah, we're good. And Mitch.
Mr. Moderator, Article Roman numeral 1. Select Board Chair Ross Brackett moves Article Roman numeral 1 as indicated in the motion printed on page 56 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Seconded?
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. The question is whether to transfer from available funds to be expended by town departments to balance the fiscal year 2025 budget per page 56 of the voters booklet. Any discussion? Seeing none, I sense you're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries.
Mr. Moderator, Article Roman numeral 2. Finance Committee Vice Chair Carl Engel moves Article Roman numeral 2, as indicated in the motion printed on page 57 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Moved and seconded. The question is whether to transfer from available funds sums to be expended by town departments to pay bills from prior fiscal years per page 57. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries, and I failed to say it requires a 4/5 vote, but that was unanimous. We have a 4/5 vote.
Article Roman numeral 3, Mr. Moderator, Select Board Member Don Southard moves Article Roman numeral 3, as indicated in the motion printed on page 58 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to appropriate $550,000 for a replacement HVAC system for the police station and authorize borrowing funds, therefore, as set forth on page 58 of the voters' booklet. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. That motion carries unanimously and carried the 2/3 required.
Article Roman numeral 4. Mr. Moderator, School Committee Chair Kathy Riley moves Article Roman numeral 4 as indicated in the motion printed on page 58 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Moved and seconded. The question is whether to appropriate funds to repair and replace the high school, middle school roof and authorize borrowing funds as set forth on page 58 of the voters booklet. This requires a 2/3 vote. Any discussion? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Marcy Bailey, 3 South Street. I was just wondering if any application had been made to the MSBA for potential reimbursement. Thank you.
And I just didn't hear to the what?
The MSBA, the School Building Authority. Mr. Moderator, through you, the town has not made an application through that. Based on the timing and the significant need, we're proceeding with the borrowing now. We anticipate we would look into that for future repairs and replacements on that roof.
Thank you, Mr. Vieira. Any further discussion? All right, I sense you're ready to vote. Oh, where? Yes, sir. We'll get a mic to you. That's okay, he's coming. He's young.
A question, is the amount of money an annual drawdown, or is that the total cost of the construction project in this article, and it would apply to the previous article? Are they annual amounts or total amounts?
Thank you, sir. We'll get someone to answer that.
Mr. Moderator.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. I failed to do that. Could you just state your name and address for the record?
David Gibbons, 60 Marmion Way.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons.
Mr. Moderator, through the amount listed in the article of motion is a one-time cost associated with this particular repair and replacement.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion? I sense you're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries by more than 2/3.
Article 1, Mr. Moderator, Select Board Member Paul Murphy moves Article 1 as indicated in the motion printed on page 59 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board recommends this article.
Moved and seconded. The question is whether to designate the treasurer as agent for various trust funds for the town. This requires a majority vote. Any discussion? I sense you're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. That motion carries. Under Article 2, I believe there's no motion, and under Article 3, there's no motion.
Correct, no motion for 2 or 3, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, Article 4, first motion. Select Board Vice Chair Denise Donnelly moves Article 4, first motion, as indicated in the motion printed on page 60 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to amend compensation schedules for salaried employees as stated on page 60. It requires a majority vote. Any discussion? I sense you're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries.
Mr. Moderator, second motion, Select Board Vice Chair Denise Donnelly moves Article 4, second motion, as indicated in the motion printed on page 60 of the April 5th, 2025 Voters Booklet. Select Board and Finance Committee recommend.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to amend compensation Schedule C for elected officials as stated on page 60 of the Voters Booklet. This requires a majority vote. Any discussion? I sense you're ready to vote. Let's get some blood flowing. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed, same sign. That motion carries.
Article 5, Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee Chair Dwight Valentine moves Article 5 as indicated in the motion printed on page 73 of the April 5th, 2025 Voters Booklet. Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
All right. We're going to get to the table of estimates in a minute. Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to appropriate the sum of $39,483,384 as set forth in the table of estimates on pages 73 to 82 of the Voters Booklet, and to raise from taxation $37,515,256 and allow and apply funds and allow authority for goods and services contracts. All is set forth on page 73. Moved and seconded. This requires a majority vote. We are now going to, if you open up to your booklets, starting on page 73, I'm going to walk through the table of estimates. If there is a budget item which a voter wishes to be heard on, although there are no amendments of which I have noticed, so we're not amending this, but we certainly can discuss it. So if we start on page, strike that, 74, sorry. If you go over to 74, we're going to go down on the left margin of each page. I will state the number designating that department and the name of the department. If anyone wants to go back to discuss it, call out hold, and then I will make a note of that. When we get through the table, we will then return to any departments which have been held. Everybody understand what we're doing? Bad question. Does anybody not understand what we're doing? All right. 114, moderator. You are a wise and good-looking group. 122, select board. 124, select board committees. 131, finance committee. 135, town accountant. 141, assessor. Assessors, pardon. 147, treasurer, town collector. 151, legal. 153, human resources. 154, information systems and technology. 158, tax possessed land. Still not doing it. 161, town clerk. 164, elections. 171, Conservation Commission. 175, Planning Board. 176, Zoning Board. 181, Community Development. 210, Police Department. 212, Traffic and Parking. 215, Lifeguards. 220, Fire Department. 225, Forest Fire Department. 231, ambulance. 241, inspection services. 249, animal inspector. 291, emergency management. 292, dog control. 293, parking clerk. 295, harbor master, shellfish. 400, Department of Public Works Administration. And to be clear, 400 goes from 78 all the way over to 3/4 of the way on 79 before you get to 500. I just don't want anybody to miss the boat. That includes all of those listed items under one number, 400. So I'll say it again. 400, Department of Public Works Administration. 500, Health and Welfare. Sorry, 510, Board of Health. 541, Council on Aging. 543, Veteran Services. 610, Library. 630, Recreation. 635, Granite Pier. 638, Thatcher and Straitsmith Island. 692, Memorial Day Committee. 700, debt and interest. 911, Essex Regional Retirement System. 913, unemployment insurance. 914, group insurance. 916, FICA Medicare. 917, sick leave buyback. 940, insurance expense. 943, SPED stabilization fund. 300, under public education, 300 base funding from town. That's not, is that an item? That is, okay. Thank you, 300, thank you. 305, Essex Tech High School Annual Town Meeting Appropriation. And that's it. So let me read back what I have as held, and if I missed anybody, speak up. So here's what I have held. 122, Select Board. 151, Legal. 153, Human Resources. 400, Department of Public Works. And 300, base funding from the town, public education. Is there any that I missed? All right, so let's start at the top. 122, Select Board, that was held. Mr. Arsenian.
Is it on? Yes. Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. Somewhere here, I believe we have hidden the Zoom expenses. Am I correct on that?
Mr. Moderator, no, the Zoom funds are not a part of 122.
Well, then I've missed the boat. Which one should I have called?
For Zoom expenses. You want to talk about Zoom expenses?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to see if I can get that for you. Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Is there anything else you want to address under 122?
No.
All right, hold on. I'm not going to blow past it. You want to talk about Zoom expenses. I'm going to try to figure out where that is in the budget so that we can get back to you.
Yes, well, I wrote a letter to both the Finance Committee and to the Board of Selectmen with my questions and received no responses. So I'm, in a sad state, and we can't offer amendments the 48 hours having elapsed. So we might at least know. Thank you.
And just for voters' information, for future use, or for whatever information you want to put to it, by the bylaws, amendments ask for a 48-hour notice to the moderator. There are no amendments proposed for the budget, so we're going to hold it and let people discuss it, but the chair's not going to entertain motions to change the budget at this stage, absent some unexpected earthquake. I'll try to get back to you, Mr. Arsenian, on Zoom expenses. I don't know where that lies in the budget, but we'll work on it. 151 legal. Mr. Arsenian.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. It took years of needling and nagging to get a list of the current cases into the town report, and now we get such a report, and I thank town council for that. That's a good thing for anyone who takes an interest in all of these expenses and our legal perils. One thing that's missing from that report, ones that relate to pieces of property don't state the address, and that's a most basic thing. You know, it wouldn't be any trouble to put that there, and that should change.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. You may stay there, Mr. Arsenian. I think you held Human Resources, or was that another voter?
Yes.
All
Human
right.
Resources.
Human Resources, 153. Have at it.
There's a history on this, and I won't do very well recapitulating it. Mitch Vieira will have to fill in. For years, we had a personnel board, volunteer the work, and what was left fell onto the shoulders of the town administrator. And then town council ruled that you couldn't have such a committee. It was, for some reason, not properly explained, illegal. And then we had a consultant. We teamed up with two towns, Hamilton and I forgot the third, and hired somebody at a stipend for several years who was responsible for human resources. And that was said to be a great improvement. And then we hired the person from Hamilton full-time to undertake the work, and that was said to be a yet greater improvement. And now the person is gone, and the cost has spiraled from $171,957 to $309,000, and that is scarcely an improvement. I think an explanation is in order.
All right, well, anybody wants to?
Mr. Moderator, through you. So the town has not employed a full-time human resources director. It was budgeted, and going into this budget process, because of all of the increased cost to the town, the full-time position was not filled, and the full-time position, as you see in column 4 for HR, has been cut. So we are remaining with consulting services under a different arrangement. The bottom line for the department fluctuates each year based on the line indicated as labor reserve. The labor reserve line is where all of the cost of living adjustments come to meet the approved compensation schedules that the body approves in Article 4. So instead of applying cost of living adjustments individually in the departments, the accountant applies cost of living adjustments from the labor reserve pool that's contained in this department. That is the fluctuation, that is the adjustment. As you'll see, HR director went down, and the labor reserve is based on COLA and holding funds for the collective bargaining processes that are underway with the 3 unions that the town negotiates with.
Thank you, Mr. Vieira. 154, Information Systems and Technology, was not held, but that is where Zoom expenses are covered. There's a voter who wanted to talk about Zoom. Mr. Arsenian.
Yes, I got questions into the Finance Committee and the Select Board, and they were not answered. And one of those questions related to the amount of money that funds the Zoom connection. Up until now, it has been paid out of the government bounty for the Wuhan flu, the plague, COVID. But now we have to pay for it ourselves. I must say, I feel the 48-hour, restriction is unfair when you don't get answers to questions that you've got in writing, but we're stuck with that. I feel strongly that the Zoom expenses are altogether a mistake and unnecessary. We managed just fine without any such gadgetry before COVID. Indeed, we did much better. And the quality of people's interactions are quite different when you're talking to a machine or when you're in a room with other human beings. and the quality of public discussion is degraded, and you lose some rights that you have in an in-person meeting. For instance, you would not be able to call a point of order because you are muted, and I won't bore you with particulars, but there have been cases where that materially changed the result of votes, and you're deprived of those rights. And if something is worth attending, you make the effort to attend it. You would not wish to see the Board of Selectmen make awards to the Scouts on Zoom. You would not attend your granddaughter's graduation on Zoom. You would not attend your best friend's funeral on Zoom. If something matters, you bestir yourself and go. And how much are we squandering on the Zoom this year? I can't offer an amendment, but we should at least know what we're paying for.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Moderator, through you, the Zoom funding, which was discussed extensively at the public hearing with the Select Board and Finance Committee and also explained at the Finance Committee meetings, is contained in software licenses and online services. The annual cost for that is approximately $12,000. The town does still have some remaining funds in the COVID-free cash account, which will continue to utilize that until it's exhausted, and then we'll pick up through the operating budget.
All right, thank you. 400, Department of Public Works Administration. Yes, ma'am. Yes, absolutely. Or you can wait for the mic, whatever, pick a mic, any mic. Yeah.
Amy Seabrook, 7B Broadway. I would like to go back to what Toby was saying, for all of us to recognize, not that we have to have only in-town meetings, but we deserve, in-person and Zoom. Let's figure out how to have a hybrid meeting and more discussion. We can do it without fighting.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I'd like to take a moment to recognize and thank our state senator in the Great and General Court of Massachusetts, the oldest legislature in the Western Hemisphere. Senator Bruce Tarr is to my left in the visitor section. Welcome, Senator Tarr. And thank you for your attendance and support. Somebody call? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Just to address the comments by Amy, as many of you will see, I believe it's in there, we're getting renovations done to Town Hall. Within those renovations, we do plan on adding new technology to the conference room A, and that way we can have hybrid meetings. So that is one of the reasons we are staying Zoom, because we are going to lose some of our meeting rooms because they are getting renovated this year. So after that, we hope to be hybrid.
Thank you, Chairman Brackett. Before I move on to Department of Public Works Administration, anyone else want to address Zoom? Seeing no one, 400, Department of Public Works Administration. Yes, sir, Mr. Arsenian.
I'm speaking about the transfer station. The cost has gone from $744, $450 to $806, $333. And I don't have much to argue with about the cost, although I would note that the total cost of getting the membrane under the dump inspected is assessed to the costs of the dump, which is not proper, when some of it should be assessed to the parking operations and Granite Pier's boat storage. The whole cost is assessed to the operation of the dump, which isn't proper. But that's not the present concern. This is by way of a public service announcement. The commissioners annually hold a meeting to set the dump rate stickers and also the rates for the beach parking. And although a number of public officials attended that meeting, only 5 citizens were present, which is sad. And at that meeting, the commissioners made a pitch to close the brush pile except for 2 Saturdays a month. And there were only 2 of the 3 commissioners there, and they were skeptical and put it off till the next meeting, when again there were only 2 commissioners, a different one missing, and decided to put it off for a year. But all of you who use the dump and use the brush pile need to be aware that there's this push to cut the services. We pay whatever we're asked. Nobody is questioning this large figure of money, but we expect to have the services. And I would hope that more people would attend the public hearing next time around and make their concerns known so that we are not deprived of the necessary services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Anyone else on Public Works? All right, then we move forward to the final held item, Public Education, line 300, base funding from the town, annual town meeting appropriation. Mr. Arsenian. Unless someone else wants to address it first. Seeing no one, no, you stay right there. Seeing no one, Mr. Arsenian, go ahead.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I attended the school's budget hearing. It was not well attended this year. Last year it was. I believe it's 35% of the school's budget goes to special education. And that is not the fault of the SPED kids. It's not the fault of their parents. It's certainly not the fault of the superintendent or the teachers. It is entirely the fault of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, which orders these programs to be produced but does not fund them. An unfunded mandate, in theory, not legal, but they make the laws, so presumably it is legal. What's wrong with it is the school's budget, barring an override, is finite. So these programs are at the expense of all of the other programs. The school committee does not wish to hear that. And I make the pitch that I've made many times before, which is that the school committee owes us, the taxpayers, a resolution to the honorables, Tar and Ferranti, the legislature and the governor, telling them that they order the services, they should pay for them, all of them. You know, not dribs and drabs. Every year we hear how we get a little more of this and a little more of that. We don't want crumbs. We're entitled to the whole loaf. And I believe that the school committee and the superintendent owe us a resolution, which could be presented as resolutions are at the end of this meeting, calling on the state to cover all of the expenses. So will the school committee produce, get going right now, scribble, scribble, give us such a resolution?
Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Anyone else on schools before we move to the main motion? Seeing no one, seeing no further discussion, the question before you is whether to appropriate the sum of $39,483,384 as set forth in the table of estimates on pages 73 to 82 of the voters' booklet, and to raise from taxation $37,515,256 to authorize transferring funds, applying funds, and allowing authority for goods and services contracts. All is set forth on page 73 of the voters' booklet. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries. It's unanimous. Congratulations. We're going to survive another year. We have a budget.
Article 5A, Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee Chair Dwight Valentine moves Article 5A as indicated in the motion printed on page 83 of the April 5th, 2025 voters' booklet. The Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to appropriate $2,994,038 from the Water Enterprise Fund and provide for a reserve fund for the Water Enterprise for fiscal year 25 to 26, as set forth on page 83. This requires a majority vote. Any discussion? Seeing none, I sense you're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. That motion carries, and it is unanimous.
Article 5B, Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee Chair Dwight Valentine moves Article 5B as indicated in the motion printed on page 85 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to appropriate $2,795,320 from the Sewer Enterprise Fund and provide for a reserve fund for the town's sewer enterprise for fiscal year 25 to 26, as set forth on page 85. This requires a majority vote. Any discussion? I sense you're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries, and it is unanimous.
Article 5C, Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee Member Dwight Valentine moves Article 5C as indicated in the motion printed on page 86 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Moved and seconded. The question is whether to transfer $114,777 from the Community Preservation Fund for Community Preservation Committee expenses for fiscal year 25 to 26 per page 86. This requires a majority vote. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries, and it is unanimous.
Mr. Moderator, Article 6. Capital Improvement Planning Committee Chair Ross Brackett moves Article 6 as indicated in the motion printed on page 87 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to appropriate $4,209,945 for capital outlay items, including by transfer and borrowing $2,700,000 as set forth on pages 87 to 88 of the voters booklet. This requires a 2/3 vote. Any discussion? Yes, sir. Mr. Arsenian.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. Many people won't know what DPW NPDES means. That's the National Pollution Distribution Elimination Systems, a marvelous piece of bureaucratic jargon. In plain English, that's stormwater, and it's important to us, although it's ensnared in the bureaucracy. And I think it would be helpful before we fork over $87,000 if we're told how much we've spent over the past 5 years and how much we're intending to spend over the next 5 years, including the $87,000. Speaking with Gary LeBlanc, apparently this is for more paper shuffling than shovel in the ground, but it would be nice to know. And one other thing, should I speak to a second item at the same time or try and get a response and then go on?
Both on Article 6?
Yes.
Why don't you speak to the second item and then see if we can make this efficient?
Okay, thank you. 400 DPW tree removal and replacement, $10,000. No one could imagine wanting to spend more, but we should be spending more, a whole lot more. $10,000 isn't going to do anything. The way it works is they have to spend the money first on removal of trees which are unsafe and like to come down and clobber someone or destroy property. That's reasonable enough, and that comes first, so there may well be no money left to actually plant trees. And this at a time when we need to be doing something to screen the new DPW barn. Some people think that building looks just fine. I voted for it every time. I'm very glad it's there. It's not a favor that we did for the DPW. It's an investment for the town and a good thing altogether. It's also an eyesore. If it were in the midst of an industrial park, it would be unobjectionable. It would look right at home. But the main road into Rockport is not an industrial park, and we need to screen that building. We need a solid barrier of evergreens, both between...
So, Mr. Arsenian, the question now is whether to pass this motion. If you can
Okay.
put your remarks, hold on.
Yes, I'm sorry.
If you can speak in support of or against it,
I think we should be spending a whole lot more on the trees. $10,000 is woefully inadequate, and the DPW and the Board of Selectmen need to sponsor a public meeting to decide what we want in the way of landscaping up around that building. Thank you.
thank you.
Brian?
Yes, Ms. Medea.
Thank you. I'll wait for the answer to Mr. Arsenio's question about the NPDES before I speak.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, through you, the town appropriates annually approximately the same amount of money we have for a number of years. It's approximately $80,000 or between $80,000 and $90,000 a year. Looking at DPW, we don't have the exact figures on what has been spent, but it is something that is an ongoing requirement for the town, and the appropriation has been roughly the same, give or take a few $1,000s over the last 5 years, and the expectation is it would be likely the same over the next 5.
From your mouth to the administration's ears. I rise to comment only that the...
And Ms. Medea, if you just state your...
Jamie Medea, 2 Holbrook Court, and I am Jamie, not Jimmy. That is my beloved husband. I rise to say only that NPDES means National Pollution Discharge Elimination System. Indeed, an awkward term. It is not just about stormwater. It is about all the discharges that our community makes to the waterways. So it has to do with monitoring and permitting requirements and the content of what we discharge. That's through our septic sewage disposal pipes. It's also non-point source and point source discharges. I simply wanted to observe that if that's what we can get away with for the fees, that is low from what my observation has been from my many environmental clients on the cost of mandatory monitoring, and that I'm in favor of monitoring to know what we are discharging. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Medea. Any further discussion? Yes, Selectwoman Donnelly.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that Cape Ann Elm this year will be planting 50 elm trees in Rockport. So there are trees being planted systematically in town. They've been doing this for a number of years. I have one in my backyard. So we do have trees being planted thanks to the hard work of the volunteers at Cape Ann Elm.
Thank you, Selectwoman Donnelly. Any further discussion on the pending motion under Article 6? I sense you're ready to vote. This requires a 2/3 vote. The question again before you is whether to appropriate $4,209,945 for capital outlay items, including by transfer and borrowing $2,700,000 as set forth on pages 87 and 88. It requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries, and it is unanimous.
Article 6A, Mr. Moderator, Capital Improvement Planning Committee Chair Ross Brackett moves Article 6A as indicated in the motion printed on page 90 of the April 5th, 2025 Voters Booklet. The Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to appropriate $2,563,000 for capital outlay items relating to the water enterprise, including by transfer and borrowing $2,500,000 as set forth on page 90. This requires a 2/3 vote. Is there any discussion? And I'll get to you, Mr. Arsenian. I just want to make sure there's no one else looking to speak first. Seeing no one, Mr. Arsenian.
Toby Arsenian, aren't I a bore? But anyway, Yes, it's a large sum of money, and these are all necessary improvements. At the Board of Selectmen's Finance Committee hearing, Mitch Vieira said that we would not go forward with all of these large expenses, both water and sewer, until we had things properly lined up. I don't know what properly lined up means. It seems to me that before we appropriate the large sums of money, that the allocation of the expenses should be straightened out and should be fair to all concerned. And that's not the case now in three regards. For the sewer, the expenses for the Long Beach sewer are mixed in with all of the other sewer expenses.
I'm sorry, I missed the bubble there, Mr. Arsenian. We are talking about
water only.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. I would save my remarks and bore you in a moment.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion under Article 6A on the water enterprise? All right. Seeing none, the question before you is whether to appropriate $2,563,000 for water enterprise capital outlay items as set forth on page 90. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries and it is unanimous.
Article 6B, Mr. Moderator, Capital Improvement Planning Committee Chair Ross Brackett moves Article 6B as indicated in the motion printed on page 91 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Second. Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to appropriate $669,132 for capital outlay items relating to the sewer enterprise, including by transfer and including borrowing $500,000 as set forth on page 91 of the voters' booklet. This requires a 2/3 vote. Is there any discussion? All right. Seeing none, I sense you're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries and it is unanimous. And we now will go to the lottery system articles. A was drawn first, which means we will do A and then Q, followed by L and M, as M was drawn next, followed by P. So first up, A and Q, so the chair will entertain a motion under Article A.
Mr. Moderator, Article A, Select Board Member Laura Evans moves Article A as indicated in the motion printed on page 92 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board recommends this article.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to accept the town reports in the annual town report, which I believe is in the back of the room as you came in. This requires a majority vote. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries and it is unanimous. The next will be a motion under Article Q.
Mr. Moderator, Ashley DeRozier moves Article Q as indicated in the motion printed on page 140 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. Select Board recommends this article.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to accept the report of the Ad Hoc Water Committee and extend the term of the committee. This requires a majority vote. Mr. Rozier.
Good morning, everyone. I am here as the chair of Rockport's Ad Hoc Water Committee to deliver our annual report. The Ad Hoc Water Committee is a collaborative group that helps conserve and preserve Rockport's water supply. At present, we are 5 members strong, all of us volunteers, and our expertise really ranges from engineering, hydrology and water science, geology, biology, grants administration, communications law, and policy. We are active in 3 primary areas: water supply, protection, and planning support, public education, and partner engagement. And I'm just going to spend 2 minutes or so going through some select achievements from the last calendar year, 2024. So starting off with educational outreach through a variety of channels, we've tabled at the Rockport Farmers Market and provided educational handouts that DPW included in your quarterly water bills. We co-hosted a sold-out screening of the documentary Inundation District at the Rockport Library. Thank you again, Rockport Library, for hosting that. And featuring a film showing and Q&A with the director and a Boston Globe reporter, David Abel. We have an ongoing collaboration with DPW, and one example of this collaboration, we were asked to help develop a refreshed design for a new water supply status sign for the transfer station, and that's being quoted for production. Heading into the warmer months with drought across the state, this could be an especially important tool for the town. Our committee provided technical assistance on bylaw and regulation reviews and updates, including the new stormwater regulations completed in 2024. And we kept up with ongoing monitoring of vacant parcels going up on the market in the Watershed Protection Overlay District. We also liaised with local water conservation stakeholders, especially Greenscapes, which is a North Shore coalition of towns. Rockport is a member. And we also met with the chair of Manchester's Water Resources Protection Task Force. This new relationship was actually covered in a Gloucester Daily Times article after the chair attended one of our meetings. I'll stop there. We meet monthly via Zoom and always welcome guests. If you are interested in becoming a member of the committee, please do get in touch. So just on behalf of the Ad Hoc Water Committee, we look forward to continuing our service to the town in the coming year, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rozier. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, the question before you is whether to accept the report of the Ad Hoc Water Committee and extend the term of the committee. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. That motion carries, and it is unanimous. And I believe we now go to a motion under Article L. All right, just hold on for a moment. This will be L followed by M. Sure.
Article L, Mr. Moderator, DPW Commissioner Chair Bruce Reed moves Article L as indicated in the motion printed on page 106 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
I know it's not on the slide yet. It'll get up there. Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to appropriate $2,500,000 for water enterprise capital outlay items and to authorize borrowing to meet this need as set forth on page 106. This requires a 2/3 vote. Before we turn to it, I'm going to ask Mr. Vieira to give us some background on this and M, as they are so closely related, to save some time. And I believe there's a reference in the voters' booklet, Mr. Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just prior to Article L in your voters' booklet is a one-page document titled Town of Rockport Department of Public Works Water and Sewer Utilities Long-Range Planning. And that document is a collective effort of the DPW administration, the Select Board and Administrator's Office, the Finance Committee, to develop what is a long-range view moving forward for addressing the town's significant utility infrastructure needs. As you'll see in that document, the majority of the town's water and sewer infrastructure is at least 30 years old, and the vast majority of the underground infrastructure is over 50 years old and original. This is far beyond the appropriate and useful life for these types of infrastructure to maintain working order. As many people are aware, there has been some significant critical failures in the infrastructure for our utilities over the last several years. As you see listed, there have been regular water breaks, which many of you may have experienced or seen. We had an issue a number of years ago at the water treatment plant with the storage tank, significant failures at the Dock Square and Back Beach pump stations resulting in SSOs. Most recently, the Pleasant Street influent waste line ruptured on Pleasant Street. And the town currently has a high unaccounted for water percentage, much higher than any previous year. The goal of this process and the goal of this article, and as you'll hear from the recommendations after this, is to show that the town is putting forth the effort and developing a long-range plan to get to the town's water and sewer infrastructure into a state of good repair. As you can see in section 2 on the document and on the screen, the DPW and the DPW commissioners have been diligently working to address these issues in a variety of ways through both their internal expertise and through the work of consultants, and evaluating a number of funding sources. This is an ongoing process for DPW under their leadership, and they should be commended for the regular daily work that they are doing on these long-range issues. The significant question that comes up is listed under 3, what will it cost? So as indicated, this is the first step in what is planned to be a 10-year improvement plan for water and sewer infrastructure. Article L indicates, Article L and M are both $2.5 million in borrowing. Article L is planning for $2 million for water system improvements and $500,000 for emergency response to critical failures. So speaking very specifically to the emergency response to critical failures, all of those previous failures that were discussed in portion 1 resulted in having to stop other planned projects to address those because of their urgent nature, which meant that forward motion was not able to occur in a proactive way. By allocating critical emergency response funding in each of these borrowings, it will ensure that DPW can respond to these emergencies as they work through the plans over the next decade, and to ensure that it does not derail the proactive long-range plan. DPW has been very diligent in trying to make sure that the long-range plan can continue to move forward, and this funding and the funding that you will see in the next article would allow them to do that, would allow the plan to continue while still ensuring that there is appropriate money to respond to these issues, which we know will likely occur as we continue to move forward. For the average residential customer, you can see indicated there, the average or the estimated overall water and sewer bill change, which includes this request, it includes what was approved in the water and sewer enterprise articles, and including the operating for the water and sewer enterprise, will increase by approximately 6.42%. And you can see in your booklet and on the screen that there is a breakdown of what that equates to. Yearly, quarterly, monthly, and comes down to 39 cents per day. The next steps indicated in section 4 lay out the critical need that the town is facing on these particular issues. By moving forward with investing in this first step in a long-range process, it will allow the town to ensure that you have a safe and reliable water and sewer service and treatment facilities. It will minimize, as time goes on, the critical failures that have happened and are likely to happen until we can move closer to good repair. It allows for orderly financial planning over a 10-year period to get the utilities. DPW and the commissioners and the select board and the finance committee have been very cognizant of ensuring that the borrowing is measured, yet enough to ensure that they are able to take a big enough step forward each time. And most critically, number 4 on this, avoiding federal or state intervention to force compliance. Each of the critical failures that has happened has resulted in visits and interactions with the EPA and the DEP, certainly something that the town wishes to continue to avoid. However, if the town does not take steps proactively in planning, and most importantly, financially through appropriations. The town does run the risk in both of its utilities of potentially down the road being under an administrative consent order, which would then take away the town's flexibility and the town's control of this process and would result in a required timeline and required costs. And we would lose our ability to properly manage that in a way that would be helpful. It would be a requirement from one of those agencies listed. So the intention with this one-pager is to show a culmination of the work that has taken place to date and the work that continues to take place between the commissioners, DPW administration, the select board, and the finance committee collaboratively in long-range planning for these costs. So again, this is step one in what will be a 10-year plan. There will be borrowing requests brought before future meetings. Those amounts are still to be determined as we continue to move forward and as data continues to solidify. The town is closing out soon its first full cycle on a tiered rate structure, which once we have gone through a full cycle, we'll have the necessary data to evaluate that, and the commissioners can then continue to move forward. The borrowing that was approved in Articles 6A and 6B relating to meter replacements is critical. Replacing the meters will allow a fresh start and will allow quality, real-time data on the town's water system to be gathered. So the town has continued to do this, and the intention is to put this in front of the town to make you aware that the boards, committees, and departments are being proactive and are working to plan in the long term for your utilities to ensure you have safe and reliable drinking water and wastewater treatment services. Mr. Moderator, there are a number of recommendations from committees.
Thank you, Mr. Vieira. We're going to hear from DPW, from the Select Board, and from the FinCom, and then turn to general discussion, given those committees' responsibilities in this area. First, we will hear from the Department of Public Works Commissioners, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bruce Reed, Pigeon Hill Street, DPW Commissioner. I'm not sure that I can add a lot to what Mitch just said. He really told you what we're facing. And we've known this a while, and we've been working on trying to develop the plan to move us in the direction that everything running under the streets stays under the streets and gets treated and dealt with. One thing I do want to emphasize is we just can't continue the way we're going. You know, we can't have the filtration plant at any moment ready to break, the pump stations in a constant state of disrepair. And we've been working on them. We've spent a lot of money on them. And just the last two incidents in town cost over $100,000. That was the Dock Square water break and the pipe up on Pleasant Street, the storage pipe. We need to plan better, and I've been involved in town government now close to 30 years, and I have never seen committees work as closely as we have with the board, also with the finance committee, where everyone's pulling to try and pull this all together. So this, to me, is a no-brainer. We need to do this. We need to do the repairs. And I think Mitch brought it to you clearly and decisively. So let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. And from the Select Board, I believe Selectman Southard.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Don Southard, 33 Straitsmith. I speak for the board. This spending is required as our water and sewer infrastructure is crumbling. The $5 million that we're asking for is a down payment on a plan to fix something that's been neglected for decades. I don't think we have a choice if we want clean drinking water and safe sewer systems. This is a similar problem many towns face in our area, and most infrastructures are 50 to 70 years old and in need of repair. I suggest this $5 million borrowing as a down payment, which will require us to come back to the town meeting for additional funding each year for the next decade. We've been through the most urgent needs in great detail, and this is what we need to do today. These funds will allow us to get started on priority projects as well as afford us the time to develop a long-term plan to ensure our drinking water is clean and safe and our sewer treatment facilities work properly without the disasters we had last month. As a private sector CEO and member of the town's finance committee for 8 years, I've always hated debt, but this is something we must do. I vote yes, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Southard. And from the Finance Committee, Mr. Valentine.
Good morning, Rockport. I'm thinking as I come up here that I'll be a little redundant, but I reconsidered, and I think this is more like driving the nail home. It's important to recognize the extent to which various committees and departments have collaborated and interacted regarding these concerns. In my experience, typically that doesn't happen as often as it should, given the nature of our governance structure. But this is a town-wide problem, so it requires town-wide attention, and the committees and the boards and the persons who are involved in the actual mechanical aspects of it need to communicate, and we've been doing that. So the DPW commissioners and management have been focused in recent years on planning and preparing for the improvement and upgrading of the town's aged water and sewer infrastructure. This includes treatment plants, pump stations, underground pipes, and the technology and systems required to run them. Most of the systems have been, are between 30 and 50 years old, as you've heard, and have become consistently unreliable. And in many respects, there is a series of failures waiting to happen. While the necessary data is being developed, it's reasonable to expect that the rate and occurrence of system failures will increase, all to the detriment of daily use by the town ratepayers. Also, a significant number of outdated meters prevents accurate monitoring of water consumption and therefore prevents accurate revenue return as well as an assessment of water conservation. Another probable cause of such unaccounted for water may be leakage due to the deterioration of old copper pipes. My understanding is that much of the pipe installed in the town in the 70s was copper and not of good quality and has deteriorated significantly. Last year, as you might recall, the DPW commissioners, following an evaluation and recommendations by an expert consultant, and after a public hearing, voted to implement a fixed charge and tiered rates revenue system. An accurate and equitable rate system will in part assure reliable revenue, together with long-term borrowing and allocation to emergency response funds, will permit long-term planned activity as well as immediate responses to failures when they occur. The scope of work in item 2 of the DPW's illustration, as you've seen and as comments have pointed out, lays out how the DPW recognizes, analyzes, plans, and implements what needs to be done to address system needs. As an average residential ratepayer, your water and sewer bill in FY26 is projected to increase in the amount of 39 cents per day. To be clear, over time, as we continue this process of financed, planned remediation, rate increases will occur. So consumers should be prepared for that. However, as consumers of safe and reliable water and sewer services, we should consider these costs a good and ultimately necessary investment.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Discussion. Yes, sir.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. Doom and gloom, and it's all real. I believe what we're told and believe that the expenses are necessary. Before we vote the expenses, I think the Board of Selectmen and the DPW commissioners should get their house in order, and I'm thinking of how the costs are allocated, specifically about the rates. I attended the rate-setting hearing last summer, and not at that hearing, but a week later, the commissioners met again and decided that they would give the town of Rockport a break of $50,000 on the flat connection fee for town uses. And since we're all here suffering through this, we probably all feel the town of Rockport is a good cause, and it is, but that's no reason why some people should be stuck with the expenses and other people not. And if the town of Rockport is given a break, that means that those who pay for water are paying for the town of Rockport's consideration, the $50,000, and the few who do not have town water are contributing nothing, and that is simply wrong. So I will not vote for it today. Certainly the needs are real, and we should vote for it. When this was all presented, and the bill for water and sewer then was going to be $8 million, not $5, presented at the finance hearing that the Board of Selectmen offered, I believe mid-February the 13th. Mitch Vieira said that if we didn't get things lined up properly, we would not go forward with this until fall. I'm not sure what lined up properly is, but I say if the costs aren't fairly allocated, it's not lined up properly. I think it's all real, and ultimately we have to pay for it, and today I would vote against it. I think that the fees need to be properly assessed so that some people are not off the hook and all pay fairly.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Further discussion? Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, sir, and then ma'am, right after him. And if you can stay there for the mic when they get to you, you can stand in line, whatever you want.
Hi, thank you all. Jim Ugoni, 33 Main Street, and I support this article. But I beg the DPW and other government bodies place equal emphasis and importance on sourcing our water. We talk about pipes, cleaning water, and discharging it, but it will matter little if we don't improve our supply and access to water for all the houses we have today and for all of those we intend to construct. Right now, we're in, again, yet another drought, and I don't know what's wrong. And I hope that we're going to be able to perhaps think about these great granite pools of water that surround our town and efficiently and effectively draw upon them to warrant all the work we're going to have to transmit it and transport it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ugoni. Yes, ma'am?
Yes, thank you. Amy Seabrook, 7 Broadway. I ask if you have a response. Toby perked up our ears about fairness, and this is not a place to vote for things that aren't quite right. Do you have a response that can help us here today, whether to say, get the house in order, or yes?
Thank you, Ms. Seabrook, and in a moment I'll try to return to DPW to see if we can answer that. Any further discussion before I do that? Yes, sir.
Rich Lorigan, 78 Granite Street. I just want to confirm that this is a 10-year plan. Does that mean the implementation will be in 10 years?
So I'll try to get an answer to that too, sir. Thank you. Anything else?
I'm sorry?
Anything else? I'll try to see if we can get an answer. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to, in a moment, turn to the DPW, whoever wants to field the 2 questions that we have pending. Right. Any further discussion before I do that? Or Mr. Vieira, if he's got the information. Any further inquiry or information before I do that? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. Linda Meditz, 98 Main Street. You all know that Rockport voted yes to the MBTA Communities Act, Provision 3A, that rezoned, or rethought zoning, et cetera. I won't bore you with the details, but it does mean that zoning by right to the tune of hundreds of new units of high-density multifamily construction have now been authorized. At the time, you may remember, I was the face of resistance. I went to DPW meetings. All of these problems were known at the time, and they were downplayed at the town meeting that voted to approve our participation in this plan. There is a new development that may be of interest now as we take on millions in debt to try to solve this problem. The state auditor has ruled the 3A enterprise an unfunded mandate coming from the state. So I would put forth, as planning goes forward with this, that those in town working on this initiative be aware that the state is now under pressure to help with the funding that is going to be required to support the infrastructure needs of a town like this, should a developer come in and by right want to develop such housing. So it's an important win for those of us very concerned about this whole undertaking. And again, it may ultimately prove to be a source of funding from the state should development occur. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to see if I can get answers to those pending questions, and then we'll go to more discussion.
Mr. Moderator, to the question on implementation is ongoing throughout the process. So as the funds come in, DPW and the commissioners make the determination on each project and move forward in real time. There is no delay to implementation. And regarding the question or comment relating to this being ready and this being prepared, the Select Board, the Finance Committee, the Commissioners are all in support in the sense that this is ready to go. The diligence and work has been done as it relates to the projects and the planning and what's needed to continue to move forward with the next steps. And questions relating to rates and things like that are for the commissioners in their meetings.
All right, thank you. Anything specific at all to the questions that were asked from DPW, and then we'll go to Mr. Seavey. Just specific to the questions that were raised by the voters. Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes, good. So as far as...
Mr. LeBlanc, if you just state your name so everybody knows who you are.
Gary LeBlanc, DPW Director. As far as the $50,000 fee that Mr. Arsenian, I think he's a little confused on that. The DPW commissioners have voted to waive fixed fees for municipal buildings. And the DPW does pay water bills for facilities in our school.
Thank you. Mr. Seavey.
Okay. I want to, Charlie Seavey, 19 Ridgewood Road. Having a plan, and goodness knows the whole infrastructure needs improvement. Anytime you have to do it on an emergency basis, it's a whole lot more expensive than getting it done right in the first place. But I do want to reiterate what somebody before me said about looking at the supply as well. Now, I lived in the desert Southwest for 30-something years, and living there, we're all hyper aware of the water supply. And that's something that's really critical on this island. The first thing, as was mentioned, the first thing any developer is going to have to look at is answer the question is, where's the water coming from? So I urge all hands to include a review of the supply as well as getting the infrastructure fixed, which goodness knows needs it.
Thank you, Mr. Seavey. Further discussion. And I'll go back to you one more time on this, Mr. Arsenian, but let me just make sure there's no one else who wants to address the meeting before you. We've heard from you. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no one, Mr. Arsenian.
Yes, I hope I got it right on the $50,000. That was consideration for the connection, not the rate on the water given for town buildings. And leaves off the hook those who are not paying for town water. So that, at least, is correct. On the previous page, the presentation that's included in the booklet, I think it's an excellent presentation as far as it goes. Don Southard spoke of this as a down payment. When you're buying things, you'd like to know what the total cost is, and of course here, you can't possibly fairly know. But one thing we should know, and should be on page 105, we should be told now, is what has been asked for the capital improvement planning process for the next 5 years. So then we'd have warning of what's coming. And I think it's all good and needs to be done. And again, unless things are properly allotted, the expenses, I would not vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Yes, sir.
California, 6 Stock Square. I would just like to move the question.
All right. Is there a second? All right. So the motion to move the question or end debate is moved and seconded and is in order. This is not a debatable motion. It requires a 2/3 vote to carry. If the motion succeeds, debate will be over, and we will then proceed to voting on the underlying motion made under Article L. If the motion to end debate fails, the floor will then immediately be reopened for further discussion on the motion under Article L. Is anyone confused about what we're about to vote on? All right. The question before you is whether to end debate on the motion on Article L. I'm going to try this by a voice vote first. If it's too close, we'll go to electronic. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries by more than 2/3, so discussion is closed. We now go to the motion under Article L. The question before you is whether to appropriate $2,500,000 for water enterprise capital outlay items and to authorize borrowing to meet this need as set forth on page 106 of the voter's booklet. This also requires a 2/3 vote. Is there any confusion on what we're voting on? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. That motion the ayes have it. That motion carries by more than 2/3. On to Article M.
Mr. Moderator, DPW Commissioner Chair Bruce Reed moves Article M as indicated in the motion printed on page 106 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. And Mr. Moderator, the presentation and recommendations of the Select Board, Finance Committee, and DPW Commissioners that was made for L carries forward to Article M.
All right. Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to appropriate $2,500,000 for sewer enterprise capital outlay items and to authorize borrowing to meet that need as set forth on page 106. This requires a 2/3 vote. Any discussion? Yes, sir. Or are you taking off? Hang on. I can't see if this gentleman wants to speak or if we're leaving the hall. Sir, it's to you.
Henry Betts, 13 Penzance Road, Rockport. I live in a section of town that does not have sewer. There's never going to be sewer in my part of town. The south end of town is never having sewer. I understand the problem with sewer. I get it. I take care of the sewer because every year I pump out my tank. It costs me $400 or so, maybe $450, so that I maintain my sewer, my septic tank system. I have nothing to, I agree with what you need to do. What I don't agree with is you're going to make me pay for that, pay for part of that. And I have nothing to do with it. I have no need for that increase. Other parts of town do have a need for the increase. I get it. I understand there's a huge problem of how we expand the sewer system and all of that. But why is my section of town responsible for that? When I have to take care of my system myself, if my system fails, for instance, the town's not going to take care of that. That bill would be on me. If I had to replace my system for $5,000 or so, that's on me. It's not on the town. I know you're going to vote for this, and it doesn't matter what I say about this, but the system is wrong. It's wrong. It's the only part of the system that the water's great. I understand water. This system is what you want to do for me is wrong.
So,
Mr.
Please
Moderator.
explain to me why I should pay for this.
Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Betts.
Sure, Mr. Moderator, just to address and to be clear, if you're on sewer, you pay for sewer. If you're not on sewer, you don't pay for sewer. If you're on water, you pay for water. If you're not, you don't. So this is not assessing sewer charges to anybody who is already not on sewer. This does not add charges to you if you're not on it. As the handout showed, it was a combined increase. There is an appropriate increase for just water and an appropriate increase for just sewer for those people who get just one or the other. If you're not paying sewer now, you will not be paying sewer unless you connect to it.
All right, well, hold on. Mr. Arsenian, I see your hand up, I think. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak other than Mr. Betts or Mr. Arsenian?
Me, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Thank you. Denise Donnelly, 72 Pigeon Hill Street. I don't have children in the school system, but I pay for the schools because it's a town service and I believe in education, public education for all. It's the nature of town services that even if we don't avail ourselves of town services, we support them because it's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Ms. Donnelly. Hold on for 1 second, Mr. Betts. Mr. Arsenian, you had your hand up. Yes, sir.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. Here again, the needs are real. The case has been made. We should have been told what the costs are going out 5 years. That's the function of the Capital Improvement Planning Committee. And that figure for the next 5 years should be on the previous page with all the other figures. I never heard of projections going out 10 years. But for the sewer, the costs are not properly accounted for because the costs of the Long Beach sewer are mixed in with all of the other sewer expenses. I'm told that at present, they're approximately in line with our costs, those of us who get sewer bills. But that will not be the case going forward, where Gloucester faces a bill for $206 million to build a new sewer system without aid from the state or federal government. And in the year 2000, we, the town meeting, at the Board of Selectmen, it was the Board of Selectmen at the time, at their request, voted in 2 articles, one to fund the Long Beach sewer, and the other to create a Long Beach sewer district. And the Board of Scofflaws over there have never done it. And it needs to be done before the bills for the Gloucester sewer start coming in and get mixed with our bills. Another thing about the accounting, I shouldn't use the word accounting because it's not the accounting department, the allocation of the expenses. You get charged when you hook into the sewer. A flat sum based on the number of bedrooms. How they calculate that, I don't know. And that sum has not been raised since Jim Gardner was chair of the DPW commissioners. And since then, that's going back 4 years, maybe 5, since then the costs of everything in the way of construction have risen into the stratosphere. So those costs need to be re-examined.
Arsenian, hold on for 1 sec. I get you at 4 minutes. I'm just giving you a warning. You got another minute if you're going to take it.
Those costs need to be revisited and raised markedly. Bruce Reed told me that they would look into that. I haven't much faith.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. We're going to get to the Department of Public Works, and then we'll return to you, Mr. Betts, just to follow up on that immediately. I want to follow up on that immediately. Sorry, Mr. Betts.
Good morning. This is Aaron Shalufo, Assistant Public Works Director. Just to answer one of Mr. Arsenian's questions, the DPW is going to present and ask the DPW commissioners to look at setting a Long Beach sewer rate. Because as you know, or maybe you might not know, Long Beach is its own sewer system technically because everything is collected in that area and it gets pumped into Gloucester. So we pay Gloucester basically a sewer bill like a resident does. We give them what we pump into their system and they send us a sewer bill. But on top of that, obviously we have operating costs of the station itself, because it's a gravity system that goes to a pump station, which then is pumped into Gloucester. And we have operating costs such as electricity, gas service for the emergency generator. So we are going to make a recommendation to the commissioners to set a Long Beach sewer rate. That should alleviate Mr. Arsenian's issue with the Long Beach sewer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Betts, thank you for your patience.
I fully understand that I don't pay for sewer. That's the operating cost, the yearly operating cost of sewer. I don't pay for that. However, this $2.5 million is spread across the entire budget. I believe I pay for part of that, don't I?
Okay.
How don't I pay for that in my tax bill?
Hold on. Mr. Betts, have you finished your remarks for now? Terrific, thank you. Let me see if we can get that point addressed.
Sure.
Mr.
So,
Vieira.
Mr. Moderator, this is not spread across the operating budgets. This is strictly for the sewer enterprise. This has nothing to do with the general fund, and it doesn't have anything to do with the water enterprise. It is not being spread across anywhere other than in the sewer enterprise for the users of that service.
Thank you, and I'd ask everybody to keep in mind the subject is the motion, not personalities of board members or other voters. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, I sense you're ready to vote. The question before you is whether to appropriate $2,500,000 for sewer enterprise capital outlay items and to authorize borrowing to meet that need as set forth on page 106 of the voter's booklet. That requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. That motion carries by more than 2/3.
Article N, Mr. Moderator, Planning Board Chair Jason Shaw moves Article N as indicated in the motion, printed on page 110 of the April 5th, 2025 voter's booklet. The Select Board and the Planning Board recommend this article.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to amend section Roman numeral 9 of the zoning bylaw, currently entitled Coastal Floodplain District, by deleting strike-through text and inserting new text as shown in boldface type. All is set forth on pages 110 to 122 of the voter's booklet. This requires a 2/3 vote, and I believe we'll hear from the Planning Board. Mr. Mikas.
Good morning. I'm Tom Mikas, Vice Chair of the Planning Board. Full disclosure, I am also a director of Town Green, which is a Cape Ann-based nonprofit that advocates for the proactive adaptation to climate change. This is not that. This bylaw is not about proactive change, and I'll show you how it's just reactive. Next slide, please. So why change? Just to give you some plain talk about floodplain, this is strictly to keep Rockport properties eligible for FEMA flood insurance. That's all this is about. Next slide. Why now? We've got something coming in July, actually July 8th. The new official FEMA flood zone maps will come out.
the FEMA and state requirements also changed at that time. So it's put upon us by FEMA and by the state that we must adopt our bylaws to change to that by July. Next, the map changes. This really isn't very relevant, but I thought I'd put it up because the coastal zones in Rockport don't change. Some of the inland zones are either increasing or decreasing. I don't know if you can see the yellow is a little increase, purple is a little decrease. So they're all in the South Woods. And I've looked at the map in detail, and basically the surviving flood zones in the South Woods are basically bodies of water. There's Cape Pond and Romlock Lake and Alewife Brook that flows into Gloucester, which is actually Gloucester's property. So how are we going to do this? Next slide. The state has nicely provided us with a model bylaw, which we have adopted to our own purposes, and includes some required items, some new definitions, some specific references to the new reports, the laws, and the maps. And this next dot, removing existing use regulations, this was a bit controversial with us. Planning Board had originally come in with carrying over some of the restricted uses in terms of what you could rebuild, how much you could spend if your property was damaged or destroyed. We heard very strongly in the hearing that people don't want to have that anymore, so we've taken that out. So basically, we're just relying on state building codes. So this is why I say we are being purely reactive here. This is no kind of proactive thing. Next slide. The bottom line, if we don't adopt this, the properties in Rockport are going to lose FEMA flood insurance. Your existing flood insurance will remain in effect until it expires. It will not be allowed to be renewed, and you can't get any new coverage. So this is kind of we've got to do this thing, and we're not doing any more than we need to.
Thank you, Mr. Mikas. Discussion. Mr. Arsenian. Oh, well, actually, you've both spoken, so I'm going to go to Mr. Arsenian.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I'm not finding what I'm looking for. Here we go. I move to amend the main motion by deleting from proposed new section Roman numeral 9 the following. First, the entirety of section 9.1, capital letter A, entitled Floodplain District. The purposes of the floodplain district are to, second, by deleting from section 9.1, capital letter B, entitled Definitions, the entirety of the subsection lowercase x, which defines the meaning of the word violation. And third, by deleting in its entirety section 9.5, entitled Variances to Building Code Floodplain Standards.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. And as we discussed before the meeting, I am ruling this amendment out of order. I'll briefly explain my reasons for that on the record. I do want to thank Mr. Arsenian for providing the motion ahead of the 48-hour rule under the bylaws, which allowed an opportunity to adjust it. So thank you for honoring that bylaw, Mr. Arsenian. I'm ruling this out of order because if this motion were enacted, it would defeat the motion. The motion is to comply with state and federal regulations and ensure access to flood insurance for Rockport residents. If this amendment were enacted, the motion would essentially become null and void, and the motion would be defeated. So you can speak against a motion, and Mr. Arsenian will be given an opportunity to do that. You can vote against a motion, but if an amendment goes so far as to entirely defeat the purpose of the motion, it is out of order, and I'm ruling this out of order. Mr. Arsenian, I will return to you, but I'm going to go to Ms. Medea, who's behind you.
Thank you. Jamie Medea, 2 Holbrook Court. Before I make my 3 short points, I must observe that as a lawyer and a believer in democracy, it troubles me that amendments need to be filed 48 hours in advance, and people from the floor cannot participate in any detailed manner. It's only an up or down at that point. And it troubles me that when somebody did file an amendment, if it guts the proposal, it is not to be voted on. I understand I don't have the option of disagreeing formally now. I'm simply making that known, and I'll give thought to whether to introduce in a more formal manner at another time that 48-hour requirement. I do understand the reasons for it.
Okay, are you going to speak to the merits?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I only spoke in response to what you commented on. On the merits, I have 3 short points, and again, because I cannot make amendments, I am making observations and asking that people consider whether they are serious enough to vote down. First, on section 9.1.b1, it looks to me like the definitions of the floodplain district may have been in clerical error referred to in reverse. It says, as these documents were updated by FEMA, and I would have expected this to be as they shall be updated in the future. So that's a question that could be answered by the hardworking Mr. Mikas. Was this intended to be a frozen set of maps or ones that change as FEMA does over time? First question. Shall I continue?
Well, why don't you go through what you want to hear more about?
Thank you. The second point is regarding the definition of functionally dependent. What this bylaw does is prevents developments, structures, uses that are, unless they are functionally dependent on water at the water's edge, and I think it is too narrow. It refers to docking facilities, port facilities necessary for loading and unloading of cargo or passengers, and shipbuilding and ship repair. It does not include long-term storage or related manufacturing facilities, and it refers to federal regulations. I disagree because I believe that as a specialist in waterfront affairs, the definition should be much broader to include, for example, boat storage, boat repair. These are all operations that are done with great regularity in towns all up and down the coast, in floodplain areas, and they're rationally designed for the purpose of being at the water's edge. They're highly adaptive to climate change, to flood level rise, et cetera. So I think that definition is way too narrow. And the third thing, and I don't care for the fact that it's federally defined. I would prefer it be, if it has to reference something else, it'd be by state, the Chapter 91 regulations. And the third is in reference to number 3. Oh, sorry, there were 4. Don't carry me to it. The third is vesicle. It refers to vehicles, but nothing about vessels. I am unclear how this bylaw intends to reference vessels, if at all. And fourth, Section 9, page 35. Give me 1 second. The definition of development, this is actually a bit of a saving grace. It says you need a special permit or a permit for any construction or development that might increase flooding or adversely impact flood risks to other properties. That's a good thing, and it's a saving grace because it allows for people to be able to do things that don't increase flooding or adversely impact flood risks to other properties. So I respectfully ask, since I can't propose an amendment, that if this bylaw is passed, the people who worked so hard to draft it also work hard to make more clear that if what's proposed meets building code, which it often does with new technology, it should be allowed if it does not increase flooding or adversely impact flood risks to other properties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Medea. And I know Mr. Mikas was, I think, taking notes as you were speaking. Let me get to the gentleman behind you, and then we'll return to Mr. Mikas to see if we can
Thank you. I'd be grateful for his
field
answer.
any of those. Yes, sir.
Rick Caston, 31 High Street. I had just a brief question that it refers twice in there. I think the first is in section 9.4, was it F, the final thing there, to the firm map, the flood insurance rate map for Essex County, but it says it's dated July 8th, 2025. I could not locate that map online. Does it exist? And why is it dated July of 2025? We're voting on something that doesn't exist. Again, this relates to what she just spoke about, this not being it should say to be issued, or is there a current firm map that is available that this would enact? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to now return to see if we can field some of these specific points, and then, ma'am, we'll go to you, just before they're lost from everybody's collective recollection.
I've got a lot of paper. We can keep going. Regarding the maps, the new maps, this will answer the first and last questions, I think. Effective July 8th, there are new maps that go into effect. They're not really published and printed. They're available. If you dig down into the FEMA website, you can find it under prospective or proposed maps. They are there. So we are referencing what will be effective as of July 8th. And the existing maps up until then are from 2014. And in fact, it doesn't change all the maps for all of Rockport, just actually the two panels on the southern end, as I explained, the South Woods. So that's why we reference the maps that are just the new ones. Ms. Madeja talked about wanting to be more extensive about some of the water use purposes, vehicles and vessels, and some of the development things. These would be more proactive. And if you want to talk about being more proactive, come see me after the meeting. We're just trying to comply with FEMA right now.
Thank you, Mr. Mikas. Yes, ma'am.
Monica Lawton, 11 Story Street. That's basically what I was going to suggest. There'd be nothing to lose whatsoever, and would certainly be in our best interest to pass this as is, and if there are any kind of friendly amendments that would offer clarifications that would be beneficial to us, we could consider that at a later time. But not think of that as an excuse or a reason to say no. We should not say no to this at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Lawton. Further discussion? He made his motion, right. Yes, Mr. Arsenian. We're definitely going to get to you. Anybody else wants to speak before Mr. Arsenian speaks? All right, Mr. Arsenian, to the merits.
Thank you, Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. It was kind and polite of the moderator to print up my scribbled amendments, but I got nowhere with it. I'm not blaming him. I take his word for what is legal or not, but it should be abundantly clear to everyone here that we're no longer in control of any of this. The state is not only dictating that we do it, but they're dictating all the particulars as well. So, whether or not you understand what's in the bylaw, you're going to be, invited to walk the plank. If you don't approve the bylaw, the FEMA insurance, including the town's possibility of collecting if there is the 3/4, if there is a designated disaster, all that goes up in smoke. So we vote under threat, under duress. The word for this is blackmail. And as for whether anyone here understands what's proposed, I sent a letter to the planning board on the 12th of March with all my questions about the particulars, going through the regulations. I won't bore you. All the citations of state law and a few of federal. I got no responses at the planning board's hearing, and I'll venture that there's not one person in this room, with the possible exception of town council, who knows what all of this means. But we're about to walk the plank, so we're going to subscribe to it. And I would suggest to you that particularly objectionable is the definition of violation, which was one of the things I would not be able to move to eliminate. because that ignores a most basic principle of any zoning, which is that whatever is there when the zoning is passed is grandfathered. Vested would be a better word, but grandfathered is the common one. Look at that closely and see if you would sign on for that. So the whole thing is an evil mess, and we are told we must vote for it. I intend to vote against it.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Further discussion? All right, I sent you ready to vote. The question before you is whether to amend section Roman numeral 9 of the zoning bylaw, currently entitled Coastal Floodplain District, by deleting strike-through text and inserting new text as shown in boldface type. All is set forth on pages 110 to 122 of the voter's booklet. This requires a 2/3 vote. I'm first going to try it by voice. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. All right. Just out of an abundance of caution, we're going to go to electronic voting. I think it carried, but there's been some discussion, so we're going to go to electronic voting. Bear with me. So I've restated the motion. We'll vote by electronic means. You will have 12 seconds from when I say the words vote now. You will press 1 or A for aye if you support the motion. You will press 2 or B for no if you oppose the motion. Is anybody confused on what we're doing? All right. All those in favor press 1 or A for aye. All those opposed press 2 or B for no. Ready, vote, now, 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 now. That passed 89% to 11%, and the numerical count, 174 to 22. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. So it's O. It's O. Onto O. So we are on to a motion under Article O. And stand by, and we will have a motion, or I'll read it if we can call up the slide. You got it? Go ahead, you do it.
Mr. Moderator, Planning Board Chair Jason Shaw moves Article O as indicated in the motion printed on page 123 of the April 5th, 2025 Voters Booklet. Select Board recommends this motion, as does the Planning Board recommends this motion.
Second? All right, moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to amend the zoning bylaws by deleting strike-through text and inserting new text as shown in boldface type, specifically relating to Roman numeral section 2 on definitions, the table of contents, subject capital letter, subsection capital letter J under Roman numeral section 8, and footnotes in Roman numeral sections 12 and 13. This requires a 2/3 vote. Yes, sir.
Hi. Thanks for all of you coming out today to talk about all these important issues that Rockport is facing. I'm Bob Simmons, 1 Gaphead Road Planning Board. Full disclosure, I'm also on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, as well as serving on the Ad Hoc Affordable Housing Committee, but today I'm speaking for the board, the Planning Board. I just wanted to thank the Rockport Affordable Housing Trust, the Rockport Affordable Housing Coalition, the Ad Hoc Committee, all the citizens for all the input that you've had over the last 7 or 8 months that we've been working on this new rendition of our affordable housing bylaw. And also to thank Innes Associates, a consultant that we hired that also specializes in writing up these town regulations. She's done an excellent job, Emily Innes, to help us put this together and to study all the various towns in our area, all the towns that sort of had similar demographics to us, and also towns that are seacoast vacation destinations. So we did just a brief history. We started this effort in July through planning board meetings, and January 23rd we had a public information session, and March 6th a public hearing. And on March 6th we incorporated a lot of the elements to our draft bylaw into this. So I think we have a very clear and comprehensive bylaw now that isn't a patchwork of 3 or 4 different things. Next slide. So just a quick primer on affordable housing. So basically, affordable housing bylaw allows at a certain threshold of housing development for a percentage of the units to be relegated to affordable housing, which is within a certain income range, and we'll get into those income ranges. Currently, the town of Rockport has had in place since 2012 a housing balance bylaw that we are trying to eliminate in its entirety to create a more comprehensive one. We also have it in the 2 MBTA 3A zones, which are the 2 transit-oriented village that we approved in last year's town meetings. The housing balance bylaw currently only applies to 6 or more units in a development, which basically doesn't apply to anywhere in Rockport unless it's a brand new open space subdivision, which we haven't had in a while. Now, with the MBTA 3A being as of right, it does apply to that with the amendments that were added at last year's town meetings. Next slide. So why change? Basically, for some of the reasons I already stated, there's sort of a patchwork of things. It's in 3 different places in our zoning. We wanted to make it simple and clear, and we wanted to not have it only apply to special permit projects. We wanted it to be more comprehensive and sort of more fair in its distribution all over town. Next slide. So again, the second reason is the bylaws are inconsistent. They're in 3 places. They have different thresholds. It's very confusing to the average person, at least. Also, it's a little bit out of date. Currently, the bylaw that we have in place for housing balance is 10% of units in a development at low or moderate income levels. Well, that can be interpreted for anywhere from 60% of area median income all the way up to 100% of area median income, which for the Boston, Cambridge region, which includes from Manchester, New Hampshire, all the way down to Rhode Island practically, is about $150,000 a year. There's also in the current regulations no requirement for the units once they're created to be listed on the state housing inventory for subsidized housing, which is critical to Rockport getting up to its 10% level. Next slide. This is a little complicated, but basically last year the Rockport Affordable Housing Trust wanted a deeper level of affordability for the MBTA districts that we created. And so they did an economic feasibility analysis, which basically said that we could go with deeper percentages of affordability for units or a lower AMI, down to 60% AMI. And in doing so, we would not stifle future development. The 60% AMI will give us a little bit more of an accurate limit to allow workforce housing and allow people that work for the town of Rockport but can't afford to live here the ability to own or rent in the town. Next. So this sort of summarizes the 5 pages of our bylaw, so you don't have to grind through all of the details. But we studied a lot of towns, as I mentioned. The thresholds for units is a critical issue. One of our laws says 6 units or more, one says 10. When we looked at this, and this is a very important point to make here, The existing zoning in town only allows for a maximum of 4 units in any district except for the MBTA. And the four units are, you're required to go through a special permit process. So there's nothing as of right. So we felt like the affordable housing requirements should be spread more equally among around the town. So by saying 4 or more units, we allow somebody that has a 1, 2, or 3 unit property to add that 4th unit. And that would apply to the R district, the SMR district, which just has a tiny bit of it that's really not in the MBTA zone. The general district, which is sort of the neighborhood around the Cape Ann Tool and Die, and the downtown district, which is primarily Bearskin Neck and Main Street, to all be included in this. The minimum number of units is still consistent with both of our bylaws at 10%. The main change here is that for larger developments with developers that have deeper pockets, we're trying to do a 60% AMI, which more relates to the scale of Rockport and what our AMI is. Currently, like I said, the Boston AMI is like $150,000 a year. Rockport's actual AMI is around $90,000, so there's a big difference there. As far as fractional units, we have rounded up and rounded down on our various current regulations. The new regulation proposes something simpler, which is there's no rounding. What it allows, however, is a fractional fee in lieu payment. So basically, say you're developing 4 units, 10% of 4 units is 0.4. So the developer has the option of building that 4th unit and making it affordable, or making a payment to the Affordable Housing Trust of 0.4 times, as an example, say a unit cost $100,000 to build, he would give $40,000 to the Affordable Housing Trust, and then they use that money as the reserves build up in their funds to give to developers or encourage development of other units on other sites, that type of thing. That is a pretty commonly used thing in almost every town that we've studied, from Georgetown to Ayer to Cohasset to Templeton, Southampton, and then we looked at all the local folks, Gloucester, Salem, Beverly, Ipswich. They all have a fee in lieu arrangement for fractional or whole units. We're just looking at a fee in lieu for fractional units only. As far as income level goes, as I said, ours varies from 60 to 100% currently. Our proposal is, again, on the larger developments, 60% AMI, and on the smaller 4 to 13 unit developments, 80%. And next slide, please. So in summation, what is the difference between what the town has and what the planning board is proposing? It's just basically having a more comprehensive and clear plan for the entire town. We include definitions, which were not in our previous standards. We include development standards, things like basically the affordable units should be equal in amenities and access to amenities and size as market rate units. We have submission requirements so that the planning board and the Affordable Housing Trust can work with developers to understand their plan ahead of time. And we have added administrative requirements and conditions of compliance as well, which are at the end of our document there, so you can see that. So the building inspector, who basically administers zoning in all cases, works with the planning board and the Affordable Housing Trust to approve a developer's plan. And I think I've covered the basics. I'll turn it back to the moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. All right, discussion. Mr. Battistelli.
The Board of Appeals would like to
I make a move that we amend the main motion specifically propose new section Roman numeral 8, section letter J entitled Affordable Housing as follows. First, under paragraph 1 entitled Applicability, delete the words in figure 4 and substitute the words in figure 6. In the second paragraph, okay, yeah, the second paragraph, under one of the sub-paragraphs, small letter A, delete the words in figures 4 and substitute the words in figures 6. At third, under paragraph 3, entitled Provisions of Affordable Housing, delete from table J the number 4 and substitute the number 6.
And seconded. All right, before we go to discussion, I'm just going to take a minute and try to point everybody in their books what that amendment does, and then we'll go to discussion. So bear with me. I know this makes everyone's hair hurt, but I think it's worth it. So we are discussing a motion made under Article O, and if you turn to page 123 in your book, there's not that many changes, actually. It won't take long. If you turn to 123 in your book, if you want to follow along, we're going to start there. All right. And if I leave anybody behind, yell out. Starting on 123, that's where Article O starts at the top. We're now going to go to the changes Mr. Battistelli's motion is asking you to make to the main motion. So if you turn now to page 125, you will see that on page 125, about a third of the way down is where the proposed new section J starts, entitled Affordable Housing. So here's what Mr. Battistelli is proposing be amended. If you stay with me, on page 125, all caps, J Affordable Housing. Below that, there's a paragraph 1 that says applicability. If anyone gets left behind, shout out. Drop down 3 lines. Oh, we got the red again, okay. Drop down 3 lines where the word development is and go over development with, right now it reads 4, parenthesis, numeral 4, close parenthesis. And I'm reading it anyway because there was hue and cry with red lettering last year. I didn't know this slide was here, so I'm going to read through it. That's the first portion that Mr. Battistelli wants to amend, and the theme is going to be repeated, substituting for 4, close parenthesis, 4, the word 6, parenthesis, numeral 6, close parenthesis. Now if you go down below that, subsection A, right about the middle of the page, which starts with the words development shall not, if you drop on the left to where it says residential, it says residential units that result in 4, parenthesis, 4, close parenthesis. Same change. Mr. Battistelli's motion to amend would substitute the word 6 and then in parentheses the number 6. Anybody not with me? All right. Now go to page 126, the next page. On page 126, there's a table at the top which is entitled Table J.1. In that table, the first substantive line under hashtag or number of units in the development, right below that, it currently reads 4-13. Mr. Battistelli's amendment would change that number 4 to a 6. I think you can see the theme. That's the motion, moved and seconded. Did anybody not follow that? All right, moved and seconded, open for discussion. Mr. Battistelli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Zoning Board of Appeals approves this amendment to change Article O. Okay, here's where it is. Why are we talking about doing this? Rockport needs all kinds of housing. We need affordable housing, and we need all kinds of apartments. Okay, big apartments, small apartments. We have a desperate need. The housing proposal in front of us today requires that all multifamily housing developments of 4 or more units are to be 10% affordable. What I'm looking to do with this amendment is change the starting point or the threshold at which an investor would be required to make payments in lieu or to build an affordable housing unit. This amendment would change the starting point from 4 to 6, as you can see on the boards behind you. The reason for doing this would be to increase the incentive to build more desperately needed housing in the town of Rockport, okay? And all kinds of housing. We need it. The planning board's consultant recommended 6 units to be the starting point. The planning board voted on March 18 to lower the threshold from 6 units to 4. That vote was a 3-2 vote. In Gloucester, the affordable contributions begin at 6, which is our only neighboring community. On page 3, if you want to get to page 3, which I'm now on, I'd like to explain how much money we're talking about for these payments. Someone made a little bit of it clear, but I think I can clear it up even more. The way it works is you have to go out and find comps, okay? And with these comps, you're going to be able to find out what have houses, what have units been selling for. So in this case here, the verbiage in the bylaw, with the way it is now, the builder would have to pay 40% of the value of purchasing an apartment in the town of Rockport to build the 4th unit. And if it was a 5-family, you would have to pay 50% of the value of an apartment in the town of Rockport to build 5 units, okay? Now I'll give you an example. How do you figure out how much money this all is that we're kicking around here? Well, I venture to say it's a little bit more than what was said a few minutes ago. In my example, if a 4-family in Rockport has recently sold for $1.2 million, that comes out to be $300,000 per apartment. Using the proposed bylaw, you would have to pay 40% of $300,000, because that's what the comps come out to be. Then you would have to kick in for a 4-family, 40% of $300,000, which is $120,000. To the town of Rockport to build that 4-family. If you built a 5-family, you would have to kick in $150,000 to build a 5-family. If anyone wants to verify my example, just go to Google and Google in the value of a 4-family home on the North Shore of Boston, and you'll see these numbers are real, and they go up from that point. With today's costs of land, construction, financing, and the added cost of a pay in lieu, the feasibility of building a 4-family is just not there. It will be very difficult to obtain financing to build a 4-family home or a 5-family home. I'm on page 4. Without this amendment, we're more likely to see people putting up 3 families than we are to see 4 and 5s. At 3-family, you don't pay anything, okay? At 6 units, either a payment in lieu or the creation of an affordable housing unit becomes much more achievable and viable and financial, but be able to finance that project. I'm an advocate for affordable housing, but I also recognize the need for housing of all types. If we are too aggressive with this bylaw, I can see us missing out on housing that we need in the town of Rockport. Voting yes on this amendment will change the starting point on affordable units from 4 to 6 and will bring more housing to the town of Rockport. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Battistelli. All right, discussion. And keep in mind, discussion is on the motion to amend. That's what's pending before you. Yes, ma'am.
Catherine Clark, 35 High Street. Full disclosure, I take notes for the Rockport Affordable Housing Trust, but I'm not on the board. If we raise the number of units to 6, the only thing I can say is the example of the Methodist Church was just made into a unit of housing unit with 4 because it was following if we were to change it to 4, that would have been included in affordable housing. Now it's just going to be another very expensive property in Rockport, raising our house prices, continuing up into the stratosphere. I hope I made my point clear. It's kind of confusing, but I'm in favor, thanks. I'm in favor of keeping it as 4. Very much in favor. Very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
So with all due respect to Mr. Battistelli, who is a building contractor and a businessman, 6 to 13 units as such allows him to build 4 and 5 unit housing with no regard for affordable housing. Emily Innes, the public consultant, was at the planning board meeting where many townspeople came out and many spoke for the 4, the starting point of 4. And that is why the planning board, whether it be 3 to 2 or whatever, voted to do this. And she was there to say, is this in part of the feasibility of the plan? Because she goes according to the state law. So that's number 1. Number 2, at the beginning, with all the controversy about MBTA 3A, there were many people in town who felt, and rightfully so, why all the affordable housing in my district? Why not across town? If you start 6 to 13, as Mr. Battistelli's amendment would like us to go back to, you can only build in the 3A district in town because there is no current zoning across Rockport that allows for 6-family multi-unit. There is, however, zoning in 3 different districts across town to fare this out for all of us that allow for unit affordable housing to be built. So we in Rockport, we need to get going on affordable housing. People need a place to live, our workforce, our families with school children so that our schools don't go regional and we have to bus them out. I don't want this town to just be for the rich, the vacationers, the retirement. There's nothing wrong with those people and they have a right to be here too. But we need affordable housing and we need to get going. And I believe Mr. Battistelli's amendment takes us back instead of forward. The people's voice was heard at the planning board hearing. That's why the hearing was held. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And hold on. Thank you. Could you just state your name and address for the record?
I was just going to say, I don't know if I stated my name. Barbara Kaplan, 4 Ocean Avenue, and I am chair of the Rockport Affordable Coalition, simply a citizens group trying to bring information to the townspeople, which we've done over the last couple of years. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Kaplan. Ms. Medea.
Thank you. Jamie Medea, 2 Holbrook Court, and I'm going to make myself unpopular. I am not a builder. I don't profit from the purchase and sale of housing. I'm not an investor in housing. I do teach land use law, and I study statewide what housing is actually built. And I teach my students the difference between a law that wants something and whether the marketplace follows and builds what is wanted. So what's about to make me unpopular is I support the amendment to start at 6 units because I want more affordable housing and more housing in Rockport. I do not believe that making it at 4 units will result in more affordable housing. I think it will result in more 3-unit housing changes at an enormous expense, not accessible to people who want a place to live year-round. So, if I'm unpopular, there it is. In my experience, this should begin at 6 units, in order to get people to actually build and take the risk of constructing between 0 and 6 units. Otherwise, they'll stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Medea. Select person, Evans, then Donnelly, unless you're speaking for the board. Laura, we can get a mic to you. Okay.
Laura Evans on Select Board, and I brought a visual aid to get us off screen. I am the liaison to the Affordable Housing Trust from the Select Board, and I wanted to commend the Planning Board. We've had a very positive interaction with them over these many months to arrive at the affordable housing proposed bylaw. And my visual aid is basically a map of Rockport, showing if the limit is 4. Somebody help her? If the limit is, thank you. We're gonna get it up on the screen. If the limit is 4 houses.
And
right now, if there's just 6 houses, it's just the center part of town with that kidney-shaped area. If we have, by right, starting the affordable housing with 4 houses, that's the tool company up there. Here's Bearskin Neck, and then there's 2 zones in the downtown, which effectively distributes the affordable housing around town. And if it starts at 6, we just have that kidney-shaped area, which is right by the MBTA. So it seems like we have a better chance of hitting our 10%, the state-mandated 10% of affordable housing in town, by having more opportunities around the town to build it. So I think sticking with the 4, as the Affordable Housing Trust and the Planning Board have proposed, makes good sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Mr. Souza is a great, can you hold, Peter, can you just hold that up again for a sec? Mr. Souza is an excellent easel. He's a tall drink of water, but does anybody need to take a closer look at the map? And then we're going to go to the voter standing right there. Oh, and we do have it up on the screen now, if anybody wants to visualize the screen. You're good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
Amy Huber, 1 Gaphead Road. I don't support this amendment of changing it to 6. I think Mr. Simmons stated at the beginning that there are hardly any developments in this town that are 6, which means we'd never have any affordable housing at all.
Thank you. Ms. Donnelly?
Thank you. Denise Donnelly, 72 Pigeon Hill Street. I'm going to join the unpopularity club. I think obviously we all want more housing in Rockport and we want more affordable housing. That said, we need to distinguish between what we wish to be true and what is possible. If a developer decides that it is not profitable to build with a 4-unit threshold, the building either won't happen or we will end up with 3-unit properties. So if we want to see multifamily dwellings outside of the MBTA district, we make a change to the zoning. That we can do, and that's something that we can propose for next town meeting, and I totally support that. But this is not, I agree with Jamie, and I agree with Harry Korsland of the Planning Board, who is not here today, who is a banker who works every day with developers, who explained repeatedly that this threshold will result in unprofitable development for builders, and therefore they will either go with a 3-unit property or will not choose not to build in Rockport.
Thank you. Selectwoman Donnelly, yes, ma'am?
Wait.
Yes.
Hi, Diane Finch, 215 Granite Street. I attended the planning board session that went through all of this. Find it very confusing But one thing I don't find confusing is I had suggested we go with the 60% of median income. Others suggested it. But when it's sitting next to 14-plus units, I'd like to know if anyone in this room thinks there are going to be buildings in Rockport that have more than 14 units. Secondly, the amendments...
I'm going to stop the clock and we'll get to you, Ms. Finch. I may be slow on the uptake and missing it. Are you addressing the amendment proposing changing 4 to 6, or are you addressing the main motion?
It was the main, but I'll get to the 4-6 now.
If you could, please, because that's the subject of discussion at the moment.
Okay, in my background where I had to research in an unbiased way, I would like to see real data. Instead of hearing from a very nice builder, I know of him, I want to hear real data on what it takes for builders to build a 4-unit versus a 6-unit. Not a local banker and a local builder, but real data, before I would believe any of that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Charmaine Blanchard, 16.5 King Street. I support the article standing at 4 units. I believe that if we want affordable housing in this community, we need to spread it out. I live on King Street, and I come to these meetings, and I hear, let's put everything in the downtown. 225 units potentially in the MBTA Transit Overlay District. Downtown is congested enough. Let's avoid having it in the popular, beautiful areas that have open space. We live here in the downtown. I don't begrudge anyone that wants to live here, but populating the downtown because it's already congested affects people's property values that live in the downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Amy Seabrook, 7B Broadway. The ground is shifting under our feet. Let's include everybody. Amendment at 4, not amendment. I vote against the amendment for 6. I do recognize that the argument that only 3 will be built, it's a cogent argument. However, let's include, I recognize what Charmaine said just before me, and I think what we're looking at with the ground shifting under our feet today financially around this country, let's include everybody in what we face, because we're going to make it and we're going to move the way forward, but let's bring everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Seabrook. Further discussion on Mr. Battistelli's motion to amend? All right. I sense you're ready to vote. I'm going to try it by voice if it's... Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Simmons. Don't be shy. Yell out if I say further discussion if you don't think I see you.
Just to address a few of the items that were brought up. Number one was on Laura Evans's map held up by our great easel master. This would also include the light blue area, which is the entire residential village, basically, that surrounds the downtown area, which is also zoned. Basically, as I said, all of the zoning in town is maximum 4 units, except for the MBTA. And that has got additional hurdles, big ones. Technically, you have to go to special permit, which is a whole procedure and an expense for a developer. That needs to be changed, in my mind, eventually, but one hurdle at a time, right? Secondly, the ability for ADUs to happen, which is coming down the pike here shortly tonight.
And Mr. Simmons, again, I may be losing the thread, but are you addressing the change from 4 to 6? Because that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is there's a lot of other hurdles, and this is the stepping stone to get affordable housing right, and then to address future zoning issues that work better with the 4-unit limit. All over America, there's NIMBY zoning that basically in the 70s, every suburb in the country adopted to to basically say, this is the other regulation regarding 4 units. 4 units have to be built on, say, 7,000 to 10,000 square feet each. So there are very few lots in our area which has basically 1/8 acre and 1/10 acre lots in the whole downtown village area. So you have to convince somebody, as it is, through a special permit process to allow much, much greater density than the underlying zoning allows. So that is, I think that addressed all the questions.
So you are
I had.
supporting or opposing the amendment?
So I am opposing the amendment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Simmons. Further discussion on the motion to amend? All right. I'm going to try it by a voice vote. If it doesn't work, then we'll use the clickers. The motion is on whether to amend the main motion under Article 2 in accordance with Mr. Battistelli's motion that I walked through everyone through a moment ago, changing the numbers 4 in the words 4 under J1 applicability, under J1A, and in the table J1. This motion to amend requires a majority vote to succeed. Is anybody confused on what we're about to vote on? All right. All those in favor of the motion to amend say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. That motion fails. The noes have it. We are on back to discussion. I'm sorry? I don't doubt it, but if you really want a clicker vote, I'll do it. All right. No, it's not 2/3. It's a motion to amend, so it's a majority vote. The underlying article will be 2/3, but this is a motion to amend. It requires a majority vote. I think it was clear, but I'm going to defer if you want clickers. All right? So we're going to redo it. The question before you is whether to amend the main motion under Article O, substituting the numbers and words 4 for 6 in 3 places that we walked through. Section J, affordable housing applicability. Section J, affordable housing applicability, subparagraph A. And in table J1, the number 4 for the number 6, as contained on page 125 and 126 of the booklets. Is anybody confused about what we're about to vote on? All right. It requires a majority vote. We're going to vote by electronic means. You will have 12 seconds from when I say the words vote now. You will press 1 or A for aye if you support the motion. You will press 2 or B if you oppose the motion to amend. Yes. I'm sorry, I'm deaf as a hay. Can you say that louder? There's a mic coming. Yeah.
I think you said 4. It was changing to 4, but I understood it to change to 6. And you said change to 4.
Did I? All right, so I'll restate it. So the motion to amend is seeking to amend the main motion, deleting the words 4 and numbers 4, and substituting therefore the words and numbers 6 in J1 affordable housing, paragraph 1 applicability, and J1 affordable housing, paragraph applicability, subparagraph small a, on page 125 of the booklet that we walked through, and changing the number 4 to the number 6 on page 126 under table J1. This requires a majority vote. Anybody confused now on what we're voting with that correction? Thank you. Okay. So we're going to vote by electronic means. If you are in favor of the motion, you will press 1 or A for yes. You will press, if you oppose the motion, you will press 2 or B for no. You will have 12 seconds from when I say the words vote now. Vote now, 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 now. That motion fails 80% to 20%, and the numerical count is 168 to 41. So we now return to discussion under the main motion under Article O. Is there further discussion under the main motion? And I'll get to you in a moment, Mr. Arsenian, unless there's another voter who hasn't spoken who wishes to be heard. And seeing none, Mr. Arsenian.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. Clearly, a lot of us would like to see some affordable housing. We pray for miracles. Unfortunately, I would say the planning board have made a mess of the article, but one thing that is definitely not their fault is the definition for what is affordable, and that was provided by the state based on the area median income. You heard what Bob Simmons said. Is it $150,000 for a family of 4 and $91,000 for an individual? And living in this town, most of us are aware that this is not the truth, but it becomes a bureaucratic fact, and we are saddled with it. The result of this is that the housing, supposing that any is produced, will be for people many rungs higher up the economic ladder. And people who earn minimum wage, which would give you $31,000 a year, are free to live in tents in the woods and cardboard boxes and the homeless shelter. The state simply does not care about such people, and all of this is intended to encourage building rather than affordable housing. So the basic approach here is not the fault of the planning board, but dishonest. What the planning board has done, they've shirked their own responsibilities and duties and foisted the administration of this, if we agree to it, onto the building inspector. That's not proper. The building inspector was never meant to administer anything. He's enforcement. That's just basically wrong. I don't know. There were other points, but my brain's going blank. I wouldn't vote for this.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Hang on, Mr. Battistelli. Are you gaining the mic, Mr. Murphy? You are not. All right, Mr. Battistelli.
I vote yes on this proposal. I think the wording it is terrific. We tried on the other part of it. We'll see what happens on that. But this proposal has been well written, well done, and we need affordable housing.
Thank you, Mr. Battistelli. Any further discussion under the motion under Article O? All right. I do. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So I just want to say thank you, Mr. Battistelli, but also thank you, Mr. Arsenian. He's correct. Really lower economic people aren't figured in here, but we have to begin somewhere. And even the 14 units at 60% is big progress, because 60% is not for a family, a single. It's for a family of 4 earning about $90,000. So we're far from incorporating and including everyone, far from it. But it's a beginning. And if the land is ever sold near the MBTA, 14 plus units could be built in a very nice way. The other thing is, because we need 10% SHI, subsidized housing inventory, I'm getting a little confused myself, and we're only at 5%, we've got to work towards this, or we run the risk of a 40B developer coming in and having their way and building whatever they want. Contractors like Mr. Battistelli and others that we're seeking help from to build are going to keep in mind the beauty and the environment of Rockport and build accordingly. So let's just get started and let's vote this article, this warrant in. Thank you.
And your name, ma'am, and your I can guess, but name and address again?
It's me, Barbara Kaplan, 4 Ocean Avenue. I apologize.
No, that's all right. Sorry to be formal. Any further discussion on the motion pending under Article O? All right, seeing none, I sense you're ready to vote. This requires a 2/3 vote. again, to restate it, not to kill it, but the question before you is whether to amend the zoning bylaws, deleting strike-through text and inserting new text in boldface relating to Roman numeral 2 in the definitions, in the table of contents, and subsection capital letter J under Roman numeral 8, and footnotes in both sections Roman numerals 12 and 13. All is set forth on pages 123 to 128 of the book. It requires a 2/3 vote. Is anybody confused on what we're about to vote on? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. That motion carries by more than 2/3. The ayes have it. And are we now drawing? We're going to draw the next 3 articles, and then we'll be moving on to P, which is the next up. After P, we will take up Kilo, K, which is related to G and I. So after we do Article P, we will do Golf, India, and then Kilo, followed by E was drawn, so after Golf, India, Kilo, we will do Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo, and then F, Foxtrot. So on to Article P.
Mr. Moderator, Planning Board Chair moves Article P as indicated in the motion shown on the screen.
Moved and seconded, Mr. Shaw.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Hold on for 1 second, Mr. Shaw. I'm so sorry. Can we put up the... There's a different slide for P. There's a different slide for P. Yep. All right, is that it? Mitch, doesn't that have all of this other accessory? That's the slide. All right, hold on, Mr. Shaw. All right, the motion is made by the Planning Board as modified from the warrant article. So before we get to Mr. Shaw, again, I know it's going to be like dental surgery, but I'm going to walk you through some necessary changes that the Planning Board had to make in slight variance from the warrant article. So to be clear where we're starting, if you turn to page 129 in the voter's booklet, and if anyone gets left behind, yell out, please, and stop me in my tracks before I leave you behind. So we're going to start on page 129. That's where Article P begins up towards the top. You will see below Article P a lot of strike-through text. This is the section Roman numeral 5C, which the motion is proposing to replace. So now, if you turn with me forward in the book, we get to page 132. Starting on page 132 and about the middle of the page, you will see bold capital letters, section Roman numeral 5, and then below that C, protected use accessory dwelling unit, ADU. This boldface text is the proposed new section. And if you now move forward to page 136, if you're with me on 136, right around the middle of the page, there is a subsection with the small letter F, Foxtrot. On page 136 in the voter's booklet, it starts out an attached or detached protected use ADU unit shall. If you go to the second line, which says requirements, where it reads requirements of the principal dwelling unit, after the words unit, the motion being made by the Planning Board inserts the following phrase: quote, or of an accessory structure, close quote. That's on page 136. If you now turn to page 138, if you're on 138 at the top, it starts with the number 4 in parentheses, and it states design standards for detached protected use ADUs. If you go down to subparagraph B at the top of page 138, that starts any new structure, and you go to the second line, which starts the setback requirements of the principal dwelling unit, the planning board's motion as made inserts the following phrase after the word unit, quote, or accessory structure, close quote. Not big changes, but I wanted to walk you through them. If you stay on that page, in that same section 4, entitled Design Standards for Detached Protected Use ADUs, the last paragraph that starts with the small letter E or echo that reads as follows: all stairways to second or third stories shall be enclosed within exterior walls, is not being advanced with this motion. We're almost done. Anybody not with me? All right. Moving on to page 139. Moving on to page 139. In the top half, on the left, there is a subparagraph, small letter A, that starts with the words adding a footnote to. Delete that entire paragraph is not being advanced with the motion. So you can line that out, it's not part of the motion. And then beyond that, yes. So on page 139, up at the top, you see a 5 that says to see if the town. Do you see where I am? Okay. If you go down below that, on the left, there's a small a in parentheses. It starts, and that paragraph starts with the words adding a footnote to all, and it ends with residential zoning districts. That entire paragraph is not being advanced. I'm informed that it is not necessary, so it's not being advanced. Beyond that, there's a change to the table of the contents into one table using the phrase protected use accessory dwelling unit instead of accessory dwelling unit. Those are the changes to the motion as advanced by the planning board, which vary from the warrant article. Did anybody not follow that? All right, thank you. Moved and seconded, Mr. Shaw.
Okay, thank you, folks. I have a PowerPoint. All set? Okay. Jason Shaw, 9 Athena Way. I'm the planning board chairman, and I'm here to talk about this ADU or accessory dwelling unit law, which is now called protected use accessory dwelling units. And we'll go to the next slide, please. Okay. Why does, we already have, by the way, Rockport already has an accessory dwelling unit law. It was passed in 2022. So this is a version of that law that has recently been required by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. In August of 2024, the state enacted the Affordable Homes Act, and the idea was, just like with the MBTA zoning, the state is promoting the creation of more affordable housing in communities across the state. And so one of the ways they're doing this is the state is saying now that accessory dwelling units in all towns must be allowed in all residential districts by right. And there are a bunch of other things that come with that. So what's the big deal? Well, this changes our existing ADU law in certain ways that I'm going to try to highlight. This state law is not adopted or not adopted. The state has said, we have to adopt this and we have to do it by I think, next February. So, okay, first of all, we already have an ADU law that allows accessory dwelling units as of right. However, those units are only allowed in certain zoning districts in the town, and they're not allowed in the SRA or the SR districts. Now, under this new mandated law, accessory dwelling units are to be allowed in all residential districts. And just for those who don't know what an accessory dwelling unit is, to give you an example, it's like a separate housing unit, fully complete, kitchen, bath, etc., that's not part of the principal residence. And it could be attached to it, could be connected by a hallway or something, or it could be a separate structure entirely on your property, like a garage that you convert, or some kind of outbuilding that you now want to convert to a residence. That's what an accessory dwelling unit is. There are a couple of changes to our existing ADU law that are worth mentioning. First of all, we said in our existing law that the principal residence that's associated with the accessory dwelling unit must be occupied by the owner of that residence. In other words, it can't be an absentee owner. It needs to be occupied by that person. That has to change and has to come out because the state said, nope, you can't put that restriction on it. Another thing that we had, which now we have to change, is that we had certain design provisions where the ADU had to comply in terms of the types of materials, the way it looked, et cetera, with what the principal residence looked like. That has to come out. The certain setback limitations, which I won't go into in the existing ADU law, those have to be changed. One thing that we are not changing is we still want to require that ADUs not be used for short-term rentals. And I'll get to that in a second, because that was a big part of our ADU law. So here's what the new law allows. We're trying to keep as close as we can to our existing ADU law, but now, as I mentioned earlier, we're allowing protected ADUs in the SRA and SR zoning districts. That we have to do. And I can make a distinction here. When I say protected ADU, I'm meaning the new ADU law. When I say ADU, it'll be the existing one that we have. Protected ADU versus ADU. Okay. As I said, it eliminates, the protected ADU law eliminates owner occupancy requirements. Protected ADUs. If you have an ADU within 1/2 mile of the train station and you have a new ADU, you do not have to provide for parking for that ADU under the new law. You don't need a parking space. It's only if that ADU is outside of that 1/2 mile limit of the train station, you then have to require, but only require, one parking space, no more than that. We had a minimum size for ADUs under our existing law. The protected ADU law gets rid of that minimum size, but it has a maximum size of 900 square feet or 50% of the square footage of the principal residence, whichever number is greater. And the other thing was that we now, what was the subject to all those amendments that preceded me talking, was the setback requirements for an ADU are not the same as a residence. Residential setback requirements from like sidelines, rear lines, et cetera, could be, let's say, 15 feet, but if you have an accessory building, that could only be 10 feet. That could be less of a setback, 10 feet. So the protected ADU law says you follow what the setback requirement is for the accessory structure. In other words, you only have to have 10 feet away from sidelines or rear lines. Additionally, this warrant this article takes into consideration Rockport's unique location, character, and historic structures. For example, regardless of the state law, the Historical Commission still has to review an ADU if it is within the historical district of the town. We don't get out of the Historic Commission's jurisdiction. They still review it for historic compliance. Right now, under the ADU law, we say that the minimum rental requirement is 6 months, and we have some provisions in the ADU law that enforce that requirement. That was the reason why we didn't want short-term rentals, and that was one of the things that was a big deal back in 2022 to assure against short-term rentals. We don't want people building ADUs just to put in short-term rentals. That defeats the purpose of the ADU, to provide real housing for people. Well, we're going to keep that. We're going to keep that 6-month provision in the law. Actually, our planning consultant sent the draft law to the Attorney General's office, and they reviewed the law with that provision in it. No comment. So if it went by them once, and they didn't say that it was bad, we're going to keep it in it because that's an important thing. Can't guarantee that we might not be back here next year, but it's an important part of our protection for ADUs not becoming short-term rentals. And also, 1 ADU per property.
And just for planning, Mr. Shaw, we're at 8 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm almost there.
Outstanding.
One ADU per property, except you could actually have 2, but you need to get a special permit to have the 2. And I think that's it. Am I it with my slides?
You got a couple more slides if you want to take a look at them and explain them.
I think I thought I had, I thought I was at the end. No, I don't need that. Fine. You get it. We're asking you to support it, and I think it's a good, we have to do this law as we've done it. I mean, this isn't like an optional thing. As I said, we have a time frame to get this done, but we already have an ADU law. This isn't all that much different from what we have. It just allows them in more places, and we hope that you'll vote for it. I believe it's simple majority?
It is a simple majority.
Simple majority.
Yes, it is.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You parked out like a sports car. Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw.
Okay.
In under 10 minutes. Further discussion, Mr. Arsenian.
Point of order first.
Yes.
The changes that Jason Shaw made and that you painstakingly walked us through, those amount to an amendment. Those are not printed in the warrant, and I think that we should have to vote on them. I wish to vote against them.
Okay. Thank you. They are within a motion may vary from an article as long as it's within the scope. They were clerical oversights, so I've allowed the motion to be made. I'll let you do with that what you will, Mr. Arsenian. If you want to make an amendment, try to take them out. There was no notice, so I'll let you do that if you wish to. I leave it to your judgment whether that would be a wise move to make. But in any event, they are within the scope of the article. They are essentially clerical errors, and I allowed the motion to be made with those variances. I also know you have something else. Hang on. I also know you have something else that you want to get to. So I don't know if you want to get to that first.
I do wish to offer a motion, since we didn't have prior notice of it. Never mind 48 hours. I wish to remove the changes that Jason Shaw offered on setbacks for exterior accessory structures. The setbacks for accessory structures, if you don't follow the dealings of the Board of Appeals, are not the same as for principal structures. And I think that the section, all stairways to second or third stories shall be enclosed within exterior walls, was something that was good and sensible that the planning board originally offered, and now they propose to take it out. And in fact, exterior stairways pardon to those who have them on their houses, are generally an eyesore. And they accumulate things sitting on them, and they are, of course, inspected when they're installed, but not ongoing afterwards. And there they sit going up stories and stories on what pretend to be 2x4s, and generally looking like hell. So I think we were better off without those amendments.
All right, so Mr. Arsenian, I want to make sure I state this fairly for you.
Yes.
So if I understood you, you are moving to amend the main motion so that the phrases that I listed as being part of the motion are removed, and I'm going to state them for clarity. You would remove the phrase, quote, "or of an accessory structure," which is in paragraph small f on page 136 that we all walked through together. You would remove the phrase, quote, "or accessory structure," close quote, which is contained in paragraph 4, subparagraph small letter b at the top of page 138 that we walked through together. And you would restore subparagraph small letter e on page 138 under paragraph 4, design standards for detached protected use ADUs. Did I correctly state your motion?
That is correct.
All right, is there a second? Moved and seconded. All right, Mr. Arsenian's motion is to remove the language I just cited and to restore subparagraph E. That requires a majority vote. Discussion. All right. Oh, Mr. Shaw. That's okay. I'll be all right.
If you go to the office, the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, which is going to be the enforcing body for this particular bylaw, they're the ones who adopted the regulations to enforce this. They're the ones who said that a town like Rockport cannot create unreasonable restrictions on ADUs, and they're the ones who said specifically that the setback for an ADU should meet the setback requirements for any accessory structure. So that's why those words were put in there, because when they initially came out with their regulations, they didn't have the accessory structure language that we've just wanted to put in. They didn't have it in their regulations. But then they changed the regulations a month later after public comment period, and they inserted their regulation requirement that the setback be no greater than the setback for an accessory structure. Hence, when we made this amendment that we're now debating, we put accessory structure in those two places to conform to the regulations of the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. The same thing goes for the exterior stairways that the crossed out language said that should be enclosed within exterior walls. I actually advocated for what's been crossed out, that they be enclosed, because I agree with Mr. Arsenian that unenclosed exterior stairways can be an eyesore. However, again, the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities said, no, you can't create a specific requirement for ADUs that don't apply to regular residences in the town. And there wasn't a requirement in the town of Rockport for residential uses that exterior staircases be enclosed. Therefore, we could not have that requirement for ADUs. The idea is what's good for residential uses is good for ADUs, and we can't put any more of a burden on the creation of an ADU. And that's why those changes were made. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Hold on, Mr. Arsenian. We'll get to you. Is there anyone else which wishes to speak on Mr. Arsenian's motion to amend. Yes, ma'am.
Well, Mr. Arsenian's motion is just prompting a general comment that when the debate happened over MBTA 3A, a concern of many was that we would lose control of local zoning. And we were assured time and again that would happen. Look what's happening now. The state is telling us we can't legislate against exterior staircases. The two things that we should be concerned about, when will the state change its mind on a 6-month requirement for a rental? When will the state say your historic district doesn't apply? In this case, we will trump your right to overrule designs based on their historic character, because that is the pattern. The pattern is that the state is usurping local control on zoning. I put forth this as another example of that. Thank you.
So are you supporting or opposing Mr. Arsenian's amendment? You're supporting the amendment. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Arsenian, and then we'll get to Mr. Simmons.
I didn't quite follow what Jason Shaw said about the setbacks for the ADU units, which I call the chicken coop apartments. But we have different setbacks in the zoning code for structures that are dwellings and for additional accessory units, barns, garages, sheds, whatnot. And we have different standards for a good reason. You don't want people living cheek by jowl on top of each other so that when their windows are open, you can hear your neighbor's domestic squabbles and smell their burning dinner. There are reasons why we had different setbacks for dwellings. And here, going back to what Linda Meditz just said, the state is trampling on our right to decide what we want in the way of zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Yes, sir, Mr. Simmons.
Yeah, just a few comments on what Jason mentioned about the setbacks and the exterior stairs. Basically, I think what this state is trying to say is, look, your typical ADU happens in somebody's basement, somebody's addition, or 90% of the time in somebody's garage structure that's converted. Garages are typically built either right on the property line, as is often the case in Rockport, or with a 5 or 10 foot setback, as most zoning codes require. They often have exterior stairs up to a loft space. So what the state is trying to say is, like, we're eliminating the as-of-right barrier, we're eliminating the setback barrier, and we're eliminating the exterior stair barrier so that these units get built and they're 900 square feet or less. So they're inherently affordable. If you can change the construction cost of that unit to be substantially less by not taking up all the inside space of your unit with a stair, or having to relocate your garage, you're gonna see a lot more ADUs built. And with the supply and demand theory here in place, you continue to build units. They're inherently smaller and more affordable, and maybe that is supply and demand, sort of a capitalistic way to get housing costs down in this state.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Mr. Kaplan.
David Kaplan, 14 Drumlin Road. I am very sympathetic to the complaints that the state is pushing us around. We don't want the state to push us around, but that's just venting. It doesn't really change the fact that the state legally has the right to push us around. I don't feel that anything new is to be said on this. I call the question.
And I'm not going to take that up. I don't know if you were here for the introductory remarks, which I've done at other town meetings, but you either speak to the merits or you move the question. You don't do both. So sorry, but not this time. But thank you, Mr. Kaplan, for speaking to the merits. Yes, sir.
Aidan McCarthy, 58 High Street. I'd like to call the question.
All right. The motion to move the previous question has been made and seconded and is in order. This is not a debatable motion. It requires a 2/3 vote to carry. If the motion passes, we will then proceed immediately to voting on Mr. Arsenian's motion to amend. I'm going to try it by voice first. Again, the question before you is whether to end discussion on Mr. Arsenian's motion to amend. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. That motion carries by more than 2/3. So we now return to Mr. Arsenian's motion to amend. And for clarity's sake, I'm going to state what that is. The question before you now is whether to remove from the motion the phrase, quote, or an accessory structure, close quote, as contained on page 136 in subparagraph F of the voter's booklet, and whether to remove the phrase or an accessory structure, quote, or an accessory structure, close quote, from paragraph 4, subsection B on page 138, and whether to restore on page 138 the subparagraph E. In essence, in sum, Mr. Arsenian's motion would return the motion to the boldface typed new section as contained in the voter's booklet. Is anyone confused about what we're voting on? All right, it's a motion to amend. It requires a majority vote. I'm going to try it by voice vote. So if you vote aye, you are in favor of Mr. Arsenian's changes and restoring it to as it's printed. If you vote no, you are against the changes, and the motion will stand as made by the planning board. All right, all those in favor of Mr. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Simmons? I need a mic.
Yes, Bob Simmons, Planning Board. I just question similar to the FEMA floodplain situation. If we accept these amendments, does it make the original motion mute?
The question was called, so right now the question on the floor is whether to end debate. So the question is whether to end, the question is on Mr. Arsenian's, oh, actually, it's back up for discussion. It's on his amendment. But the motion for debate ended. Yes, so the motion to call the question was endorsed by the meeting, so we are now immediately voting on Mr. Arsenian's motion to amend. Again, the three portions in the voter's booklet that I've gone over several times now. Is anybody confused about what we're about to vote on? It requires a majority vote to make Mr. Arsenian's amendment. All right, all those in favor of Mr. Arsenian's amendment as stated by the chair say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. That motion fails. We now return to discussion on Article P. Yes, sir, Mr. Mikas. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. He caught me first, but we'll get right to you afterwards. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Tom Mikas, Vice Chair of Planning Board. Just one correction to Chairman Shaw's initial 10 minutes. Talking about the maximum size of the ADU, he stated that it was the larger of the two, half the gross floor area or the 900 square feet. It's actually the smaller of the two. So it significantly could limit the size of an ADU in the case of the house being quite large.
Thank you, Mr. Mikas. Yes, ma'am.
Judy Spur, 188 South Street. My question is, does the change in zoning mean that they can build an ADU in a floodplain?
Okay, I'll see if we can get an answer for you on that. Anybody else for discussion? And I'll get to you in a moment, Mr. Arsenian, unless there's someone else who wishes to speak. And I think that's for the answer to the voter's question, Mr. Shaw. Anyone else before we try to get an answer to that and go to Mr. Arsenian? All right, seeing none, Mr. Arsenian, and then we're going to go to Mr. Shaw to answer that question.
Yes. I have an amendment to offer that I got in the required 48 hours before that would cure a stupid and
Oh, yeah, Mr. Arsenian, I know what you're talking about, and you provided notice. I'm going to get to that. Let me just answer that voter's question first, and then I'll go right to you. Mr. Shaw? I won't forget, Mr. Arsenian.
Yeah, the short answer is an ADU could be built in a floodplain as long as it met the federal requirements, as long as it met the building code requirements for structures, habitable structures in a floodplain. And they're significant, but there's no prohibition against it.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Mr. Arsenian.
Yes, somewhere in the course of this discussion, Jason Shaw said that by special permit you could get 2 ADUs. It says, if you read the text carefully, that you're allowed 1 on a property, and you're not allowed special permits for anything unless they're specified in that zoning section. And I'd like town council to confirm that. So that's a misstatement. And it was said that it's in here, and again, dictated by the state. Within half a mile of the train station, no parking is required. Well, that's their fantasy, that people walk to the train station and take the train to God knows where. What's to get there? But anyway, they may say that parking is not required and that become a legal fact. That does not cause the cars to disappear into thin air. And the most basic question about all of this, apart from the fact that it's being rammed down our throats, is how many units additional will we get if we pass this zoning? Question to the planning board, have you calculated how many units? What is the figure? Did you take that figure to the DPW commissioners and inquire of them whether they could provide the necessary water and sewer service for that number of additional units? If we don't get answers to those questions, and the answers are not satisfactory, what we have here is not planning, it is a leap in the dark, and damn the consequences. Now, if the planning board would like to fix the stupid error, I will hand them the amendment and they can offer it. I will not, because I'm not in favor of this and intend to vote against it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Yes, sir.
Aidan McCarthy, 58 High Street. Just, I guess, going off really quickly off of the parking stuff. I recall in the MBTA, or there was the parking minimum discussion a couple years ago, and we voted to keep the parking minimums. And then at the next meeting, someone complained about too many parking spaces at the new development. So I just want to remind everyone that that happened. That we voted to keep the parking the way it was and then did not like how it looked visually. So I think at least in terms of the comment of like, oh, what about this parking minimum thing? We should, in this case, I think that what the state is saying makes sense given our past voting record and immediate glorious democratic regret. Yeah.
Thank you. Further discussion? Mr. Shaw, if that's to answer a specific question, yes, have at it.
I made a mistake. The 2 units with a special permit, 2 ADUs allowed with special permit, is what's allowed by the state regulations. In other words, they say in their regulations that if you want to have 2 ADUs on one property with one principal dwelling, you could do that, but you have to provide it by special permit. We decided we didn't want to do that, so we didn't provide it by special permit. So I did make a mistake there. We decided we didn't want to. It's not in our bylaw, but it's in the state regulations as something that's permitted. And in terms of the rest of it, there's so many different scenarios where ADUs could be allowed. They could be allowed in areas, they could be built in areas where there's no sewer or water. They could be built in areas where there's water but no sewer. So trying to plan for the future, it would just be pure speculation. There's really no way to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Mr. Arsenian, I'm going to ask for your help. Have you already dealt twice with the merits of this motion?
I would ask if they wish to fix their mistake, I will give them my motion and they can read it. I will not.
Okay, you chose not to bring your amendment, sir, so we're going to keep the discussion going. Did I hear somebody call? No. All right, yes, sir.
Hi, I'm David Costin, 192 South Street. I'm just curious, if a developer had, let's say, an empty lot or tore down a house, can they build a new house or a new duplex with an additional ADU? It seems like the discussion is all centered around an existing home or duplex and adding an ADU. But if it was new construction, couldn't essentially a single-family home become a duplex because a developer decides to build one structure as a single-family home and then an ADU with it?
Okay, thank you, sir. Before we go to see if there's anything there, in the interest of efficiency, is there any further discussion before I ask if the planning board can address that? I don't know if they can. And I'm not seeing any, so I will see if there can be, oh, I've got a hand up. Ms. McKenna? There was a mic chasing you down the hall there, Ms. McKenna, but that's okay. You can use the center one.
Laurie McKenna, 31 High Street. So I read this pretty thoroughly before the meeting, which is unusual. And I don't have any questions except on page 138, item 3, the enforceability of restrictions and regulations on pre-existing ADUs. I don't understand what this means. Can someone explain that, please?
All right, thank you. That's another question we can try to turn to the board for. Thank you, Ms. McKenna. So I'm going to do that now, if anybody from the board can address those two pending questions. Mr. Shaw? If you come up, if the planning board doesn't want to, you don't have to, but if the planning board wants to address those two pending questions, please come up to a mic and give us the specific responses if the board wants to.
Yeah, this ADU law doesn't change the existing laws to whether you can have an ADU with a duplex, whether it's an existing duplex or a new duplex. The law's the same, whatever it is, and I haven't really had a chance to look at it and give a definitive opinion, so I don't want to do that here off the cuff, but that's no different. I believe what this paragraph 3 on page 138, what they're saying is that that the new ADU law for protected ADUs will apply to any conditions that are on existing ADUs that were there before the new law and the new regulations were adopted. So existing ADUs are going to basically get the same protections from unreasonable regulations as new ADUs would get. I believe that's what that's saying.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Any further discussion before we vote? I sense you're ready to vote. The question before you is whether to amend the zoning bylaws by deleting strike-through text and inserting new text as shown in boldface type and as modified by the original motion relating to section Roman numeral 2 definitions, Roman numeral 5 subsection capital letter B table of permitted uses, Roman numeral 5 subsection capital letter C the table of contents, exciting for section 5, and section Roman numeral 12 subsection capital letter C permitted uses as set forth on pages 129 and 139 and as made by the motion. Is anybody confused about what we're going to vote on? Yes, okay, please. If you can get a mic. I got to get a mic to you.
Thank you, Amy Seabrook, 7B Broadway. I am sorry, but I can't quite tell if we're still back with Toby's amendment.
No.
Okay.
No. Thank you.
Now I understand.
Got it. Sorry. I'll restate that, but thank you, because if you thought it, I'm sure others did. So Mr. Arsenian's amendment was defeated, so we are now voting on whether or not to pass the motion made by the planning board, which is as contained in the voter's booklet with the pen and ink changes that I walked everybody through at the start. And they're on the screen. I walked you through it. I think if you made notes, it's probably easier. Anybody confused on what we're about to vote on? All right, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. That motion passes by a majority vote. And if anyone is hungry, there is lunch on sale in the cafeteria. What are we on to? Oh, yeah, yeah. So the next motions will be under Articles G, I, and K, Golf, India, and Kilo, followed by Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. And that's probably enough for everybody to remember for the moment. Yes.
Article G, Mr. Moderator, Select Board Chair Ross Brackett moves Article G as indicated in the motion printed on page 95 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board recommends this article, and the Government and Bylaw Committee recommends and reports favorably.
Moved and seconded. Sorry, I jumped the gun. Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to amend the Code of Bylaws, General Bylaws, Chapter 14, entitled Environmental Protection and Public Health, by adding a new subsection G entitled Short-Term Paying Guests in Homes, as set forth in pages 95 to 97 of the voters booklet. And I know you're all disappointed, but there are no pen and ink changes to make. So that is open for discussion. And I'll get to you unless, yes, sir, Mr. Seavey.
Charlie Seavey, 19 Ridgewood Road. I mean, clearly we've got to get a handle on this, et cetera, business. I got a couple of questions. Nothing is mentioned about how big the annual fee is going to be. And it seems to me that this amendment adds a lot of workload on our various town inspection services, the Board of Health, the building inspector, et cetera, and I wonder, I've heard the figure of $500 for the fee bandied around. Is this going to cover the costs to the added workload to our town offices? Which I don't know if that can be answered or not, but I think it's something we got to think about. And that's really my really only question. I think this is a great idea. It's a huge step forward on getting a handle on these things and getting some regulation in. But I do think we've got to address the issue of the fee and whether it's going to cover the added workload. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seavey. Selectman Brackett.
To answer that question, the fee is separate from the inspectional services. Each individual that's conducting the inspection will also be able to charge their fee as well. So the fee will be going directly to, whatever fund it has to, but each Board of Health, building inspector, they can, fire chief, they can all charge their fees on top of the already suggested fee that we're going to put forward.
Thank you, Mr. Brackett. Further discussion? Mr. Arsenian. Oh, wait, no, hold on, Mr. Arsenian. There was a gentleman. I missed you. We're going to go to you first. You haven't spoken yet, sir.
Hi, Joe Aparo. I'm at 3 Penryn Way, and just a point of confirmation. This appears to apply to owner-occupied residential rental situations as opposed to owning another piece of property and renting that out. Just want to clarify that.
And we'll see if we can get an answer to that. Mr. Arsenian?
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I hope we all read it closely. In the first paragraph, section 1, 3, 4 lines down, starting, short-term paying guests are those who are staying in a dwelling for less than 7 consecutive nights. I would think that that would be a rooming house or an inn. Maybe somebody from the planning board or the Board of Appeals should explain, at what point you're running, an inn or a boarding house. There's that, and you should know that the planning board got a transfer of $20,000, courtesy of a nod from the Finance Committee, to hire a consultant to write bylaws. This was one of them. Emily Innes was the consultant, but she didn't write the bylaw. I think we should be told who wrote the bylaw, for one thing. And presumably we would not be paying her the $20,000 that the Finance Committee, blessed, and the Planning Board got. So I have the feeling, well, maybe I should stop there.
Discretion is always the better part of valor, Mr. Osinian. Do we have an answer to a voter's question?
Mr. Moderator, through you, Lauren Goldberg, Town Council. This is not intended to apply to rooming houses or any other type of, hotel or anything like
that. Could everybody hear that? No? All right, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Ms. Goldberg. Would you get a little mic closer to the mic and repeat that, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This bylaw wouldn't apply to rooming houses or, multiple housing rentals such as a hotel.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Amy Huber, 1 Gaphead Road. Just a question. It's this only applies if you rent for less than 7 days. Is that right? So if you rent your house for a weekend, you have to meet all. You're going to get inspected. But if you rent for 7 days or longer, you don't have. None of this applies to you.
That is my understanding as well. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Charmaine Blanchard, 16.5 King Street. Do we have an answer on what that gentleman asked? Is this for properties that their landlord is on the property, or properties that people own that they don't live at and are renting out?
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. It says that it is applicable to owner-occupied short-term rentals for less than 7 days.
Yeah, thank you. And, sir, the gentleman standing behind you was in line first, I believe. I'll leave it to you two to figure out. Okay, you can go ahead, sir. He's yielding the floor to you. So you have it, sir. Right in front of the mic. You have it.
Paul Seavey, 11 Marmion Way. This is called an environmental protection and public health. Could you please explain that?
And I just couldn't hear you, and maybe I'm the only one. Could you ask what you're looking to be explained again?
This is being titled as environmental protection and public health. Please explain that. I don't see the connection.
Okay, that is certainly the title of the chapter. I don't know if we have a GBL member who might wish to address that. I see. If anyone wishes to address that from government bylaw. All right, Mr. Vieira may have an explanation, sir.
Mr. Moderator, through you, one of the main tenets of this that the Select Board is opting to proceed with is the required inspections of these establishments to ensure that they're meeting health and safety standards for public safety and public health. So having housing inspection, fire inspection, and any other applicable inspections, which is part of what drew it to this particular location. It's regulating the short-term rentals and also ensuring that they are in habitable standards to be able to be rented, so you're not offering a rental in something that has no smoke detectors or that is not habitable under the housing code.
So if you're renting out your own house while you're somewhere else, isn't it already up to all these codes by law?
Not necessarily.
Okay, thank you, sir. The gentleman behind you?
Rick Caston, 31 High Street. Again, I'm still a little confused here. So if I want to lease out my house by the week, I know there's homes here that only rent by the week during the summer. They don't have to comply with this, correct? 7-day rental period. So they don't have to comply with that. And then I also, the gentleman, questioned a couple before me, was asking about, does this only apply to owner-occupied, so it doesn't apply to people who just buy an investment property and turn it into an Airbnb? Just could you clarify those two things? Because to me, if you're going to rent for a week, it'd be, just say it's a 7-day rental and you charge this fee, even if they only stay there 4 days, they don't have to do this. And I think that it's an easy loophole for someone to take advantage of.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. We'll see if we can get that answered. Do we have the answer?
Mr. Moderator, through you, the way that this is written, it says that this applies to owner-occupied rentals of less than 7 consecutive nights. It's to address people coming and going on a short-term basis.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Marcy Bailey, 3 South Street. Regarding the owner-occupied, I question the sensibility of it being limited to that. People who live in their homes would generally probably want them to be safe, would have smoke detectors and other normal health and safety measures. But if for non-owner-occupied short-term rentals, of which there are many, they don't have that same interest. So I don't understand why it wouldn't apply if it's if it comes under the category of environmental protection and public health. Why wouldn't it apply to both of those? And then a second question is, what is the enforcement process going to be from the town for anyone who does have such a unit but does not apply for a permit? How are you going to identify those units? What is going to be the penalty if they don't comply? And how are you going to ensure that's enforced? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to see if I can get some. No, don't go away. Don't go away. Are you answering that specific question? Oh, I'm sorry. He's not talking. I am so sorry. Yeah, Mr. Crown.
67 Eden Road, Ian Crown. B&Bs and inns have to collect the local lodging tax, which is pretty hefty. How does that apply to these short-term rentals, which are all less than the 90-day cutoff? Is the local lodging tax somewhere in this law?
All right, thank you, Mr. Crown. I think there's a list of questions, and we'll see if we can get an answer from any of the cognizant boards or officials. Yes, ma'am.
Amy Huber, 1 Gaphead Road. I can actually answer that question. If you have a short-term rental, you have to charge Massachusetts and town and state occupancy tax, which is like 11.7% to the renter. So that's already paid by the person who's renting your property. I just wanted to point out that if you have a short-term rental, you have to get insurance, a different insurance than your household insurance, which is making sure that some of the things in BI are taken care of.
Tell me what it is. I'm sorry, just give me one moment.
Just go.
Okay, bear with me for a moment. I'm being told that there is, despite my saying there was no typographical error, that there is a typographical error, which I think is underlying many of the questions that have been queued up. So my apologies to everybody for that typographical error. If everybody can look at page 95 of the book. If everyone's on page 95, under Article G, if you drop down section 1 where it starts with the boldface type, I'm going to read it. Section 1, rentals to short-term paying guests. The rental of residential premises to short-term paying guests is allowed in, and the words owner-occupied were not supposed to be included. So here is my request. By unanimous consent, can we remove that from the article and the motion?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That's been removed. All right. Discussion continues. Mr. Simmons.
I was just about to strike the words owner-occupied from the from the article, which
Well, the meeting did it for you, so you're all set. Okay. That's official. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Michael Davis, 1 King Street Court. I'm removing the owner-occupied helps, but it would be really good to hear from somebody at the Select Board to understand the intent and purpose of this article, because, I mean, to me, 7 days, 7 days is a short-term rental, 8 days is a short-term rental. What are you trying to fix or make better here? It's just not clear to me.
Thank you, sir. Selectman Brackett.
Ross Brackett, Select Board. This is our first step forward to addressing, Airbnbs and Vrbo and stuff like that. And just to make it clear with the short-term rental in the definition, even if you don't fall into that definition, we are going to use the database that the state has. So if you get put on that state database, then we will issue that fee to that property. That's how we're going to go off of how we address who's using Airbnb, Vrbo. If you get on the state's list, then that comes to us. When we check it, then that will issue the fees to those properties with the inspections as well. And the reason why we do the inspections ourselves, I understand that Airbnb and insurance companies require their own, but town also wants to make sure we have our inspection services up to date as well.
Thank you, Mr. Brackett. Yes, ma'am.
Erica Mattson, 17 Story Street. I think the town of Rockport, by using short-term rental, is causing a great confusion if they're applying 7 days versus short-term rentals in general are 30 or under 30 consecutive days. So if there could be a clarification, what actually is short-term for Rockport?
Yeah, the answer is 7. Yes, sir.
Peter Vandemark, 12 Bay Ridge Lane. Are there any bylaws that control rentals of 7 days or more that are complementary to this article?
Thank you, sir. My understanding. Is it no? Or is it doesn't? All right. Yes, Mr. Arsenian.
Thank you. It seems that, they've got the definition of what is a short-term rental wrong. Several people have questioned it, and we were not told who wrote the bylaw. With the additional dwelling units, the chicken coop apartments, which we've just made the mistake of approving, we decided on 6 months, and here we are talking about 7 days. Also, Ross Brackett made mention of a list that the state has of these, and indeed there'd better be such, because we get some consideration back from the state. They gouge the owners, and we get a percentage of that, which in turn we give a percentage to the housing trust. So I don't know why we would be assembling a registry of these things if in theory there is such a registry already. And it seems to me that whoever wrote it, and we still haven't got the answer on that, has not even got us to the starting line, shirking the issue. These things eat up the housing stock. There was a great deal of concern earlier about the housing stock, not enough rentals and so forth. And this is a good way for some people to make money hand over fist, and the housing stock disappears. So the planning board got the money out of the finance committee on false pretenses, did not write the ordinance, got somebody else to write the ordinance, we yet don't know who, and none of it addresses the problem of putting a limit on these things. And indeed, that will be a very controversial, not to say a poisonous question, because those who own the property feel that God gave it to them, God and my grandmother, property rights, and nobody has a right to interfere with it. But if we're going to interfere with it, putting it off for another year, which the selectmen and the planning board have done out of sheer cowardice, is not going to improve things. There are just going to be a lot more of these units, and we'll still have to face the question if we're ever going to face it.
Again, thank you. I would again ask that we keep the discussion on the merits of a motion, not personalities and the motivations of fellow voters. Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion pending under Article G? Yes, ma'am.
Marcy Bailey, 3 South Street. Just another brief question. We voted a budget in place that had building inspectors, fire personnel, et cetera. I assume all those people are very busy doing very important jobs. There are a lot of short-term rentals in town. What is the plan? Do those people have the capacity to do these inspections, or will they be contracted out? And how will the town assure that they're done in a reasonable amount of time for any owners who make application and do so in good faith? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Vieira.
Mr. Moderator, through you, should this pass, the Select Board will then promulgate regulations and promulgate a fee that it assesses to that. The intention is that as part of that process, it will ensure that there is a finalized plan in place for the inspections. There are some departments that may cover it internally, and there are other departments that will utilize a contracted inspector. So it will vary by department.
Further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Hold on. Yes, ma'am? Can you get to a mic, please, and state your name and residential address? And we got one coming to you. Thank you, Aiden.
Catherine Clark, 35 High Street. I just have a question. What is the proposed fee?
I don't believe that that has been set or proposed.
The fee will be established by the Board of Selectmen when they promulgate their regulations. It has not yet been established.
I would just like to suggest that it be fairly large to try to accommodate the idea that we don't have too many Airbnbs. Because if people really are making money, Airbnb has ruined Barcelona.
Sure.
Right,
So my unsolicited suggestion would be, if this passes and the Select Board is taking that up, that you email our fine Select Board with that suggestion. Further discussion? Yes, ma'am? Oh, ma'am, were you waiting behind? Were you waiting?
Louisa Cassidy Johnson, 2 Sandpiper Lane. I feel like I'm being dense, but this is proposed for rentals less than 7 days, correct? And then would something different have to be passed if you are renting for more than 7 days? I know currently you have to submit to the state, but that's my question. Is that clear?
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am?
Monica Lawton, 11 Story Street. I basically have the same question. I'd like to understand the rationale for 7 days as opposed to 30 days. Are there any regulations in place for longer periods of time? Because there's such an easy workaround for this, as someone earlier mentioned. Well, they'll just say it's a 7-day rental period, and people will just stay 3 or 4 days. It doesn't seem to be serving the purpose intended, and I'd like to understand it better with an explanation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lawton. Mr. Brackett.
Ross Brackett again. So just to be clear, as I mentioned earlier, I know it says 7 days, but the largest thing that you have to understand is we're gonna go off a data, we're not gonna be monitoring every single, if someone's renting for 7 days constantly or 3 days. We're gonna focus on the database that the state has. If you get put on that database by using Airbnb, Vrbo, and everything like that, that list is gonna come back to us, and then we're gonna see that property on that database, and then we're gonna issue those fees to those properties. So I understand that it says 7 days, but the real focus for us will be if you get put on that database for Airbnbs, Vrbo, that's what we're gonna target. This is one first step. I know obviously people mention, putting restrictions on them, but we have to take steps to get there. We can't just jump up the stairs all the way and be at the top. So this is the first step we're taking to address these issues.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Just one, Joe Aparo with 3 Penryn Way. I'm just clarifying that's just the number of days then, as you said, maybe not relevant if it's just if you wind up on that database, however you wind up on that database. So
yeah, I'm just having
the
trouble
whole
hearing
notion
you.
of days doesn't seem to be an issue.
I just couldn't hear you, but again, I've got not great hearing. Did you hear him?
I think my point was what you were saying is you wind up on a database somehow. The criteria of number of days really doesn't factor into that. Is that correct?
Essentially, I mean, I don't know how the state does their database, the exact terminology for the database.
I mean, if it's just Airbnb and you're in.
Oh, no, wait, okay. State your question, and I'll try to get an answer, but we can't devolve into that. But I think we've got the question. Okay. It's been asked several times. There may be answers that are going to be frustrating, but Mr. Brackett, anything else to add to that answer?
And again, I'll just say this is the first step. We can come back at another meeting to amend this if we see that, mistakes were made. What I was going to say to address an earlier question is this wasn't written by one particular person. Our office took it up. We looked at surrounding communities that had these in place already, and we're kind of going off of that.
Thank you, Mr. Brackett. Yes, sir.
Hi, David Costin, 192 South Street. It just seems to me, listening to this debate, that this is kind of a half-baked proposal. Hasn't been really thought through. Nobody's really advocating for it. It's not really clear who this is supposed to benefit. Is it benefiting the residents of Rockport or the guests that are coming to Rockport? Is it just a money grab from the city, which I think it sounds like? I would advocate for voting no on this proposal.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Moderator, through you. I just wanted to address the fee issue. Under state law, the amount of the fee to be set by the select board has to be reasonable, and it has to reflect the costs to the town for providing that service. Here, it's issuing a license and ensuring that the unit is inspected. So I can't imagine how, that the select board would be able to impose a high fee. The second thing I'd just like to address is, people keep saying, why less than 7, why less than 7? I think what the bylaw is trying to get at is the people who are renting their house out just for 1 or 2 or 3 nights, and so there's a lot of turnover. And so the concern is if those people don't have a license, there's no way to follow up on any problems. Finally, the state's regulation of short-term rentals is really aimed at collecting taxes, and that's not what this bylaw is about at all. This has to do with knowing who is renting their house out for, repeatedly for short periods of time. There's other more restrictive types of registrations and licenses and inspections that could be imposed. But as you've heard, this is a first step towards regulating short-term rentals. So it's just one step of a bigger picture.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. Ms. Medea.
Thank you. Jamie Medea, 2 Holbrook Court. I understand the frustration that this could have gone further. I also wish this had gone further. and required registration for longer period rentals. I'm still going to vote for this one to make sure that we have a local control and registry of places that are being rented out for very short periods of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Medea. Mr. Tobin? Oh, okay.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. Bill Tobin, 24 Beach Street. This question really is to the town administrator. He's been saying that all the regulations that accompany this bylaw will be promulgated by the select board. Now, my question to the town administrator is this: will those regulations then become part of the bylaw, and will all those be then put before the Attorney General, and then will it become official law? Or do we have to wait for them to promulgate their situation? So I just like a clarification. How in the world are we going to do this?
Mr. Moderator.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Tobin. If I understand
And I will vote against it as written. Thank you.
Okay, so if I understand it, you're asking how does the select board promulgate regulations? Is that by further bylaws or some other vehicle? If it is by bylaws, of course, it has to come to town meeting and then it has to go to the Attorney General. I'm going to let town council field the question about the promulgation of any other form of regulation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. These are administrative regulations, not policy-making regulations. So this would deal with the process that the town will use to deal with the applications and issuance of the licenses. Those aren't the type of things that would come before town meeting because they need to be flexible if the original set of regulations, isn't working the right way, or if there's a way to improve it. That way the board can update its regulations. Of course, any regulations that are adopted would be adopted at open meetings, and the public would be able to hear and listen and provide input.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. Thank you, Mr. Tobin. Ma'am?
Monica Lawton, 11 Story
I didn't
Street.
see you, Bob,
As
sorry.
someone earlier said, and it was exactly said back here as well, this proposal seems a little bit half-baked and not quite complete, but it's good to know is based on what has been done in other towns. But I still think, as was also said, that it's important to do something. This may be a first step. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny step. It's an inadequate step, and I think we should all expect to come back at another town meeting to perhaps tighten it up a little bit, but I think it would be better to vote for it than against it because we need something.
Thank you, Ms. Lawton. Mr. Simmons? And then we'll get to you.
Yeah,
Simmons.
Bob Simmons, and I'm putting on my Affordable Housing Trust Fund hat here, but I'm not representing the entire group. But just a few items, too, that have gotten lost in the discussion here. One thing is that we're basically, from affordable housing standpoint, we're trying to make a first step, as the Select Board mentioned, on getting data on how many units are even in our town. We have a rough idea. I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 358, roughly. So that would, if the fee was $500, as someone suggested, that would bring in $150,000, roughly. That would probably not cover the costs of these inspections and things that are planned. And that is going to be, as they said, separate. And but what this fee would do is two things. It would theoretically lower housing costs for Rockport, because if there's less short-term rentals, there's probably more year-round residents supporting the school system, the population, year-round restaurants, all that kind of stuff. The other thing it does is part of this fund, which will be determined later by the Select Board, is a percentage of it will go directly to the Affordable Housing Trust to help fund their reserves, to help promulgate affordable housing in town. And the last thing I will say is I question the 7-day thing, but I think Even though this is a little bit of a half-baked thing, it's not a pie, it's a law, and it's a first step in getting to where we need to be, so I would be in support of it.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Yes, ma'am.
Louisa Cassidy Johnson, 2 Sandpiper Lane. A little bit redundant, but I do agree we need something. It does seem teeny tiny, and it does seem like we're proposing something that we know is not enough and is going to have to be changed. I'm in support of, it also seems to me that if you are renting via Airbnb, for example, the database is there, so the town does know really what is being rented. I think we should get something more robust and not vote this in. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further discussion? All right. I sense you're ready to vote. The question before you is whether to amend the Code of Bylaws, Chapter 14, Environmental Protection and Public Health, adding a new subsection G entitled Short-Term Paying Guests in Homes, as set forth in pages 95 to 97, with the typo correction that we all made by unanimous consent. This requires a majority vote. I'm going to try it first by voice, and if it's close, we'll go to electronic vote. Is anybody confused about what we're going to vote on? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. I think it failed, but I'm going to do the electronic vote. All right. So, same question. We'll vote by electronic vote. You will have 12 seconds from when I say the words vote now. You will press 1 or A for aye if you support the motion. You will vote, press 2 or B for no if you oppose the motion. All those in favor, press 1 or A for aye. All those opposed, press 2 or B for no. Ready, vote now, 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 now. And we lost our screen. The ayes have it. That motion carried by 63% to 37%. Oh, yes, and the numbers are 120 to 70. So on to, I believe, India. Aye.
Mr. Moderator, lead petitioner Oscar Truitt moves Article I as indicated in the motion printed on page 100 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Government and Bylaw Committee does not recommend. The Historical Commission does not recommend.
Seconded. Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to amend the Code of Bylaws, Chapter 14, Environmental Protection and Public Health, capital letter E, Section 5, by inserting new subsection lowercase letter I, entitled Solar Panel Exemption. All is set forth on page 100 of the voters booklet. This requires a 2/3 vote, and we will now turn to the petitioner, and I believe it is Ms. Truitt who will be addressing us.
Sorry.
And you have some slides, I think, that we'll bring up, Ms. Truitt.
Is this good? Thank you. Audrey Truitt, 27 South Street. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to present our petition. We appeared...
You might want to go a little closer to that mic.
Sorry. Next slide. We appeared before the Rockport Historical Commission on 3 occasions seeking approval to put solar panels on our street-facing roof in the South Street Historic District. Our application met all the Commission's standards for solar roof installations, but was denied because the panels would be visible from a public way. In the Commission's formal denial, they wrote, quote, "There is currently no plan to revise the guidelines anytime in the near future," end quote. Even though at 2 meetings, commission members questioned whether in fact the guidelines needed review. And this is why we are here today. We are petitioning the town to amend the bylaws to allow building owners to put solar panels on their street-facing roofs without review by the Historical Commission. As long as they meet the 4 criteria in the petition, these were adapted directly from the Commission's guidelines. Number 1, panels are low profile and mounted no higher than 6 inches above the roof surface. 2, panels are set back from the edge of the roof. 3, the array is parallel to the edges of the roof, is aligned in a regular and rectangular pattern with no missing panels. And 4, the panel frames and cells, pipes and wires match the surrounding roof in color. This change, while it gives a specific right to property owners, some call it by right, must still meet the above criteria to receive building and electrical permits issued by the building inspector. This will be easily enforceable. Haphazard panel alignments will just not be permitted. But this petition isn't about our home. It applies to all buildings in the historic districts. The bylaw change will allow building owners to maintain the historic charm of their buildings while giving them the opportunity to be less dependent on an antiquated energy grid. The electricity produced from this array is free, readily abundant, renewable, and clean. This Rockport home, constructed about 200 years ago, is not in an historic district, but is an excellent example of a solar array that complies with the criteria in our petition. Panels are black with no silver framing and are placed in the required symmetrical pattern. The roof slopes sharply and can easily be seen from the street, yet the building clearly retains its beauty and historic charm. This is what happens when standards are correctly and tastefully met. The Historical Commission states in the voter booklet that, quote, "The visual impact of the panels should not result in the loss of character and defining features of the building," end quote. While it should be clear from this slide that solar panels can be well integrated without the loss of character and defining features. The Rockport Municipal Government Resolution for Net Zero Energy by 2040 was overwhelmingly passed by residents at the 2022 town meeting. It asks our town to, quote, "address the net zero energy goal through an action and implementation plan that encourages the participation of all community members and local businesses to increase energy efficiency and conservation and the use of renewable energy," end quote. Well, each of us has a part in this. Sarah Bronin, the recent chair of the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation in Washington, D.C., said, quote, "To save historic places, preservationists across the country need to align ourselves firmly with environmentalists and stop turning people who should be our allies into enemies. We help people protect sites that illustrate our shared American story. Yet we make mistakes when we prioritize aesthetics over other important pressing concerns, climate change among them," end quote. To address climate change, last year our state passed a comprehensive climate bill that included a provision for historical district commissions. Quote, "The Historic Commission shall give substantial weight to the threat posed by climate change and to the Commonwealth's obligation to meet statewide greenhouse gas emission limits when ruling on applications for certificates of appropriateness for solar energy systems," end quote. By this statement, it's clear that Massachusetts government is now encouraging wider approval of solar panels in historic districts. You may wonder what other towns are doing about solar installations in historic districts. Provincetown has instituted a policy like what we are proposing here. Marblehead is going through a similar process, as is Portsmouth, New Hampshire. First Church in Jamaica Plain, which is on both the state and National Historic Buildings Registry, was recently given approval by the Massachusetts Historical Commission to add rooftop solar panels visible from a main street. The question before you now, as voters in Rockport, comes down to 3 considerations. 1, commitment to environmental issues. 2, aesthetics for town buildings. And 3, consensus of opinion. The first of these focuses on our commitment to energy conservation. Solar energy reduces carbon output. In July of 2022, PV Magazine pointed out that solar panels help reduce air pollution caused by power plants. It compared their offsetting effect to the way trees sequester carbon from the air in a given year. Quote, a single solar panel offsets a carbon emissions equivalent exceeding that of 10 mature trees. That's 1 solar panel. The average residential installation offsets the emissions equivalent of more than 180 trees, end quote. Again, this is what our roof would look like with solar panels. As to the question of aesthetics, one reason our application to the Historical Commission was denied was because solar panels would, quote, negatively affect the historic facade of our house, end quote. But in reality, asphalt shingles on roofs are not historically accurate. So the minimal change in appearance from placing one non-historic element over another non-historic element will not erode the historic integrity of a home. Furthermore, street-level facades will not be altered. And really, most of us don't look up at roofs when we're walking. We're looking at gardens or welcoming front doors, which we have a lot of here in Rockport. We love the historical appeal of our town, but Rockport's history is a living one and should not become frozen in time. Our houses are not museum pieces. They were homes of working-class people who in their day used technologies appropriate to their needs. We want to do the same while intentionally preserving the beauty of what is here. Aesthetic viewpoints change over time. People once hated the Eiffel Tower, and now it's a beloved symbol of Paris. We're not looking to build a skyscraper, but to make an intelligent compromise between energy conservation and historic legacy. We believe many will be inspired by the statement solar panels present to town visitors. Rockporters really care. Based on what you've just heard, we hope it is obvious to everyone here that there truly is a popular groundswell of sentiment for the integration of solar energy within the preservationist movement of our country. And we hope you will agree with how important this can be for all of us. The bottom line is that you have the power to make an historic decision about whether or not locally generated clean energy can coexist with Rockport's historic integrity. We're convinced that it can and must for the benefit of future generations. The power to make that happen is in your hands. Such is the democratic process. If not now, when? I have to believe that when I get up in the morning, the little things that I do make a difference. And so even though less than 10% of Rockport is in an historic district, it's all part of a bigger picture. And I believe that this is one of those little things that matters. We hope you'll approve our petition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Truitt. Thank you, Ms. Truitt. We're going to now turn to the Government and Bylaw Committee and the Historic Commission. I don't know who wants to speak first. I think it's Government and Bylaw.
Greg Fistad, Vice Chair of Government and Bylaw Committee, 18 Jewett Street. Thank you for the petitioner's explanation and really compelling position. I have to admit that. At the same time, we have decided as a committee not to support this petition, and they are for very specific reasons. This refers to geographically a very small part of town, as the petitioner mentioned. It's in the middle of town, roughly, with some arms going out, that attracts residents and thousands of visitors each year, in part, if not largely, because of the beautiful historic visual identity of this place. That is not to be minimized. That's not to be minimized by those of us who live here, and we may not be looking at the roofs now. Would we be looking at them if there were solar panels throughout Main Street? Same goes for visitors. Would this be, and I use this word carefully, the charming village that a lot of people come here to visit? If the petition were to pass, it would exempt from review by the Rockport Historical Commission and allow by right solar energy installations anywhere, including up and down Main Street in the heart of this historic town. The installations would only need to address the 4 physical characteristics that the petition lists. The petition does not say a word about the possible visual impact of the solar installations on preserving the historic nature of this town. The Historical Commission would thereby be removed from its authority to, quote, regulate architectural features within a district which are subject to view from one or more designated public streets, public ways, public parks, or public bodies of water. That is Mass General Law, Chapter 40C. The petitioner also stated that correctly, that there was a new law that was passed this past fall. It's important to look at that law carefully as we consider what is at stake here. The new law directs municipal historical commissions to give substantial weight to the threat posed by climate change. It does not remove the authority of the Historical Commission to make judgments about the visible impact of any architectural change on any building in historical districts. Furthermore, it's at least arguable that the Historical Commission already gives substantial weight to the threat posed by climate change. They regularly approve solar panels within historic districts in this town. But those panels are subject to a review of their visibility from these public rights of way. The only town in the Commonwealth that our research, which I admit is not completely comprehensive, the only town in the Commonwealth that allows these installations by right is Provincetown. Our research reveals that other municipalities have virtually the identical strictures within their historical commission guidelines that refer to maintaining historically appropriate appearance and paying attention to visual impact. They include, just locally, Manchester, Newburyport, Salem, Rowley, Marblehead. Furthermore, there's not a person on the Government Bylaw Committee, and I dare say not many people in this room, would deny the threat of climate change. It is there. We've got to do something about it. This is a trade-off of values, there's no question about it, but the value of maintaining the historic identity, visual identity of this town is not small. The Town and Government Committee, Town Government and Bylaw Committee recommends against approval of this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. And the Historic Commission.
I'm Ken Kaiser, 20 Jewett Street here in Rockport. I'm the chair of the Rockport Historical Commission. The article today is before us because the commission denied Mr. and Mrs. Truitt's application to mount solar panels on the front of the historic house. They were aggrieved, and instead of filing an appeal, they now seek to invalidate a town bylaw that protects our historic districts. Solar panels have been allowed in Rockport's historic districts for over 10 years, provided that their placement does not result in loss of the character and defining features of the building or the streetscape. 5 of the 8 applications for solar panels received by the Historic Commission since 2014 met our guidelines and were approved. Massachusetts general laws state that the Historical Commission is responsible for preserving, maintaining, and improving the distinctive characteristics of buildings and places in our historic districts. This is accomplished by requiring that all changes to external characteristics of buildings be submitted to the Commission for review based upon our guidelines. Our guidelines follow Mass General Law, the Secretary of Interior's guidelines for solar panels, the Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources, and Green Communities, among other standards and requirements. Our guidelines for solar arrays are similar to those of all the surrounding towns in the Cape Ann area, and indeed those of most of the nation. If it dropped review of solar panels by the Historical Commission, Rockport would be virtually alone, except for Provincetown, among historic districts in other municipalities. The Commission has no disagreement with the requirements for solar arrays in the article, since they come directly from our own guidelines. However, the 2 most important requirements, that solar panels should be minimally visible from a public way and should not be installed without oversight within the historic districts, were omitted. If this article is approved, every building owner in the districts would be free to locate arrays wherever they wish without consideration of visual impact. This could result in a significant change in the districts, eroding the character of the town that brought many of us here in the first place. Where is my map? I hope it's coming. Well, there you go. That's the town of Rockport. You can see the historic districts are just those little colored areas in the red, blue, the green, up there, very small.
And Mr. Kaiser, just stay close to the mic. I think you might not be getting all the way back on a few points.
Okay, thank you. But as you can see from the map on the monitors, the historic districts occupy a very small portion of Rockport. Fewer than 10% of Rockport's buildings are in the districts, and the Commission would likely approve solar cells on many of these. So with over 90% of the buildings in town already able to install solar panels wherever they wish, Rockport can become much less dependent on fossil fuels without further eroding the historic character of the town, even without the proposed bylaw change. In summation, The Commission recognizes the value of energy produced by solar arrays, and we are committed to work on a case-by-case basis with property owners within the districts who wish to make use of solar energy. At the same time, we need to ensure that solar panels have as little impact as possible on the preservation of the distinctive characteristics of the town's historic districts. I strongly urge protecting Rockport's historic heritage and charm for the benefit of all by voting against this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Discussion. Yes, ma'am, and then we'll go to, then this gentleman, actually, Ms. Seabrook, just hold on. The gentleman to my right hasn't addressed us yet, I don't believe, so I'm going to go to you first. Yes, you. Although you two look like you made a phone call this morning before town meeting. Go ahead, sir.
Just a point of clarification, and so the initial reviews and written slides that pertain to this article suggest that it was a majority vote, and it's been changed to a 2/3 vote, and I'd just like to have a clarification of the reasoning for that.
Yes, thank you for the question. The answer is found in statutes. I believe it's chapter 40. I actually looked at the statute myself. It's kind of an is what it is thing. Upon first review, I think like many of us, we all assumed, okay, it's a bylaw change, it's a majority vote, but because it affects the historic district by statute, it requires a 2/3 vote. So if you play it out, even if we hadn't discovered this and we did a majority vote and it wasn't 2/3 and it went all the way up to the Attorney General, we'd be back at square one in 4 or 6 months. So the answer is statutory. It requires a 2/3 vote by statute. Did I state that correctly? Yes, okay. Yeah, and the booklet does have 2/3, but that's the answer. It just wasn't picked up on the first review. Thank you, sir, for the question. And we'll go to Ms. Seavey and then Ms. Seabrook. Mr. Seavey?
Okay, Charlie Seavey, 19 Ridgewood Road. 19 Ridgewood Road is the dead end of a dead end off the south end somewhere. There are solar panels on that house. Nobody in God's green earth comes to Rockport to look at my solar panels, with the possible exception of my daughters. The point is, I think we have to be very careful with our historic district, with our, what you heard me say before, our quaint New England village theme park that we're selling all the tourists that come here. I think the petitioners made a good case for energy and all that, but I had no problem really with leaving some review process to the historic board. This is the economic engine that drives the town. It also sounds as if there's a lot of state law that says you can't monkey with the mission of the historic review panel, and this strikes me as being a fairly large-scale monkeying. But let's think carefully before we make any changes to downtown, because that's where the money is. I admit there is a case to be made, but in this case, just simply changing the rules because our petition got denied doesn't strike me as the way to do it. I hope the historic board was paying attention to all the reasons for solar panels, but let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater.
Thank you, Mr. Seavey. Ms. Seabrook?
Thank you, thank you. It is 2 pages. I did write it. I did drop it.
And Ms. Seabrook, just state your name and address if you didn't. I'm sorry, I didn't know if I heard it. Sorry.
My name is Amy Seabrook, 7B Broadway, and this is 4 minutes. We swim in an ocean of common interest, and yet that is not what we see. Many of us are looking for opportunities to heal the divisions we do see. We face a need to make our town safer from extreme weather events. As an example, many of us noticed
higher wind velocity this winter than we had experienced before. This is a hint of climate challenges heading our way. It is unfortunate that the vote in front of us is presented in the way that it is. We are here presented with the most divided positions to say yay or nay between the Truitt's request and the Historical Commission's response. This puts the Truitt family at their furthest, most outside stance. They ask here to go outside the purview of the Historical Commission. That is not what they wanted. They always wanted to complete this roof effort with the Historical Commission by their side. The same can be said of the Historical Commission. They wanted to work with the Truitts. They were held in check by the real need to preserve the historical quality of the district. That is their commission. The problem with moving ahead today is the positioning of the two sides with a gulf between and no bridge at all. As a town resident, I do not wish to vote for one extreme or the other. I do want to see the Truitt family get their solar panel roof. I do not want to see the Historical Commission removed from this process or similar processes. It is frustrating to come to town meeting to find ourselves choosing this way. We are asked to choose between two extreme positions. On the one hand, we are asked to say yes for another by right amendment, which sidesteps Historical Commission input. On the other hand, we are asked to confirm that the Historical Commission stay blind to the pressing issues of the climate challenges that are happening with increasing frequency. Let us ask the Historical Commission to recognize the need, even within the precious historical district, to make our town safer from extreme weather events. Let us ask them to make adjustments for projects like the Truitt's project and including the Truitt's project. If those of us who are able, like the Truitt's, even if domiciled in the historical district, will use proven alternative methods that generate energy. The benefit will be to the town as a whole. The commitment of the federal government administration to fossil fuels can be offset by citizens like ourselves doing two things. One is to consume less and to consume responsibly. The second way is to expand our use of alternative energy sources. If we expand that use, the technology will grow and develop, as is always the way. We have a long way to go. Let us take our steps in the hopeful direction. People who visit our town will see solar panels in the historical district and applaud them. They will take the idea home and spread the information that solar panels done well took away nothing from Rockport's charm. Perhaps more solar panels on roofs will be good for their towns as well. What I am asking is that after today's meeting, we each make it known to the Historical Commission that we need them to open the definition wider of acceptable additions to the look of the downtown area to include alternative energy sources in an expanded way. Today, well, I never wanted to say yes to this project. I just couldn't bear the change or the look, but the time has come. We must save ourselves and accept common sense and necessary changes. The panels are well done. They will look okay. Today, I will vote in favor of going outside the Historical Commission because they have not yet opened up their definitions as is needed in our current world. We will bring the Historical Commission back into their proper authority as soon as they earn it.
Thank you, Ms. Seabrook. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Judy Lurie, 7 Smith Road. I'm a close neighbor of the Truitts. I'm speaking on behalf of the Truitts' efforts to install solar panels on their house, but first I want to say that in general, like the previous speaker, I strongly support the role of the Historic Commission in preserving the character of our town. So this is indeed a tough call. However, given the importance of reducing our use of fossil fuels, which gets steeper it gets to be a steeper uphill battle by the day, disallowing non-obtrusive solar panels seems to me to be no more antithetical to historic preservation than allowing cars, telephone poles, or electric wires in a historic district. And in fact, reading the history of Rockport the other day in a wonderful book, adding these things a while back was indeed controversial, and I'm not advocating reversing that. We read in the voter booklet that 10% of Rockport homes are situated in one of the historic districts. And we also heard from Audrey that a single solar panel offsets carbon emissions equivalent to exceeding that which was sequestered by 10 mature trees. As we see more trees being taken down due to disease and the building of new homes in ADUs, I would say that one solar panel counts a lot. Personally, I would rather look at solar panels doing their work to help us than at a non-historic asphalt roof just sitting there. Please vote in favor of the amendment to the bylaws.
Thank you, ma'am. I see some familiar faces in line, which is great, but I'm going to ask for some help letting someone who has not yet addressed town meeting speak, and then we'll go to those who have already spoken, at least for a few voters. Yes, ma'am.
Barbara Sparks, 22 High Street. Think about solar panels not as adornments, but as just another source of electrical power, along with oil or gas, a necessary utility. I refer back to the applicant's first points. The criteria spelled out by the Historical Commission would be approved by right as part of a building and electrical permit issued by the building inspector. It's simple, easily understood, and a practical way to streamline the process of installing solar panels. It saves time and avoids unnecessary meetings. A side benefit of spelling out criteria, that is, that owners of homes outside the historic districts could, if they chose, follow the criteria by choice. The town beyond the districts could benefit, and there are a lot of historic homes that are not in the districts, mine among them. I served on the HDC, as it was called then, from 1994 through 1998. Back then, the commission was wrestling with new technology, thermal pane windows. Insulated glass windows do change the historic look of a structure, and they were the subject of much debate. Does anyone miss having to install triple track storm windows? Change is difficult and should be carefully considered. Solar power is here to stay for all the reasons already presented. Let's make it easy to conform to the criteria determined by the Historical Commission and administered through the building inspector. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And yes, ma'am, I appreciate everyone's assistance in getting first-time voters up first. Thank you.
Jerry Kaplan, 1D Road, and neighbors to Audrey and Christopher. Just before I get to some information of all the positive impact of solar energy, an observation that I had which kind of touches upon what Audrey said. I walk around town every day, and I see things, I notice things. I notice new doors and new paint and windows and new flowers. But, you know, I don't, if somebody asked me which house has a solar panel on it, I wouldn't be able to point that out. It's something that I simply don't notice. I don't walk looking up or drive around looking up. I wouldn't notice it. Just an observation. But I wanted to share some information regarding the current status of Massachusetts power plants. This was published by PSE, Healthy Energy, a research institute in Oakland, California. Electricity comes from inefficient power plants. Many are aging. 19 of ours are over 40 years old. They're inefficient. 18 are less efficient than the national average for similar facilities. Shrewsbury even reports negative electricity generation some years because it uses electricity to run on standby. Electricity must travel an average of 300 miles through an antiquated and vulnerable overhead wire system before arriving at our homes. The maintenance of this system, especially during periods of harsh weather, is costly, which is one of the reasons electricity is becoming more and more expensive. 80% of our electricity comes from polluting power plants. 56% of that comes from natural gas alone, which gives off hazardous nitrogen
Ma'am, I'm
oxide.
going to stop the clock and not take time away from you. It's okay to quote something briefly, but to stand and read a report is not ordinarily allowed. If you can kind of get to the major points and then speak to the issue, you've got about another, by my calculation, you've got about another 3 minutes.
Okay. In Rockport, we have seen an increasing incidence of power outages over periods of peak energy usage. As the town population increases, with more and more summer residents, ADUs being constructed, and state-mandated housing over the horizon, as well as some restraints on grid from air conditioning, it's becoming clear that cleaner and readily available forms of energy will be an essential part of our future. Solar panels are now less a luxury for towns like ours and more a need. We will literally need them if we want to keep the lights on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Hi. Oscar Truitt, 27 South Street. I'm one of the other petitioners. I just want to address some questions and misconceptions that might come up. Firstly, the Historical Commission has stated in the booklet that they offered us the option for alternative placement, installing panels in the back of our house, the north-facing side. After looking at that option, our solar contractor determined that to gain any benefit from solar energy on that roof, we would need to install more panels than on the front, which would cost 1/3 more and generate 1/3 less electricity over a longer payback period. But the most important reason we could not do as they suggested was because the installation would not pass fire code. That north roof would be the only means of escape from upstairs should there be a fire. The commission states that we, the applicants, rejected their offer to allow us to put panels on our back roof. The fact is, it was the contractor and not us who told them flat out that they would refuse such an installation. But that is unique to our home, and this petition is not about us. Which brings us to the second question. What about the idea that there is a by right aspect to this amendment? Wouldn't taking the approval decision away from the Historical Commission open a floodgate where, as they state in the voter booklet, quote, if this change is approved, every building owner in the districts would be free to locate arrays wherever they wish with no oversight or consideration of visual impact, end quote. No. This will not be the case. Owners will have to meet the criteria in our proposal. Panels would have to be neatly configured, and there will definitely be oversight in that process. Each point in the guidelines must be met before getting the necessary building and electrical permits. Simply stated, if you follow the rules, you get a permit. This is similar to the by right aspect of the ADU program that was approved at town meeting in 2022. As a result of that vote, ADU builders now have to comply with 10 criteria before getting a building permit. But prior to issuing that permit, the building inspector must also make decisions to ensure that the building is in keeping with, quote, the architectural integrity of the structure and the look, character, and scale of the surrounding neighborhood as viewed from the street, end quote. This is taken directly from the ADU zoning bylaws. Our proposal is much simpler. Solar panel installers will only have to meet the 4 criteria outlined in the amendment. This will simplify the process for the building inspector, whose role here is to hold contractors to standards enforceable by regulation. His decision, contrary to what the Bylaws Committee argues, will be a technical one and will not require an aesthetic opinion. As we have said, we are convinced that solar panels, when installed according to the criteria in our petition, will be unobtrusive, inspiring, money-saving, and effective way of conserving energy. And we are here today because we believe that such forms of alternative energy are going to become more and more essential as weather patterns and electricity costs present increasing challenges. Rockport is a beautiful town. We are committed to keeping it that way, but we are not passive caretakers of nostalgia. We are homeowners trying to respond to a rapidly changing and challenging environment. We believe that we and every homeowner in Rockport's historic districts should be permitted to install solar panels on street-facing roofs as long as they follow the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Truitt. Mr. Ugoni, if we could let someone who hasn't spoken yet to the meeting address us first. We'll get to her, and then we'll get to Selectwoman Evans. Yes, ma'am.
Carrie O'Donnell, 5 Norwood Avenue, member of the Historical Commission. I just wanted to make a quick comment about this equation of asphalt shingles and solar panels. And, oh, why can't we have solar panels if there are asphalt shingles? Those aren't historic. Well, actually, in terms of the district, they are. The district was created almost 50 years ago, at which point probably most roofs had asphalt shingles. We're simply asking for that to be maintained, to retain the character and charm that was in place about 50 years ago when the districts were made. That's really my main point here. I want to add that I think if you have a home in the historic district, you are a caretaker. You are a caretaker of our heritage. These homes are important. If you look at a home when you drive back and forth on South Street and you see a glowing, shiny roof every single time you go by, and I do notice things because I'm an artist, yeah, that's the thing. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Evans, before I get to you, is this answering a specific question from a voter? Because I am trying to give people who haven't spoken yet a chance to speak.
No, I would like to speak as myself.
Okay, then I'm gonna let some people who haven't spoken yet speak first then, if that's all right. And again, I don't recognize everyone's face. If you guys can help me self-police that, it'd be appreciated. Yes, ma'am.
Beth Renner, 49 Granite Street. I absolutely love my house. I'm not in a historic district, but I did not want solar panels on the front of my house because I thought it would look ugly. But that's just me. When we had Revision come and do our solar panels, they put them on the back side of our house. They told us that they could get for us 60%, I don't know how to say that, 60% of the energy through the solar panels. Well, for over a year, we have gotten more than 100% of the electricity through our solar panels. So they may have said to you, you have a better chance on the front of your house, which probably, I don't know if that's true, but I put them on the back of my house and I've gotten so much out of them and I don't have to look at them.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to go to you, ma'am. I don't think you've spoken yet, and then we're going to go to Ms. Evans. Yes, ma'am? I'm starting to see the usual suspects, so go ahead, ma'am.
Sharon Byrne, Kushida, 34 Marmion Way.
Thanks to the members of the Historical Commission and the Town Government and Bylaw Committee for your time and service to the town and to us, its residents. And to the Truitts for bringing this article before us today. I am speaking in favor of Article I that would amend the town's bylaw to allow houses located in the historic district to install solar panels on a visible street-facing roof. As Audrey has stated, solar panel installation projects on homes located in the historic district require the approval of the Historical Commission. In the Commission's design guidelines, they can allow solar panels on roofs that are visible from the street, and recently did that with the UU Church. As the Truitts have stated, they went before the Historical Commission 3 times, but did not receive their approval, and that included researching the rear roof, as Chris just said. After being turned down by the Historical Commission and encouraged by others, the Truitts started the long and complicated process of bringing this warrant article for a vote at town meeting today. Throughout, they were thoughtful, meticulous, and diligent. I understand that there is concern of the by right issue. I am not a lawyer, but as I read this, in their warrant article, the Truitts have ensured that critical guardrails from the Historical Commission's design guidelines are incorporated. Audrey outlined them in her PowerPoint, but let me read them again to you. Panels need to be low profile and mounted no higher than 6 inches above the roof surface. Panels are set back from the edge of the roof. The array is parallel to the edges of the roof and is aligned in a regular and rectangular pattern with no missing panels. The panel frames and cells, pipes and wires must match the surrounding roof in color. If passed today, going forward, any street visible solar installation projects in the historical district would need to meet the above 4 specifications and would also require approval from the town's building inspector. Visible solar panel arrays that do not meet all 4 components shall require a certificate of appropriateness from the Historical Commission for installation. In my opinion, what the Truitts are asking for is not unreasonable, does not take away from the beauty of their historic home in the historic district, and is true to the major tenets in the Historical Commission's design guidelines. In the Truitts' PowerPoint, we have seen the picture of their charming 19th century home built in the year 1800, with a mock-up of what the proposed solar panels would look like on their 20th century black asphalt roof. Their black asphalt roof is, I guess I'm going to correct myself, is not historical looking or attractive. Their proposed black solar array, like their black asphalt roof, will likely not be noticed by most and appreciated by many. Please join me in voting in favor of Article I. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We're going to go to Ms. Evans now. I don't think there's any confusion. I think the Truitts have made it clear, and people speaking have made it clear, but just in case, we are not voting on one property. We are voting on a general bylaw change. Just in case there's any confusion, perhaps there's not. Ms. Evans.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I speak as myself, Laura Evans, 77 High Street. The Select Board did not take a position on this article. It's really a really tough decision facing the town. I'm completely agreeing that in the use of solar panels for locally generated energy. But I'm concerned about this article, and I don't think I'm not going to vote for it because it's precedent setting, and I see it as disempowering the Historic Commission, and specifically because it's changing the bylaw so it's people can install solar panels by right. I think thank the Historical Commission for doing a really thorough job And in fact, they denied this petition for very specific reasons having to do with the preservationist resources that they've been consulting. The National Alliance of Preservation Commissions discourages primary facade, names the primary facade as the least desirable option for a solar panel. The Mass Department of Energy Resources says that proposed solar installations should be considered on a case-by-case basis by the Historical Commission. And if we surrender that with the passage of this bylaw, we're telling our gatekeepers that they don't have a job to do in the historical district. Furthermore, this Mass Department of Energy Resources says that solar energy systems shall be placed in a location that minimizes visibility from any public way and that constitutes a negligible visible impact on the site as a whole. So they're basically doing their job, the Historic Commission, and I think we need to back them and not pass this petition. I would encourage the petitioners to reapply to the Historic Commission and appeal their decision and hopefully come up with some kind of compromise that would work for them and for other houses in the historic district. Perhaps we can figure out some way to make up that 30% with energy coming from solar panels at the transfer station, or think creatively so that we can both maintain our historic district and keep our Historical Commission working effectively to preserve Rockport. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Mr. Iagoni.
Hi, Jim Ugoni, 33 Main Street. I'm speaking again today, but I'm going to try to influence those that are here that are supporting this bylaw change. I realize how important this goal is to you, and I respect you and your ideological beliefs. But I hope that you will hear enough today that challenges your thought process and maybe even changes your mind. I live in the heart of the downtown area, and I get to listen firsthand to countless visitors every day how stepping into Rockport is like stepping back in time or on a movie set. Choosing to live in the districts is not for everyone. The decision to do so needs to be made carefully and made prior to a decision to purchase. As I walk down my front hall stairs each morning, I see daylight that streams through my beautiful historic but shrinking and expanding wooden oak front door. I know if it were fiberglass, it would never need paint. It would be energy efficient and would save a tree that could help reduce carbon emissions. But I love my wooden door, a door that is energy inefficient and painful to maintain. But it provides the aesthetic beauty that everyone, tourists and townsfolk alike, photograph and appreciate. Under current historical guidelines, I understand I have lost my right to a fiberglass door and other materials, and I accept that. But I also don't have the space for a charging station or a place even to park my car. Furthermore, the historic guidelines suggest I can't use visible single-pane crank-out casement windows or put a split system on the primary facade, which is the side that's directly in a person's view and dominates the property's appearance. The districts are made up of only a few significantly historic buildings, but all the buildings collectively create a character and charm that helps property values in and outside the districts. Preserving that historic setting, charm, and character is why the districts were created in the first place. The Historic Commission focuses on details, and sometimes they are small details. However, it is details large and small that together add up and sneak up on you, and without knowing it, and in short order, you are engulfed in a historic setting equally as important as our harbor views and Tux Candy. No one comes to Rockport to see a town like the one they just left. This commission knows how to approve solar panels in locations that are visible but not noticeable. This is the same approach they take with other modern equipment, such as satellite dishes, split systems, propane tanks, and yes, solar panels. They leave their personal beliefs aside, as they should. It seems to me 9 out of 10 homes in Rockport, in the district or otherwise, don't have solar panels. Placement or not of solar panels in the district should remain the responsibility of the commission, and they'll continue to do so, carefully locating them in appropriate locations. Please do not open the door, wooden or otherwise, to the gradual destruction of the historic districts. I have changed my mind on this difficult matter several times, and I hope you do too when you add up all the benefits and disadvantage of this commission's efforts. Saying no to this request is not saying yes to oil. It is saying yes to a body of hardworking volunteers, allowing them to do their job. The product of their efforts is the envy of historic commissions all over the state, and for good reason. What they have done and continue to do is remarkable for those who choose to live in the district, outside of them, or just come to visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yagoni. Yes, ma'am?
Hi, Diane Finch, 215 Granite Street. I applaud anyone in any district who will go through the effort and spend the money to do anything to address our climate crisis. And I have notes, but I have to comment on Laura Evans's comments. I respect Laura Evans very highly, as well as Ken Kaiser, by the way. This is just a difference in opinion. We are not going to go and put some solar farm in Rockport in the next 5 years. It's just has not moved in the 3 years that we've had the study that we had done on the Green Committee that showed exactly where we can put those. It's not happening. So in the meantime, pretty much everything I was going to say has already been said, so I'm going to stick with the aesthetics. I just got back from England. I go there all the time because my husband is English and drags me there. They're very artistic about their history. They have a lot of clay, tile, shingles. I saw solar panels all over them. I took photos if anyone wants to see them. The thing is, we are an older community where, I don't know how to put this, but we're stuck in our ways. We're not seeing the science and the need for anyone who is willing to spend their own money to do something for climate change. And most important to me is our view of aesthetics at our age, most of us are at least in our 60s, may be different than the views of those coming after us who are going to live in the world we're creating. Do you really think that they're going to venerate asphalt shingles as beauty? They're the ugliest things I've ever seen, I mean, for roofs. I've seen cedar shingles. I can imagine wanting to protect those. But come on, a shiny, black, reflective panel on a roof you think is going to affect tourism? And someone mentioned it could affect property prices. Yes, it does. Data shows that your properties increase in value when you ditch the big oil tanks and put solar on your roof. So I think, and these are all good people involved here who are trying to protect the integrity of Rockport, the beauty of Rockport, but what is beauty? The architectural aspects of the houses are maintained in this scenario. Instead of an asphalt roof, you have a perfectly shaped, rectangular, shiny set of panels that mean oil tanks are gone now, okay? We need to update our view on what is beautiful. And I'm going to tell you something. Sometimes this discussion sounds a bit like the NIMBY process. You know, not in my backyard. I believe in climate change, but not in my historic district. And yes, Provincetown did it, and Rockport could be a leader. Someone mentioned how bad it was that we might be one of the first. I think that's great. So let's open up our ideas on our aesthetics. The woman who spoke about being an artist, there's a lot of artists here that I'm looking at who really think it is more beautiful to have solar panels that make a statement to the world when people walk around and see them than the asphalt roofs and the kind of outdated rejection of something so beautiful. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. I didn't recognize you when we got up there. I am trying to get first voters up. Mr. Tobin kindly yielded to first voters. Thank you, sir. This gentleman, I don't think you've spoken yet. And in the line, I don't believe you've spoken yet. I don't believe Mr. Souza has spoken yet. And the lady right behind Mr. Souza, I don't think has spoken yet. So, sir, to you in the red. My God, you're making me feel cold. You in the red vest.
Dan O'Donnell from 52 Main Street. 2 points. We are in the historic district, and we did get some solar panels. You can barely see them. The Historic Commission was very reasonable in how they approached the whole thing, and we got it done real quick. The other point I want to make is, I don't know whether it's been considered what I call fully integrated solar roofing, where essentially the whole roof is solar panels. They make them today. They also make windows that are solar panels built into them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Souza?
Figure this out. There we go. With respect to everybody behind me, we are all slowly becoming part of history. I would like to move the question.
Again, I ran afoul of this when I tried to have a rule. The rule is you move the question with no comment. I'm not going to take it up, but thank you for trying. That was not on the substance, by the way. I'm neutral. Yes, ma'am.
Elizabeth Brooks, 8 High Street, Apartment 2. I'd like to move to vote.
All right. Is there a second? All right. That's the motion to end debate has been, or move the previous question, has been moved and seconded, and it is in order. Again, it's not debatable. It requires a 2/3 vote to carry. I'm going to first try it by a voice vote. If it's too close, we'll go to electronic. We'll go to the clickers. So the motion is to end debate on the pending motion under Article I. All those in favor of ending debate say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. That motion carries by more than 2/3. We will now move immediately to the pending motion under Article I. The question before you is whether to amend the Code of Bylaws, Chapter 14, Environmental Protection and Public Health, capital letter E, Section 5, by inserting new subsection lowercase letter small I entitled Solar Panel Exemption as set forth on page 100 of the voter's booklet. This requires a 2/3 vote. We will vote by electronic means. So that's the question before you. You will have 12 seconds from when I say the words vote now. You will press 1 or A for aye if you support the motion. You will press 2 or B for no if you oppose the motion. Is anyone confused on what we're about to vote on? All right. All those in favor, press 1 or A for aye. All those opposed, press 2 or B for no. Ready, vote now, 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 now. The noes have it. That motion fails, 49%. That motion fails, 49% to 51%. The numerical vote is 90 in favor, 92 against. That's aye. So what's next? K. We will now take a motion under Article K, which will be followed by motions under Articles B, C, D, and E, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo.
Mr. Moderator, School Committee Chair Kathy Riley moves Article K as indicated in the motion printed on page 104 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to amend the Code of Bylaws, Chapter 7, Financial and Fiscal Procedures, capital letter A, Section 10, to create a revolving fund for school department community engagement and communications as set forth on page 104 of the voter's booklet. This requires a majority of vote. Is there any discussion? I sense you're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. That motion carries. That's okay. Now we're going to go, no, B, C, D, E. So now we're going to entertain motions under B, C, D, and E.
Mr. Moderator, Article B, DPW Commissioner Chair Bruce Reed moves Article B as indicated in the motion printed on page 92 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to expend $289,158.76 or such other sum as available under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 90. This requires a majority vote. Is there any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. Has it been that way the whole time? Oh, okay. How's that? Okay. Did everybody understand the motion as I restated it? Is there any discussion? I sense you're ready to vote. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and it is unanimous. The motion carries.
Article C, Mr. Moderator, Select Board Member Laura Evans moves Article C as indicated in the motion printed on page 93 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to transfer from free cash sums for Action Inc., Hawk, Senior Care, and Open Door as set forth on page 93 of the voters booklet. This requires a majority vote. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I sense you're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. That's unanimous. Motion carries.
Mr. Moderator, Select Board Member Paul Murphy moves Article D as indicated in the motion printed on page 93 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Seconded, moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to transfer from free cash sums to stabilization and trust funds as set forth on page 93 of the voters booklet. This requires a majority vote. Any discussion? Seeing none, I sense you're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries, and it is unanimous.
Article E, Mr. Moderator, Board of Assessors Chair Tim Good moves Article E as indicated in the motion printed on page 94 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. Select Board and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to transfer from free cash $75,000 for assessor revaluation, expenses. This requires a majority vote. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I sense you're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries, and it is unanimous. We now move on to, I believe, F Foxtrot, to be followed by J Juliet and H Hotel.
Mr. Moderator, Select Board Vice Chair Denise Donnelly moves Article F as indicated in the motion printed on page 94 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board recommends this article.
Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 39, Section 23D for the Select Board, the Board of Health, the Planning Board, the Conservation Commission, the Zoning Board of Appeals, and the Historical Commission. It requires a majority vote. Discussion. And I'm going to get to you, Ms. Medea. Is there anybody who wishes to speak before we get to... Oh, all right. Ms. Medea, stay right there because we're going to get to you. I'm just going to let Town Council give a brief overview, and then we're going to get to you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, through you. So this is a statute that was enacted a few years ago to allow a member of a board that makes quasi-adjudicatory decisions, so a board that acts on applications and licenses and special permits, to miss a single session of the public hearing and still participate in the vote, so long as they either read the full transcript of the hearing that they missed, or watch the full hearing. And the reason that this is really important is that, especially when there's multiple days of hearings and things come up and someone can't attend a session of a hearing, that would render them unable to participate And so especially for matters that require a 4/5 vote or a 2/3 vote, that makes it very difficult. So again, this would allow a person to vote in a public on a project or proposal in the event they missed one session. If they miss 2 sessions, they can't participate. If they don't watch or read the entire transcript, they can't participate.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. Ms. Medea?
Thank you. Jamie Medea, 2 Holbrook Court. I'll start by saying I support this article as clarified by Town Council. What Town Council just said is essential, that the phrase, provided that certain conditions are met, does include the requirement to watch the recording or have at least read the minutes. If that is part of this, I support it. The reason I say that is I work all over the Commonwealth and I appear at these sessions, and one of our biggest problems is getting a quorum. And if we don't have a quorum of people able to vote, it basically means you have to be unanimous because people are missing. So I support this with your clarification, Town Council, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Medea. And just so everyone knows, it is baked into the statute. All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, since you're ready to vote, this requires a majority vote. All those in, well, I'll restate it, to accept the provisions of Mass General Laws, Chapter 39, Section 23D, on the boards that I listed as set out in the voter's booklet. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries, and it is unanimous. On to J. Juliet.
Mr. Moderator, Select Board Member Don Southard moves Article J as indicated in the motion printed on page 104 of the April 5th, 2025 Voters Booklet. Select Board recommends this article.
Second. Seconded. Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to authorize the Select Board to enter into a lease for a term of up to 35 years for the property at 3 Dock Square, otherwise known as the Old Firehouse Trust, as set forth on page 104 of the Voters Booklet. It requires a majority vote. Selectman Southard.
Thank you, Don Southard, 33 Straightsmith. At last year's town meeting, we voted to authorize the town to find a long-term solution to the beautiful Firehouse Trust building located at 3 Dock Square. This building, as you all know, has fallen into disrepair. As a result of that vote, the town, with the help of Carol Chirico, Kate Shaw, and Rob Craig, developed a request for information to renovate this historic building. We received one response which was well thought out and led the Select Board to decide to write and publish a request for proposal, which is a state-mandated next step in bringing life back to our beautiful building. We hope there will be a number of bidders on the RFP. The board has decided on a public-private partnership option, which would allow a private developer to do a multi-million-dollar renovation and minimize the expense to the town. In that proposal, we would retain ownership of the land and the building, and we would grant the chosen developer a long-term lease to recoup their costs. There would be no change to the footprint of the beautiful building, and the exterior would remain to historical standards.
That was hysterical.
Yeah, so is the last vote. What we need to begin the RFP process is your authorization to offer a lease of up to 35 years for this project and this project only. This would allow the chosen developer to recoup costs and make a profit while keeping the town ownership of the building and land. At the end of such lease, the town can choose to take full possession or continue with the partnership. Again, the details of the RFP are TBD. This is an exciting project. I've liked this from the very beginning personally. I think the board agrees. And I hope you will agree to help restore a small piece of our beautiful town to its original look, and hope all of you, including Carol, Kate, and Rob, will help us do just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Southard. Discussion? Yes, sir. Mr. Arsenian?
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. You don't want to forget the Board of Selectmen's record as landlords at Long Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenian. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Lott.
Monica Lawton, 11 Story Street. I would urge the town to support this article. As Don Southern mentioned, there was quite a robust discussion at least one town meeting where it was proposed to put the building up for sale or to turn it into a park. And the town very, very strongly sent it back for further study because the town did not want to lose possession of the building or the land, which is such an iconic location with its view of motif number 1 and the prospect for giving it away for whatever might happen there under private ownership was very unappealing to the town. And I have to give great credit to Carol Chirico and Kate Shaw for looking into possible ways to retain ownership of the building and the land with minimal cost to the town. And Carol, with her background in the law and in real estate matters, looked into the idea of public-private partnership, which is very, it's a structure that is in use in many communities, in universities, public-private partnerships to run dormitories. And that seemed to hold some promise, and she did some outreach and looking for interest, and lo and behold, there is some interest among private parties for developing that building, but retaining ownership by the town. And such a structure would put the burden of costs on the developer with the opportunity for revenues that would offset their cost. But meanwhile, no cost or minimal cost to the town, and we retain ownership. But the problem is that kind of arrangement only works if you give it time. And I believe the original idea was to allow for a 5-year lease. Well, that's not nearly enough to develop, to do the necessary renovations and recoup your costs. So this, I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it is allowing a period of time that would provide an opportunity to recover and make it a venture that could continue and be beneficial to the private party and beneficial to the town, because it allows us in the future to take another course of action while still remaining that property. We give it away, we sell it, it's gone forever, and who knows what would happen there. So I strongly suggest, based on the desire of the town clearly expressed to keep it, to vote yes on this proposal, which is really, as I see it, about the only way to keep it. So,
Thank you, Ms. Lawton. Ms. Seabrook.
Thank you, Amy Seabrook, 7B Broadway. I am remembering when we took this vote, and so I'm asking Mr. Southard if indeed you are remembering that we discussed the situation with the ocean and that the basement needs to be a flow-through style. Thank you.
I'll take that as a point of information, but we're not going to do the question and answer thing, but if the select board wants to address that. All right. Thank you, Ms. Seabrook. Any further discussion? Mr. Battistelli, and Ms. McKenna. Okay, you've both spoken, so I'll just go in that order. Mr. Battistelli.
Alan Battistelli, 57 Phillips Avenue and 5 Dock Square is one of our properties. We are the immediate abutters of the property, and we're excited about the idea of the town finally taking some action if this passes and get the building fixed up and get it back active again. So I think it's a great idea.
Thank you, Mr. Battistelli. Ms. McKenna.
Laurie McKenna, 31 High Street. I have 2 comments. One, why did we decide on 35 years? That seems like a very long time to recoup your costs. I would think a shorter period would be sufficient, like 20 years. My second point is that in this arrangement, who would be paying for the insurance for that building, which will be pretty high? And what will happen if there is some sort of, water event that damages the building? Who is going to pay for that under this arrangement? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McKenna. I will see if we have any response from the Select Board on that.
Yeah, the 35 years was arrived at because we're not exactly sure how long the lease is going to be, so we gave ourselves some room. Hopefully it will be less than 35, and I would have to ask someone about insurance. I believe the developer would have the insurance on that. Is that correct?
Well, before we go there, if I may suggest, right now the motion before is to authorize. The details of anything has not been worked out. I think it would be speculative at best, and also speculative to deal with insurance questions in the event that there's a particular event. But I will ask Town Council if I've got that assessment right.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. That's the type of issue that's usually addressed in a development agreement. And unless and until that happens, the town covers the insurance.
Worthy questions for sure, but just at this moment a little premature, but thank you. Further discussion? All right, just one moment just in case there's anybody else who hasn't spoken. I don't see anybody, so you get 2 bites on any motion. Go right ahead.
I'm Monica Lawton, 11 Story Street, and this is just referring to the point earlier about the need for the potential damage from floodwaters, et cetera. And quite a bit of study was done. I was on the committee that looked into the possibility of the town renovating the building, and there are technologies today to allow for the water to flow in and the water to flow out. So I don't think that's an issue for concern with respect to this vote. This is really looking at the arrangement that will allow us to have a viable and operating building on the site.
Thank you, Ms. Lawton. Further discussion? Seeing none, I sense you're ready to vote. The question is whether to authorize the Select Board to enter into a lease for 35 years for 3 Dock Square, the old Firehouse Trust, as set forth on page 104. It requires a majority vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. That carries by a majority vote. Motion carries. The ayes have it. We are on to what? That was J. Oh, so we're on to H now. On to Article H, Hotel.
Mr. Moderator, lead petitioner Juan Penaloza moves Article H as indicated in the motion printed on page 98 of the April 5th, 2025 voters booklet. The Select Board does not recommend this article.
All right. Moved and seconded. The question before you is whether to request the Select Board vote pursuant to Chapter 59, Section 5C, to set the property tax rate at a maximum of 35% of the assessed value for all so-called Class 1 residential parcels under the conditions set forth on page 98 of the voters booklet. This requires a majority vote, and it is a non-binding resolution. Mr. Penaloza.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I want to clarify first, at the request of the Select Board, that this is a non-binding resolution. I'm sorry. My name's John Penaloza. I live at 8 McKay's Drive. This is a non-binding resolution because the state gives the only authority to enact a residential tax exemption to the Select Board or to a mayor. And we don't have the concept of a non-binding ballot question. So the only opportunity that Rockport voters have to express their will to the Select Board, to the government, is via a non-binding resolution at town meeting, and that's why I'm here today. Please allow me to describe the backdrop of Rockport's housing crisis, with its rising rates of depopulation, gentrification, and even homelessness affecting our community. I came to Rockport in the year 2000. I started a family here, had my 3 kids attend primarily Rockport schools since kindergarten, and have created many friendships with and ties to others in our community in those 25 years. I remember blizzards punctuated by sledding at Evans Field on a snow day afternoon and collecting chocolate Easter eggs caked in mud from Millbrook Meadow. I remember scorching hot 4th of July parades where you can bump into the whole town. I remember digging pools next to my toddlers in the low tide sand on Front Beach on blissfully endless August afternoons. I also have quintessential Rockport memories, like braving a frozen Saturday morning to walk down the neck and join in the line for a fresh strudel breakfast. And once, helping with the spring cleaning of the Atlantic Path, led by the inimitable Ted Tarr. And I remember his warnings about taking care of our traditions and our ways, lest they be lost or forgotten or disrespected. I have recollections from before we had wealthy individuals suing the town so they could land their helicopters on outsized mansions, or trying to stop divers from using Back Beach, or trying to cancel the bonfire, or building pools and walls on top of historic, centuries-old Rockport rights-of-way they so disdainfully became the stewards of when buying something in town. Some of those happy memories are fading now, and the conditions that allowed them to happen in the first place have been deteriorating all around us. Because in the 25 years I've lived in Rockport, there has been a slow but inexorable decline in our population and our community, and many longtime Rockporters have been priced out. Our schools have contracted and been under assault by demographic changes forced by our housing crisis, drawing on a dwindling population of school-age kids and depending purely on their excellence and the support of school choice to retain their viability. Many service businesses and restaurants that previously could operate year-round are now utterly starved in the off-season for both customers and age-appropriate teen labor to make them sustainable. The resulting transformation of storefronts downtown from year-round to seasonal-only businesses, and even the loss of commercial space for conversion to residential use, is a marked and profound change in our historic district, one that makes us less self-sufficient and viable as a permanent year-round community. And the outflow of our housing refugees, our most promising and hardworking generations of younger age groups in their prime as energetic drivers of our town, is a tragic and destabilizing dynamic that is relegating us to a status as a retirement and vacation community that is ultimately isolating and self-defeating. Just ask Provincetown, the canary in the coal mine of Massachusetts towns that has gone down this road maybe 20 years prior to Rockport. As proof of this decline, we can cite demographic data from the 2000 and 2010 census, the 2016 American Community Survey, and our own Rockport Assessor's Office data for fiscal year 2025 to show that the rate of full-time resident unoccupied homes in Rockport, if we set aside the seasonal-only homes of Long Beach and Old County Road, has climbed steadily from less than 10% in the year 2000 to over 22.2% in 2025. That's an increase in depopulation of nearly 230% in 25 years. Don't let anyone explain that away as, oh, Rockport's always been a vacation community. That's how it's always been. No, this amount of population loss and the number of Rockport residents being driven out is not how it's always been. So what do? How can we possibly fight a free market that's finally realized how wonderful a place this is and all the demand on our housing that comes with that? We keep a low tax rate. We try to be frugal and not burden our citizens with too much spending. We're dealing with what were relatively modest-priced homes being snapped up by outside investors buying in cash and seeing their assets continually rise in value faster than inflation. Not only that, within the last 10 years or so, they can also reap handsome dividends on those assets via short-term rentals by using social media and home-sharing platforms like Airbnb and VRBO and others that are not easily captured. What can we possibly do to protect our housing for full-time residents? Well, in the time I've lived here, we've never attempted any policies that confront the issue of our housing market directly. And now, partly thanks to the experience of Provincetown, we have a solution we can easily adopt. Off the shelf, proven and legally upheld across the Commonwealth for over 40 years, the residential tax exemption. What is a residential tax exemption? In the simplest terms, a residential tax exemption shifts a portion of property taxes from most full-time residents, either owners or tenants, to non-residents and resident owners of some high-value properties. It does this by offering full-time tenants or landlords with full-time resident tenants an exemption of up to 35% of the average assessed residential value subtracted from their property's assessed value. It then increases the approved tax rate to make up the difference. The total amount of the RTE tax shift, if we adopted a 35% RTE, based on 2025 numbers, adds up to approximately $3 million of our overall budget. In other words, a tax shift of $3 million will be given to RTE awarded properties assessed under the break-even point, while approximately $2.5 million of the revenue shift will be paid by non-resident owners, and about $500,000 would potentially be paid by Rockport resident owners of high-value properties. The problem with this part of the approach is that it unfairly penalizes Rockport residents of high-value homes above the break-even point of $1.22 million with higher property taxes. That's about 13% of residents. To resolve this, I recommend we also adopt a special abatement for any fiscal year the RTE is in place that would ensure that Rockport resident owners would not pay any more taxes under the RTE policy than they would otherwise. Under fiscal 2025 numbers, for instance, the $500,000 this amounts to would be added as a budget line item that would increase the overall budget by less than 1%. Note that this amount comes in under the Prop 2.5 budget limitations. If we adopt this enhanced RTE with a renter's provision, we will find we have lots of budget headroom for expenses that might have previously been out of reach, like the water enhancements that we talked about today that are so dire, or for new priorities such as this special abatement. Adopting this special abatement could effectively limit the RTE tax shift in Rockport to non-resident owners regardless of property values. Why and how does the RTE...
Mr. Penaloza, for your planning, you're at 9 minutes. I'll give you a little bit of leeway, but you're at 9 minutes. You've got about a minute left. If you can focus your remarks.
Thank you very much. Why and how does the RTE help fix Rockport's housing crisis? The RTE, with an exemption for resident tenants, is the functional equivalent of Vancouver's empty homes tax. It targets the primary factor causing the housing crisis, homelessness, economic displacement, and gentrification, by taxing the specific issue of resident non-occupancy. In the process, it shifts the supply and demand of a local housing market by making it less profitable or even unprofitable to leave homes unoccupied or only occasionally occupied, like owners do with Airbnbs. While the RTE also subsidizes resident home ownership and incentivizes landlords to have full-time residents. In Vancouver's example, their empty homes tax actually reversed resident non-occupancy by over 20% in the 5-year period between its initial adoption in 2016 and 2021. And note that this is before any pandemic-era effects. If Rockport adopts an RTE that yields similar results from the tax effects alone, from the tax shifts effects alone, we could stop the proliferation of Airbnbs and see 181 Rockport homes return to resident occupancy over the subsequent 5 years of the adoption. I'm going to skip over a couple of the slides, but the RTEs in combination with the ADUs are a very effective mechanism for transforming our housing and not having to build new additional houses. So there's lots of Rockport houses that people are rattling around in that have too much extra space. And when you combine the economic incentives of the RTE with the new rules on ADUs, we can right-size our housing and create more smaller units that will actually qualify for the RTE. So it's a big economic incentive to create additional housing that would be occupied by Rockporters. And there's a 10 reasons to vote for the RTE. I'll bring your attention to it. It's in the book under H, and there's some great points there. 87% of Rockporters will actually get a residential tax break with the RTE. That's most of the people in this room. It's always revenue neutral. It won't increase tax revenues or create budget shortfalls. It would be the first step we've taken in Rockport to address the underlying housing market as a real solution.
The sun is going below the yardarm, Mr. Penaloza. If you could bring this home. Thank you.
The Select Board has to reauthorize it for it to be in effect. And so if we don't like it, it's gone. There's nothing to lose from trying it. Finally, once the community adopts the RTE, in our example, in history, it's largely been stuck with. So it must be beneficial for towns to continually be reauthorizing it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Penaloza. Discussion. Yes, sir, Mr. Hess.
Wally Hess, 117 Granite Street. You noticed all the numbers that John had. Here's the numbers that I have.
A little louder, Mr. Hess, if you could. Or closer, or both.
When I was on the Finance Committee, in one of the years, in 2016, we did a lot of numbers on this, but you can summarize it in one number. What percentage of the assessed value of residential real estate was owned by non-Rockport residents? In 2016, that number was 26.7%. The same number in 2025 is 26.3%. Let me repeat that. It's gone from 26.7 to 26.3. That's an all-encompassing number. That includes the number of houses and the aggregate amount of assessed value of those houses. So we really don't have a crisis here. We may have some things twisting around, but we don't have a crisis. I don't know where John got all his numbers, but mine were studied very carefully by the Finance Committee in 2016, and I did the same analysis for numbers as of March of this year.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Further discussion? We'll go to the Select Board. Mr. Brackett.
Ross Brackett, Select Board. I just want to let the residents know that the best place to make your voices heard is at the annual tax hearing, public hearing we have every year. This isn't the only realm to make your voices heard. The board does hold a public hearing every single year.
And that's likely posted on the website for the town? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, Dan O'Donnell, 52 Main Street. Just want to mention that one of the other things that non-residential owners do pay already is what's called the personal property tax, which is supposed to be on the stuff that's in the house or in the residence. That's all. There are other taxes already.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Eleanor Goldman, 13 Pleasant Street, and I grew up here. When I grew up, there was a school bus that came on my street, delivered me to school. There is no school bus coming to my street anymore. There are no children. There are no trick-or-treaters to my house anymore. because next door is dark on Halloween. It's a VRBO. Across the street is also dark. It is a rental income property currently.
I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Again, it's probably just me, but just come closer.
Okay,
yeah.
yes. I am trying to make the point that there were multiple schools when I grew up here. I am under the age of 60, to reference an earlier comment. I grew up in this town. There were much fewer children and a lower tax rate and fewer children attending school. Next door to me, my neighbor is a VRBO. My across the street neighbor is a rental income property as well. It is dark during the day, as is the house next door, which sits vacant the majority of the year. When it is not vacant, it is rented for $7,500 a week. I am in favor of this motion because I, like the majority of the people in this town, live here, and I would personally benefit from this passing in my taxes in the community. This is not in theory to me. I have seen what this does and what it will do, and I can also see it in comments like the petitioner mentioning the Atlantic Path. There are the richest people in the world moving in to this town, and when they move in, they take what had previously been public and take it for themselves. I prefer to take what has been always public and what I can afford and live here and make the community better for us and everybody in this room who can currently vote for their future and their tax money to stay in their pockets. The billionaires who are buying property here but can't vote here because they don't live here year-round, they can't vote right now. If they could, probably they'd vote to not pass this, but I do live here, and I'm gonna vote to keep more of my money in my pocket to have a stronger community, and I urge everybody else to please do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Mary Zanetti. I live on 15 Caleb's Lane, and I have a slightly different perception of what is being said. We moved here, my husband and I, in 2016, bought what we called an ugly duckling house, and renovated the house, small ranch, nothing outrageous, and beautified the property. We plan on living here for the rest of our lives, and from 2016 to date, our property taxes have gone from about $6,000 to just under $10,000. Within a year or two, we will be in that high-value home because of the neighborhood we live in. So please don't penalize people based on misconceptions of how we got here. We've been visiting Rockport for decades. We could not afford to move here until we approached retirement. And it was a goal of ours our entire lives. So please, I am getting emotional, but only because I love this town. I support police, fire, education, local youth sports. We are here to support this community, as so many of our neighbors are. They're in their 70s, 80s, 90s, on fixed incomes, which we are on. So please keep your minds open to a mixture of people moving into town.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Selectwoman Donnelly, and then you, sir.
Thank you. Denise Donnelly. I just want to make a few points. First of all, there already is an abatement in place for low-income seniors, so it's not that it doesn't exist now. There is nothing in the motion about any kind of abatement for people over the average price. And secondly, there's no way excuse my language, that the town can afford an abatement. We have tens of millions of dollars of infrastructure improvements that we have to make. As you heard earlier, we had a 13% increase in our healthcare costs this year, which was not expected, so we are managing to the penny. Thirdly, we would have to hire someone in the assessor's office to actually figure out who's part-time, are they being honest, who's full-time, and to manage this entire process. And finally, if this was such a great idea, I would think that more towns in Massachusetts would have adopted it. As it stands, 18 out of 352 towns have done so. So I don't think there's an overwhelming proof of concept yet in place for this idea.
Thank you, Selectwoman Donnelly. Yes, sir.
Powell Dixon, 36 High Street. May you never hear that name and address again with comments attached. First, I want to point out that this isn't just about rich and poor. This is about having the right set of incentives to encourage behavior that's beneficial for the town. So every level of government, from the federal government all the way down to the municipal government, uses laws, regulations, and ordinances to encourage good behavior and discourage bad behavior. When I moved to Rockport, you could buy 2 different dump stickers. One was an unlimited dump sticker, one was a pay-as-you-throw dump sticker. For my family and their needs, the throw as much as you want made sense. But then Rockport decided pay-as-you-throw, aligning my costs with the town costs, made more sense. That made me personally worse off, but it was the right thing to do. So now I have to be more mindful about reduce, reuse, recycle, and now I compost. It's a beneficial result that was bad for me personally, and it was well within the town's right to do that. Often people make the argument that part-time residents are lower cost for the town. I think that's a mistake. The town has to maintain roads, whether those people are here or not, and the wear and tear on our roads are not marginally affected by whether they're here driving their car. The costs of maintaining our roads are driven by freeze and thaw cycles, by heat and expansion, by rain that swells the ground and causes it to buckle. We have to pay to fix the roads, whether they're here or not. The same is true for the water system. And a similar argument can be made for schools. They're not putting kids in our schools, but they're also preventing us from operating schools at an efficient scale. So what I'd like to point out is this has the potential to create an incentive to have more occupied residences in Rockport. If you want to argue that the change in the percentage of unoccupied homes hasn't changed all that much, that's fine. But it is very difficult for an entrepreneur to make a compelling case to open a grocery store if 25% of the homes are not occupied for 8 months, 10 months, or 52 weeks out of the year because they don't even come in a given year. It is difficult for them to make a compelling business case to open that grocery store. Personally, I would like more restaurants. I would like a better grocery option, and that's difficult to achieve if 25% of the homes are vacant most of the year. This is a policy that could help align incentives. It's not the only policy we could use, and it's probably not going to be effective by itself, but it is one lever we can pull on to try and align incentives so that the town has more occupied homes, more people to fill restaurants, more people to frequent businesses, more people to support a grocery store. That's my point.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Paul Seavey, 11 Marmion Way. When I was a kid, there were a lot of summer cottages, no insulation, no interior walls, no heating system, and of course they were empty quite a lot of the year, occupied only in summer. Well, maybe it was 26%, but that's just a number. It could still be 26%, but we're talking about full-time houses, maybe a McMansion or two that somebody is using as an Airbnb or rental or something like that. It's not quite the same situation. And I think the gentleman has pointed out that we can do this, Article H, and try it. And if we don't like it, we can undo it. But, I mean, the cost of housing here is insane. It's absolutely insane. And slowly, people with lots of money are taking over the town, and we've done basically nothing. This is a chance to try something, and I think we should vote for it.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Brown?
Pat Brown, 27 Haven Avenue. I'm not a rich person. I'm on retirement. I just happened to build a house with my sister on 27 Haven Avenue. It's a great location. I agree with that. We bought the property, tax title property, at a bidding war with others, and we happened to win. My taxes have gone up. I'm paying over $14,000 a year in taxes because I choose to live there forever. We built the house together, knowing she sold her house, I sold my house, we built a house. And that cap of, I don't know, 1.22 million, we're already above that. We're on a fixed income. I think other people in this audience can look at their own property assessments and say, I'll be there soon, and suddenly you're paying more, not less. I want my taxes to go down, personally. I want my water bill and my sewer rate to go down because my fixed income doesn't go far. So I'm voting against this, and I'm saying we want to keep the people who have been here. I've been here since 1978, and I have no plan of going anywhere, and the town is perfect just the way it is. And I'm voting against this.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. McCarthy, there's a couple voters who we haven't heard from. The gentleman behind, yeah, there you go. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Hi, Tim Corrigan, 16 Curtis Street. Diversity is good. How many of us gray heads here have been in a gym like this? We need to fill up these empty homes. A community is made of a working class person who raises a family, and in the struggle of raising that family, I think we all benefit. Earlier on, someone said nobody will open up a business here because nobody will open a business here whose homes are filled up only half the year. Kids bring life to a community, jobs bring life to a community, and believe it or not, us old people need kids and full houses and the liveliness that comes with youth. Old age needs to give youth the chance to grow up in a beautiful place such as we have been graced to live in. I've lived here for close to 50 years now. I've seen it change, much more so than John in the statistics that he brought up. I disagree with the gentleman who crunched numbers years ago. Times have changed here in Rockport. It's changing. It's time for us to open up our eyes and ears, and let's listen to the kids and perhaps watch them in the stands to achieve a state championship once more like they did almost 55 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In the line, any of the voters standing, has any of you not yet addressed the meeting at any point today? You, ma'am. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Paula Nishak, 6 Camborne Way. I just have a question, perhaps, for Town Council. And the Article H doesn't reference anything about the value of the home. It just states that it will apply to all residents. So I'm curious if that's implied in the statute.
So I'll see if I can get an answer on that. And again, I'm not suggesting that anybody has said anything differently, but just in case there's any confusion, at this stage and as drafted is a non-binding resolution. I don't know if we have an answer. We'll see if we can get that, though, ma'am. Thank you.
But the confusion is that it's not applying to all residents.
I'm so sorry. I just mean the resolution overall is non-binding as a resolution. It's basically a request that the select board make a vote. It does not actually enact residential tax exemption. That's a more complicated process, and this was not designed to put that issue before the meeting, and I'm not going to go further than that because I'm going to be speaking in an area where I'm way over my skis. So I'll see if I can get an answer on that for you. Thank you, ma'am.
I think it's very confusing in terms of the fact that The petition itself says that it's applying to anybody who has a principal residence in Rockport, and that's just not the case.
Okay, we're gonna get an answer. I think I understand the question. Thank you. And hold on, sir, can you answer?
Mr. Moderator, thank you. So there is no residential exemption right now, so it doesn't apply to any taxpayers. The statute that exists doesn't apply in the same way as the proposal exists. So the statute is just different, but I can also say the statute does not address a monetary value of a home. It's not part of that.
We're going to go to this gentleman next. Yes, sir.
Can I ask the rest of my question? Then where is the 1.2?
I'll try to get you in a moment. I'm going to go to this gentleman next. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Willett, 2 Gap Head Road. As they call me, longtime summer person, because I've only been here since basically 1968. So as a property owner of, and this may actually answer the question of the lady who's up here just ahead of me, as a property owner, when I bought into my family property, it had a value of $400,000. I paid about $4,000 in taxes. This year, I paid $18,000 in taxes, and under this proposal, I would pay $24,000 in taxes. Now, in addition to being a longtime summer person, I'm just about 70 years old. I'm trying to think about how to retire, and it's bad enough when I get my annual letter from the town telling me how much my tax rate is, and my heart is always racing as I open it because it goes up and down. This will force many longtime residents out of their homes. And by the way, this is on top of my insurance bill, which when I bought in was $2,700. Now it is $22,000. So this is just one more complicating factor. Well, I agree that the composition of the town has changed. We've heard a lot about, short-term rentals, long-term rentals. When I came to this town in 1968, there were something like 140 rooms, short-term rentals, in hotels, B&Bs, on Marmion Way alone. Now I think there are 4. Everybody wants our local businesses to thrive. Oh, and the number of lights that I see outside of my house every night in the winter is significantly greater than when I moved up here in 1968. There are a lot more full-time homes. This community was, in fact, built largely out of summer houses in the 2 areas that the Phillips estate developed, one around Marmion Way, the other around the avenues up in Pigeon Cove. The town has changed, but not as significantly as people think. You have a different idea of it. Yes, people are having fewer children. It is tougher to buy a home in town, but this town was always welcoming of short-term visitors, summer rentals, and that's changed. And if you think that bringing in, pushing out these supposed billionaires and bringing in average families with kids is going to help your business environment, you're crazy. You're absolutely, I went out to dinner the other night at a local restaurant, $160 a person. And the people that I know who go to that restaurant all the time are people who have much fancier houses than I do, and they spend a lot more money. And when I was a kid, people would stay here for weeks and months. I remember we used to get the busloads of Canadians at the Seaward Inn. They all had their little red berets. They probably wouldn't come this year anyway. But this is kind of, I thought it was summed up best by the proponent that, vote your self-interest, you'll save money. Well, for every dollar somebody is going to save, it's going to cost me $3. But it's more like for every $1,000, it's going to cost me $3,000. So I strongly urge you not to create this kind of divisive dual taxation system. I assume that that some of the shift is going to end up going to business as well, because we've always had a unified tax rate. It's fine. If you guys want to engineer a whole bunch of people out of town, I guess you can try to do it. But I don't intend to go easily, and I strongly urge anybody who has any sense of fairness to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lett. Mr. McCarthy, I'm going to get to you in a moment. Ma'am, I'm going to try to see if we can answer. I'm going to try to see if I can answer that voter's question.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, through you. There was a question about $1.2 million. That's not in the statute. It's not in the proposal that was in the warrant book. I believe it was in the comments that the petitioner made at the beginning, but it's not anything set forth in law.
So it's an example. It's an example. Mr. McCarthy. Oh, okay. Okay. Can you hold on for a mic, Pat? Aiden's gone.
Do you want me to talk? Am I okay to go real quick, or? Okay.
So I'm going to take it as a point of order, Ms. Brown, if you can ask it. Huh? That's okay.
I might be about to make the same point you're about to, but
I'm just asking for Mr. Penaloza to stand and give us a clarification on where the $1.22 million came from.
Okay. And I will return to him then to answer some of these pending questions. I will return to him. Mr. McCarthy, is there something you want to pose that Mr. Penaloza could answer?
Sort of. I don't know. I've kind of lost the thread of what my original question was going to be, but also Aidan McCarthy, 58 High Street. A lot of the stuff that's being said to me doesn't seem to come from the paper. Like, my interpretation of what this is that it's an attempt to, like, I guess, target empty homes. And so folks are saying, like, oh, I inherited this house that's really expensive. My tax rates are going to go up. I didn't interpret that from this. Furthermore, too, there's discussion like my taxes have been going up, but historically, but also there's inflation. So like, we do have to think it's not just as simple as my number. And I know that like a lot of folks have fixed incomes, but like over, 20 years, like now like $20 for a cheeseburger or something like that, when it was like 20 years ago. So like, with the increasing tax rates, I don't know that is as powerful an example if we don't take into account that just like money is worth less now, right? So I guess my original question was like, it says that it will likely lower your property taxes as it will for 87% of Rockporters. Like, who's the remaining 13%? My interpretation was that I don't see anything about it moving the tax from low households to high households who are the primary residents. I really wonder if that's just something folks are interpreting into this themselves. Because again, the discussion to me seemed to be about empty households, not households that are, right, so I see someone nodding, I see someone shaking their head, but like, there just really seems to be a fundamental factual disconnect between the intent and so I figure you're about to clarify there, but like, I want to point out that there's this discussion of this, and like, if you read what it's literally here, I don't see anything about the 1.2 million or the household thing, and my assumption would be if you have a high-end sort of house, but it's your primary residence, it shouldn't make you pay more, would be my interpretation, and that price would go to folks who are not in the house, but that would, who have high-end houses, I guess, who are not present. So I guess you'll probably...
All right, thank you. There's a number of things pending in the air, Mr. Penaloza. If you have them in mind, can you please focus your remarks on the specific questions that have now been asked by a series of voters? If you can do that, you've got the floor. And then we'll go to, I think, Mr. Brackett.
Yeah, specifically, where was the 1.22 million number arrived from? The assessor's office is familiar with the Massachusetts Department of Revenue calculator page, which I've posted on Facebook several times before, where you can go and look up your assessment amount, and if Rockport adopted a conventional residential tax exemption, what your tax change would be based on whatever your property is assessed at. So that average, residential exemption, if we adopted a 35% RTE in year 2025, which obviously we're not doing, but I'm using the 2025 fiscal year numbers provided by the assessor, the residential exemption of 35% would be a residential exemption amount of $279,809. So what does that mean? That means that you take your assessment, let's say your house is assessed at $1 million. You subtract $279,000 from that amount.
So, Mr. Penaloza, I just wanted to clarify this, just to make sure there's no confusion.
Sure.
When you're giving us these figures,
yes,
is this a true statement? The figures you're giving us are based on a presumption of a specific property value.
They're based on the average of all of the property values of Rockport as provided by the state.
Got it. An average for a property, a residential property in Rockport. That's where the figures come from.
Yes,
okay.
Exactly. So your resulting taxes, it gives you an entire table. It creates a break-even point. That's the 1.22 million. It means that any property assessed below 1.22 million will receive a net tax break, will receive lower taxes. Any property assessed above 1.22 million would pay more in taxes. But as a follow-up provision to my original proposal, because this proposal mimics Provincetown's adoption, which is the conventional residential tax exemption plus a tenant's provision, right? So we could enhance it further. We can enhance it by passing an abatement that would make sure that any Rockporters that are in houses that are worth more than 1.22 million, for instance, would not have any higher taxes paid. We would zero out their net increase by comparing what taxes they would have paid without an RTE, and if they have a net increase, we pay for that globally. By my calculations, that global amount is $500,000 of an overall shift of $3 million. We could easily pay for a special abatement of $500,000 out of the general budget.
All right, thank you, Mr. Penaloza. All of those figures are based on averages, if those hold true at the time of enactment, and also there's an assumption, and God knows I'm no mathematician, but there's an assumption based on the probably current tax levy. I'm going to go to Mr. Brackett.
Ross Brackett, just for clarification, the assessed value is going to change year to year, so all these numbers that are being thrown out there today are hypotheticals, essentially, because it's not implemented, and every year we have to implement it, and then those numbers will be addressed at that time. As we've said, an abatement will lose the town's money. This is a non-binding resolution. The assessor's office would have to hire someone to make sure you're a full-time resident, so that's going to cost the town more money at the time, as well as every year you have to apply as a full-time resident for this exemption. So some people may not get it. And furthermore, to another speaker, it will impact your community members and neighbors, essentially. There's no one that's going to be spared at that 13%, so to speak. So it will impact a portion of full-time Rockport residents.
Thank you, Mr. Brackett. Ms. Clark, I think you were waiting.
5 seconds. A lot of the empty
Yeah,
houses...
and I missed it if you said your name. I know you said it.
Catherine Clark, 35 High Street. Many of the empty houses in the past, I don't know many, some provided winter rentals for violinists and people like that to share or just rent. Therefore, they were not empty. I don't think that the empty houses that we see now are doing that. That was all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Paula Nishak, 6 Camborne Way. I hate to be a stickler about this, but I'm just trying to get clarification on this. Article H doesn't say anything about the 13% or the number of houses that are over 1.2. It specifically says that it's going to be an exemption applied to the principal residence of the taxpayer as used by the taxpayer for income tax purposes. For my purposes, that would be every person who lives here and uses this house as their principal residence would get the residential tax exemption. And that's not the case based on what was just said. So I'd like to know what it is we're voting on.
Got it. Well, first, you're voting on a non-binding resolution that is complex, to say the least, which is one of the reasons at the moment it's non-binding. I actually do believe I know the answer to this. If this were enacted, at least as it's kind of in Choate form at the moment, it would also apply to someone who doesn't live in Rockport but owns rental property which is used by the renters as their domicile for tax purposes. I believe I'm correct about that. Yes, I think I am, because I cleared that with Mr. Penaloza at one of the information sessions. So it's a complex problem, and this motion is, again, this is one of the reasons it's not binding. It does not answer all of these questions. Correct. So I'm going to go to the next voter behind you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, well, let me go. I recognize her. You can speak, and then we'll go back to the select board.
Mary Morby, 5 South Street Court. Boston has had a residential tax exemption for a very long time. I didn't know it was such a big issue. I mean, I've been paying for a rental that I own in Boston a higher rate than if I owned the property. I thought that was a pretty standard thing. The other point I wanted to make is that this strikes me as a great way to address our Airbnb problem. On the road I live on, there was a very small, inexpensive house bought by somebody who lives way out of town, never comes here, uses an Airbnb. The people that go there, come past my house, generally are very noisy because it's a cheap Airbnb and it's disruptive. I look to this, it doesn't have to be 35%, it could be less, but I see a residential tax exemption as being a way of trying to preserve our community here. Thank you.
Thank you. Without weighing into the debate, because that's not my place, if I may make a suggestion, and if anybody thinks it does violence to the motion of the opposition, speak up. One way to think of this, I would suggest, is it is a vote to send a message to the select board whether this deserves consideration and study. Stripped of everything else, that's really what this comes down to, as a matter of a resolution, in my view. Anybody want to challenge that, they can, but ma'am, oh, I'm sorry, we're going back to the select board briefly. Oh, all right, yes, ma'am.
Hi, yes, Jessie Sorrell, 6A Hale Street. Most of you know me as the Dahlia Lady. Sorry, and I'm nervous. I wanted to say I had some concerns about this the last time it was discussed, because as a renter, I was, anyway, they've been addressed, and I so appreciated John listening and tweaking that. So the idea is that residents of Rockport, be they renters or landlords, the idea is to incentivize someone living in the house. And as unfair as it may feel to have your second or third house pay a tax penalty, it's less fair to not be able to live in any house, because the property values are skyrocketing because people are treating housing as a lucrative investment and turning it into the Airbnbs. So I strongly support this, and I appreciate the work that John did to make sure that landlords with long-term renters, like my lovely landlords, are included.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Katz.
Rick Caston, 31 High Street. Just for clarification, this is a non-binding agreement. So
yes, it is.
That means it goes to the select board. They look at it and study and come back with a recommendation, and it'll with legal changes?
So the way this is worded, it is a request that the select board make a vote. I think, so it doesn't demand and actually require anything. It's non-binding on many levels. But obviously, common sense and a sense of politics in a small town, if this is passed, the select board may consider this. That's why I say, if you strip it from all the figures and details, it's really a sense of the meeting today, whether this is something that the town is interested in having studied further. That's really what this is. It is non-binding on many levels, and it does not put any residential tax exemption in place, and it does not require that the select board, frankly, do anything.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
And just to be clear about the rental part, that has to come back to town meeting at another date for home rule petition if the select board did implement it, so it wouldn't take effect immediately. So those renters could see an increase the first year, and then it'd have to come back for home rule petition at town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Seavey.
Charlie Seavey, 19 Ridgewood Road. I call the question.
The question has been called, moved and seconded, and it is in order. It requires a 2/3 vote. I'm going to attempt this without the clickers first. If it's close, we'll use the clickers. So the question before you was whether to end discussion on the motion pending under Article H, residential tax exemption. If you want to end debate, you will vote aye. If you want to keep talking, you will vote no. All those in favor of ending debate say aye. Aye. All those opposed to ending debate say no. That motion carries by more than 2/3. We now will go to the pending motion under Article H. So now the question before you is whether to request the select board vote pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5C, to set the property tax rate at a maximum of 35% of the assessed value for so-called Class 1 residential parcels under the conditions set forth on page 98 of the voter's booklet. This is a non-binding resolution and calls for a majority vote. I'm going to try it with a voice vote. If it's close, we'll go to the clickers. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. All right, we're going to go to the clickers. All right. I won't restate, well, the question before you is whether to approve the motion made under Article 8H, as I just stated it. Non-binding requires a majority vote. All those in favor will press 1 or A when I say vote now. All those opposed will press 2 or B when I say vote now. You will have 12 seconds. Is there any confusion on the motion before you? All right. All those in favor press 1 or A for yes. All opposed press 2 or B for no. Vote now, 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 now. The noes have it. That motion fails 56% to 44%, and the numerical count 79 against, 63 in favor. And we move on to, is this the last article? The last no. We're done? Oh, we had Kat. Oh, I want to make sure before we go. That's it. We're done. I missed something. All right. We've concluded our business. The chair will entertain a motion to dissolve. Is there a second? All those in favor say go Navy. All those against say beat Army. That motion carries. We are dissolved.